on behalf of the Institute and Queen's University Belfast to welcome you here to our Symposium on Irish Peasant Movements and Land Agitation in Modern Ireland. We have an audience in the room. We have an audience also online joining us, so welcome to everyone who's joining us through Teams. We've a really exciting and interesting programme, you know, I think it's fair to say that you know, the subject to which we're addressing today, peasant movements, land agitation, peasant society, has been long, you know, a central area of study in Irish history. And what we'll hear today and what we'll engage with today builds on and reacts to the work of multiple scholars over many decades. But as with all history, it's a subject requires regular reconsideration, debate, and refreshment with new perspectives and interpretations. And there are perhaps two particular reasons that we decided to put together this event at Queen's. Firstly, last year saw two major syntheses of the land question, Irish peasant society, appear in print. A rather conventional history by the broadcaster Miles Dungan, Land is All That Matters, and a much more critical and provocative reinterpretation of the peasantry and peasant movements by Mark Mulholland, who we're delighted is with us today, at the Rising of the Moon. We'll hear more about Mark's perspectives later on today. We're also extremely fortunate to have some outstanding new research on aspects of the land agitation, especially by PhD researchers, expanding and complicating our understanding of this topic. I'm particularly grateful to my co-organizer of today's event, Constantin Torv, who's a PhD student here in Queen's, for his participation. He's going to say a few words after I've finished. And I'd like to thank all our participants and speakers from coming, braving in some cases obstruction by people who maybe like to think of themselves as descendants of the Bukele. we can debate that later on. But nevertheless, it's great to have so many people here, and especially joining us online as well. I'd like to thank as well the Irish Committee of Historical Sciences for co-funding this event. We have Felix here, who's the treasurer, who's been writing the checks for us. Great to have him with us. The Irish Committee of Historical Sciences represents the discipline of history on the island of Ireland, and it usually funds a symposium every other year and hosts the Irish Conference of Historians in the intermediate years. So this is, as well as being my last event as director of the Institute of Irish Studies, last symposium as director of the Institute of Irish Studies, also the annual symposium of the Irish Committee of Historical Sciences. So just a few practicalities before I hand it over to Constantin. Toilets, very important. Toilets in this building well, the toilets are actually not in this building, but they're accessible from this building without having to go out into the wind and the rain. So downstairs through room 003, which is the bottom of the stairs, turn left into that room, which is our resource room, through that room to the other side, through the doors, and then the toilets are on the left, gents up the stairs, ladies down the stairs. In the unlikely event of a fire alarm, the emergency exit's the door that you came in, although you can also exit through the room, the building next door, if you go through the resource room as well. We've coffee and tea coming at 10:45, and then later also at 2:10 this afternoon. For those of you who aren't speakers, you're going to have to make your own lunch arrangements, but there's lots of places just around the corner on Botanic Avenue to do that. So thank you all very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll hand over to Constantin, who will welcome you with a few words in Irish.
Líomh Chairde fáilte from Symposium Glúiseachtaí Tuaithe agus Ágat Talling. But Misha agus Peter Gray plan na chéile an cruinniú seo a agrú agus a dhéanamh aber iontach ar an tenant league agus ma héin ag aber anna cumann rún na tálaíochta, ba chosisiú gur smuinniú lochicúil a bhí an. Tá bunus láidir agan go hatseol agus tá go leor taide suimiúil deanta sa réimse seo in aireann agus thar. Tá cúis an gur chopmuid go raibh sé tábhachtach go mbeadh orid fáiltithe in Gaeilge an ar leithid. Ba chóir aon imeacht mar seo a bheith dáthangach a orid agus is féidir, Ní hawan tusk gur bhatal miclan na hallscoile le dochas a dofan céad chun campus hallscoile da hangach a bheith agan. Agus mar sin caiimiid agru imachtaí da hangacha. Ach, chun maiile sin, tá antáhacht ach baint leis an Gaelic postária, agus rinneimiid neamh ar mhór ar na fansaí dúchasacha san am at a hart. Tá aithne ach gach duine ar an seanachil tíag an teanga tíag an am. Ach, nuair a táid a cáint faoi chaide stario, beidir go gaiimiid an seanachil sin. A ahru, taide an teanga, taide an tuiscit. Sa stad na héireann fiú sa stad na amsetha agus go háirithe maidir le ceist na talún. Tá go leor rudaí tábhachtaí nach dugamid gan Gaelic. Seachas na fansaí dúchasacha, de ga ba í an Gaelic, teanga chóiseálta na dúhanach atá a stáidir agan. Mar a Gaelic agan nach dugamid sin téal na dúhanach agus mar sin nach dugamid sin stáisle. Cé nach mé tanil agan in Gaelic inniu. Tá Birch scolary den sco agan a bhfuil agid ébre tar éis béimil agan le déine ar hábhacht hiiscint na Gaelic. Agus ar fansaí dúchasacha na éireann. Díine acu ar nói is Brendan McSurna a thug sampla iontachtúil den tábhacht seo in Gaelic in The End of Outreach. Tá Brendan tar éis an mhuíomh go bhfuil cóchéal dúilte idir ainm na Molly Maguires in Gaelic, Clan Wally, agus Clan Wallaithe sin an Clan Ifrana agus rudí eile mar sin. Ní Harlow a bhí an seo. Bhí sé deartha chun na drámaíochta imiglacha a dúsait an grúpa seo a bhéadú. Agus ní héigeú starí nachhfuil Gaelic aige sin ar chóir a bheith. An sin, an nói tá Mark Mulholland an, a neannan a leabhar nua at the Rising of the Moon argant iontach as an hábhacht na Gaelic agus a léironn dún na bríana is féidir háis, le focail siimplí cosúil na buchaí nó implachtaí na ceiste an tuigeann tú san abaid tálaíochta. Is leabhar tharbhéh tábhachtach spréagil agus crógáil seo agus tá sceatsimíní orm lé a dhéanamh. Ach tá ranní ceachtaí anspréagil a eile agan nó, ba céidir fanál agan san amlan de hochgan searíonú. Tá starí agan ó Boston College sna Stad Aontaithe a le róid faoi na Rockouts, chluisimid faoi Highloft Brian Frail, an cogan na talún agus an cogan na saoise fásta. Tá me buich as a teachtain seo aniu, agus tá me trú le plé targiúil agus targiúil le go léir. Páiltearóh agus go raibh maiomh.
Okay, we're already running slightly behind schedule. Our two speakers are both going to allotted 25 minutes to make presentations, very important topics, so we got in the way right away. So our first speaker is Rowan Bianchi of Boston College, who will be speaking on the Rockites in County Limerick during the evening.
Oh, and thank you so much for having me here. So I'm going to change slightly from the title that I had submitted, so I hope you'll forgive me, but I'll be presenting Protest and Policing in the Rockite Insurgency. £5 will be given for the head of a policeman out of his barrack. This was the proclamation written in a threatening notice posted in Patrickswell, County Limerick, in November of 1821. This threat may be unsurprising, as peasant movements in Ireland frequently clashed with law enforcement aiming to suppress their activities. But I argue that during the early 1820s, particular animosity was targeted towards the police, a new institution in rural Ireland which exemplified the increased state intervention into everyday life. The name Captain Rock first appeared in October 1821 in County Limerick. The supposed leader of a movement, which I will refer to as the Rockite Insurgency, Captain Rock was in reality not only a singular person, but a title used to grant legitimacy and collective power to the agrarian redresser movement, which spread throughout 7 counties in Munster and South Leinster between 1821 and 1824. In many ways, the Rockites were similar to their 18th century predecessors like the White Boys. motivated by grievances regarding land use, rents, and tithes, of course, and drawing upon tactics such as threatening notices, nocturnal raids, and violent assaults. It could be argued that James S. Donnelly Jr. wrote the definitive work on the Rockites in his 2009 book, Captain Rock, and I'm certainly indebted to his scholarship. Yet, as Shunsuke Katsuta and Terrence Dunn have illustrated in their work within the last decade, there is more to say about the Rockite movement. Katsuta traced the links between the Rockites and the Ribbon Men in towns and along networks between Munster and Dublin, while Dunn, who I am very excited to be in the same room with today, has examined the title Captain Rock and its use in pre-famine threatening notices from a sociological perspective. I hope to join these scholars in contributing to new perspectives on the Rockite movement. I first began researching the Rockites during my master's thesis, and what I'm going to present today combines a chapter from that thesis with some new sources and perspectives that I've gathered during the research for my PhD dissertation, which I'm in the early stages of. I welcome any and all feedback at this, as this is an evolving project that I hope has relevance beyond the narrow scope of the Rockite insurgency and into the field of Irish peasant movements more generally. And I'm honored to get to present in front of such a preeminent group of scholars in that field. Now, returning to the topic at hand, I do feel it is necessary to first set the scene of the context of law enforcement during the time of the Rockite insurgency. And I am indebted to many scholars who have developed the robust historiography on this topic. Sean Connolly's work on the 18th century law enforcement, Kevin Boyle's articles on 18th century policing, and particularly the research of both Stanley Culmer and Galen Broker on the 19th century police. So rural law enforcement in Ireland has traditionally been based on the system of magistrates, also called justices of the peace, who were local landed elites that took on the governing, judicial, and law enforcement roles. Despite the success of this system in England, by the mid-18th century, Ireland's agrarian disturbances were beyond the scope of the magistrates' ability to combat. The secondary force for addressing rural unrest was, in fact, the standing army, much to the chagrin of a British state also fighting recurrent wars between 1775 and 1815. The military was increasingly relied upon for maintaining civil order. While legislative solutions were attempted to reinforce the power of the ineffective magistrates, the government also tried to solve Ireland's law enforcement problem through the creation of a new Irish military auxiliary forces, such as the militia and yeomanry, before finally creating a dedicated civil law enforcement body in the form of the police. The first version of this was established in Dublin in 1786 with the Dublin Police Act, and then followed by the creation of the baronial police force in 1787. But this force was largely defunct after 1798 and the Act of Union. By the early 19th century, the perceived threat that rural unrest posed to the new Union, as well as the ongoing Napoleonic Wars, led Robert Peel, the Chief Secretary of Ireland in 1814, to spearhead a new form of police called the Peace Preservation Force, which was founded in 1814. Unlike the magistrates who had been chosen for their position in society, members of the new police force, who came to be known as the Peelers after their founder, were chosen solely for their demonstrated history of putting down popular protest. While the force was originally envisioned as a temporary force only to be deployed when called upon and funded by the particular district, the police were increasingly looked to and made permanent in 5 counties by 1818. They gradually extended to more and more districts, and in the early months of 1820, the whole of County Limerick was reported to be disturbed with frequent agrarian unrest, leading to the creation of a county police force there. Similar extensions of the police occurred throughout Munster and Connacht in the same period. In 1822, the Constabulary Act made the police force countrywide, reaching into every corner of Ireland. And therefore, during the Rockite insurgency, the police force was less than a decade old, and in most of the regions in which the Rockites were active, the Peelers had only really been introduced within the past 3 years or so. I argue that the novelty of the Peelers was a major cause for the animosity of the rural Irish people towards the police, a more vocal animosity than is visible in relation to other components of the law enforcement patchwork that was active during this period. The words and actions of the Rockites illustrate that the police were characterized as an invasive and unwanted burden upon the rural Irish population, serving as a tangible manifestation of the state's increased intervention into everyday agrarian life. In many ways, therefore, the police were one of the most visible representations of state authority, which the Irish peasantry already was alienated from. Many grievances rural people had against the state were echoed in their views of the police force. The police intervened into customary rural experience, perpetrated violence, and were, of course, associated with sectarian oppression. But in addition, the police also upheld the law of the state, which ran counter to the law of Captain Rock. So this phenomenon of an insurgent following a law different from that of the state has been discussed by many scholars in the study of Irish agrarian violence. The concept that Irish redressor movements rejected the state's legal system in favor of their own has been referred to in a variety of ways. Terence Dunn calls it legal parallelism. Sinead Sturgeon prefers legal alterity. Kevin Whelan uses customary law, while Heather Laird refers to it as subversive law. But what all these scholars agree on is that what the British authorities perceived as lawlessness was actually an assertion of and an allegiance to an alternative law. The origins of this manifestation of Irish resistance are beyond the scope of this presentation, but it is important to note that the Rockites were particularly prolific in their promulgation of and allegiance to this law. The law of Captain Rock was often asserted through threatening notices, but as Dunn notes, law can be divided into rules and enforcement rules. These enforcement rules, or rules about rules, are the mechanism by which the actions, not just the words of the insurgent, can be seen as an assertion of the alternative law. Therefore, the violence of the insurgent is not just legitimized, but is reframed as the physical enforcement of the insurgent's law. According to Max Weber's claim that a sovereign state is one that successfully upholds the claim to the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force, Irish rural insurgents were defying state sovereignty through their refusal of the state's monopoly on violence. It is unsurprising, therefore, that the police would become targets of the Rockites. In this system of legal parallelism, all state law enforcement would be deemed illegitimate for preventing the enforcement of the law of Captain Rock. Yet if it were simply that anyone enforcing the state's law or working for its judicial system was deemed an enemy of the Rockite cause, it could be expected that magistrates, yeomanry, military, and police would all be targeted in equal proportion to their presence in rural Ireland. During the early 1820s, however, I have found this to not be the case. The police force was targeted significantly more frequently than any other law enforcement form, both in terms of physical attacks upon police and in terms of hostility to police in threatening notices. This research builds on the research by both Galen Broker and Stanley Palmer on how police perform centralized law enforcement to the detriment of local systems, leading to, of course, widespread opposition. However, I will emphasize the opposition by the peasantry rather than local authorities, in particular considering the first year of the Rockite insurgency prior to the 1822 Constabulary Act. By utilizing material from the Chief Secretary's Office Registered Papers collection and the State of the Country collection, I illustrate that there was a heightened level of Rockite animosity towards the police compared to other law enforcement bodies. I argue that the novelty of the police and their exemplification of increasing state intervention into rural Ireland can explain this intense anti-police sentiment. Now, while the initial violence of the Rockites had targeted a land agent in County Limerick, the movement soon gathered momentum and strength. Violence against police and others increased as the movement expanded throughout Munster. It is notable, however, that most of the instances against the police did not occur when the police attempted to prevent Rockite activities, but were rather instigated by the Rockites as intentional targeting of the police in particular. This is not to say that vengeance or retaliation for previous violence by the police was not a motivating factor for these attacks, but it is worth considering the ways in which the entire police establishment, not just individuals, was often the target of this violence. In a single month in County Limerick alone, there were at least 4 distinct attacks on the police, and the majority of these affrays involved little more than a large group of Rockites approaching and firing upon police officers, but one attack merits particular notice. On October 14, 1821, a man named Richard Going was murdered near Rathkill. Going was notable because he had been, until a week prior, the chief of police for County Limerick. According to one commentator, the news of this murder inspired exultation in the townspeople of Rathkill. In fact, the level of peasant animosity towards Going was perceived to be so intense that his body was escorted to its burial spot in County Tipperary by 6 dragoons and a party of the mounted police, which was considered necessary as protection. Now, it is particularly notable that it was the townsfolk of Rathkill in particular who experienced such joy upon learning of Going's murder, because that town was the administrative center of the County Limerick police establishment during this period. Limerick City was likely deemed too far from the locus of rural unrest, and the military had already established its base at Newcastle West, a little further to the southwest. So Rathkill became the police headquarters during the Rockite insurgency. The residents of Rathkill would have therefore been most directly affected by the imposition of the police force and were unsurprisingly exultant at the death of a man who likely represented this unpopular law enforcement body. The murder of Richard Going may initially seem exceptional, though, and in truth, he was exceptionally disliked due to his reputation for sectarianism, but he was not the only police chief whose life was threatened. His eventual replacement, Richard Wilcox, wrote 2 months later that it is now said that there are 20 of those rascals selected and sworn to shoot us the first opportunity. Wilcox, unlike Richard Going, had a reputation for fairness and non-sectarianism in his previous posting in County Tipperary, a reputation which traveled with him to Limerick. Nonetheless, he believed his life was in danger as a result of his role as chief of police during the Rockite insurgency. Therefore, it was not only sectarianism, but also their employment in the police that motivated hatred against these men. In addition to targeting policemen, both chiefs and rank-and-file constables, the Rockites also attacked the physical structures associated with the police force, police barracks. These barracks, however, were little more than houses in which police established residence. The newness of the force meant that most of the small rural towns that the police were stationed in had no official barracks built yet, and so makeshift arrangements consisting of existing houses were used throughout much of the early 1820s. Unsurprisingly, the Rockites were strongly against the use of houses for this purpose. A stunning example of this opposition took place on January 31st, 1822 in Churchtown, County Cork. The so-called barrack in this village consisted of a centrally located 2-story house with a thatched roof, which was utterly destroyed by a party of insurgents. According to a report on the incident, the barrack and the adjacent stables were lit on fire, and the 18 policemen stationed there were forced out of the building by the flames and then attacked by the insurgents. By the end of the attack, 2 policemen were dead, 1 missing, and 6 were grievously wounded, not to mention that all of the police's weapons had been taken. This extremely successful attack was all the more remarkable, according to the chief of police for County Cork, because no symptom of disturbance was ever shown towards any police in Churchtown. The same man notes that there cannot be a doubt, but the whole of the populous village of Churchtown connived at the assemblage of the rebels. Even without prior outward hostility, the animosity towards a police presence in this village was clearly simmering beneath the surface. Now, it could perhaps be counter-argued that these examples of attacks are rare exceptions, or that the police were only targeted more than other law enforcement because of the convenience, being positioned in makeshift barracks rather than enforced bases. However, by examining the discussion of police in threatening notices, it will become clear the discrepancy in levels of animosity. Using as an example the threatening notices collected in Stephen Gibbons's Captain Rock Knight Errant for the years 1821 to 1824, there are twice as many hostile references to the police as there are to the military or yeomanry. Magistrates are referred to even less in this way. Importantly, not all of these sample notices were posted in the counties disturbed by the Rockites, but this just shows that rural antagonism towards the police presence was more universal among the people than solely those engaged in redressor movements like the Rockite movement. In the notices which can be associated with the Rockites, though, particular vitriol can be detected. Many of those Rockite notices are not included in Gibbon's collection. The quote I began this presentation with being a forceful example of this. £5 will be given for the head of a policeman out of his barrack. This reward for the death of any policeman indicates not an animosity towards a particular individual or a vengeance for a particular action, but rather an open threat against the police establishment as a whole. Threats to the life of any member of the police show up frequently in notices during the Rockite insurgency. In some cases, this was due to a particular feature of the police, such as an example from County Limerick in 1822, which read, "The police have no mercy on them, for it is no sin to kill heretics. It was never so easy to massacre them as now." In this notice, the police are described as being Protestants, therefore making their murders not a sin. And while the Catholic sectarian nature of the Rockite movement is something that James S. Donnelly Jr. has argued for, this wasn't the primary reason for the animosity against the police, according to most threatening notices. In many cases that invoke a reason for the animosity, it is the burden that the police force places upon the population that inspires the threats against them. A notice from County Clare illustrates this very explicitly. Support of a police establishment falls heavy on our already loaded shoulders, poor creatures that cannot afford the common necessaries of life, much less to keep tithes and keep up a body of police whose services ought and could be dispensed with. It continues, "We cannot too often point to a humane and generous government how absolutely necessary it is to exempt us from paying tithes and supporting a police who fire bullets through their coats in order to be kept on establishment." The local burden of financing law enforcement was a new development in the 1814 establishment of the police in Ireland. Instead of the central government singularly funding the force, the district in which the police were stationed was responsible for a portion of this cost. As this notice indicates, this new financial burden was too much for the rural people to bear. Additionally, the writer of this notice claims that the police fire bullets through their coats in order to manufacture the appearance of violence and unrest, keeping them employed. This shows that not only were the police viewed as a new imposition that affected rural Irish people's economic survival, but they were also falsifying outrages to ensure that the police would continue to be seen as necessary. It is unsurprising that such corruption and financial burden would create animosity. As well as the burden of financing the police force, two other issues are presented in threatening notices related to how the police imposed upon rural Irish people. As illustrated in the burning down of the police barracks in Churchtown, the physical stationing of police in rural towns was a major grievance. In most cases, it was the houses of townspeople that were occupied as these makeshift barracks, usually willingly given in exchange for compensation. This wasn't unique to the police force, as the military also occupied houses, and all forms of barracks present in towns were strongly opposed in threatening notices. Yet there is a greater number of notices referring to the police presence among the people than military, because this was a more recent development with the establishment of the police force. Threats addressed to those who provided houses to serve as barracks were common, but one notice expressed opposition to the police presence in towns in a different way. A notice from County Cork states, "If any person or persons carries or sends to be carried a load or sack of potatoes to the market of Doneraile during this time those disturbers of the peace called peelers remain in said town, his sentence is to be consumed to ashes and the horse carrying said potatoes to be shot." Or horse. This notice shows that the burden of the police in rural Ireland was also an issue of consumption of food. In addition to costing the local people money and establishing themselves in the center of rural towns, police forces also consumed foodstuffs like potatoes that were typically meant for the local population. The notice regarding Doneraile threatens anyone who provides subsistence to the police in the same way that other notices threaten those providing them housing. All of this forms a coherent system of exclusion and animosity against the police, which stems from their novel imposition on rural life and survival. Of note is that the word peelers is used to refer to the police in the vast majority of these threatening notices. While the full history of that term is beyond the scale of this presentation, the negative associations of the word should not be understated. For example, other law enforcement officials were often derided for their involvement with the police, as illustrated by a notice from County Limerick which threatens a magistrate who is referred to as Tommy Peeler Vokes. The magistrate in question is a man by the name of Thomas Philip Vokes, who was based in Limerick City but was very active throughout the rest of the countryside. The replacement of his middle name with the word peeler links Vokes with the police and shows that his association with them was a key reason for the threat against him. He was likely targeted not for his position as a magistrate, but for his work with the police in the arrest and prosecution of the Rockites. In another threatening notice, a magistrate is told explicitly that he will be harmed if he doesn't stop his association with the peelers. Both these examples show that traditional forms of law enforcement, like the magistrates, were threatened specifically for engaging with the new police force. Magistrates were unique in the position of typically only being targeted for grievances involving their social role associated with land or tithes. This leads me to believe that the novelty of the police meant that they lacked the legitimacy of the existing system of the magistracy, and therefore could taint magistrates with that illegitimacy if the two worked together. It is through their association with the police that these magistrates were targeted. It is additionally noteworthy that much of the police leadership in rural Ireland consisted of non-locals. For example, Richard Wilcox was deployed from his home in Palmerstown, County Dublin, as the first ever police chief in County Tipperary, and then in 1821 transferred to County Limerick. Samson Carter founded the police force in County Donegal before being appointed as the County Cork police chief. These are just two examples of the ways in which the police establishment emphasized a centralized command in Dublin at the expense of local leadership. A man named Jeremiah Newenham even was denied employment in the County Limerick police force for having too many acquaintances in the county. Not only was the police force a new imposition which was rejected for its novelty, but it also clearly represented an increasingly centralized state apparatus, which ran counter to traditional forms of rural governance and law enforcement. As I've demonstrated, in the early 1820s, the recently established police force was subject to more hostility than other law enforcement because of how it illustrated increased state intervention into rural Ireland. While the actions of police officers did exacerbate the antagonism of the Rockites, it was the system of the police that was targeted for violence. As representatives of the state, the police filled a symbolic role in addition to their assigned role as local law enforcement. The extension of an effective, permanent police force into rural Ireland not to mention that the leaders of said police were centrally appointed by the Dublin administration, was a significant breach of the customary forms of law enforcement and social regulation in rural Ireland. Individual police constables may have been drawn from more local populations, but the system they served was intrinsically not local. The police also placed new burdens upon rural areas, both financially and in terms of subsistence. Therefore, violence against these individuals was more than just an attack on a person. It was an attack on the police system and the state intervention that it represented. The early 1820s are therefore a crucial period for understanding the animosity of rural Irish people to the police. Thank you.
Excellent example by sticking rigorously to time. So we decided we will have the two papers and then follow the questions to follow. So I'll call on Constantine Tovey as our second speaker to speak on agrarian protest and wage labour in the pre-farming period. Unless he's going to change his title as well.
My title is as here, so I will be talking about the fusion of land and wage issues in the pre-famine period. The title that I've chosen here, we can no longer exist under the yoke of our landlords or employers. That's a verbatim quote from the 1831 peasant uprising in County Clare and the adjacent counties. And I think it illustrates many of the themes that I'm going to discuss here today. First of all, we have an explicit fusion of land-related and wage-related grievances, landlords, employers. Second, what we also see here, what is made very, very clear is that there is a growing radicalization here. This kind of expression does, at least certainly no longer, fit into the traditional frameworks of what we think of as a moral economy, where the main point is to assert customary rights, but not question the hierarchical system in and of itself. This here is at least an implicit call for a removal of these elites altogether. So how did we get to this? For a bit of context here, Rowan has done a lot of my work in explaining or setting the context for me. But the Rockites being one example of that. Generally, the main vehicle for such grievances, for dealing with landlords or employers throughout much of the 18th and 19th century was the form of the agrarian secret society. Or Nabuchali, as Mark Mulholland calls it in his excellent new book. We ought to think of these as sort of the nucleus and the vehicle of popular mobilization in the Irish countryside. Much like in a modern day social movement, you would also have kind of like an activist core that is organized, and then a periphery of sympathizers among the public who will show various degrees of active participation in the protest without being formal members of any given organization. So for these, the members, the active sworn core of these agrarian secret societies were typically young men aged 16 to 30. However, there are exceptions to this. We have, for certain cases, such as the 1820s Tipperary Caravan White Boys, or the Lady Clares, or the Molly Maguires in County Cavan in the 1840s, we do have evidence for the involvement of women. So women would not only be involved in those diurnal mass gathering protests as sort of part of periphery, but we also have evidence that in some places, at some times, they were actually the ones calling the shots and giving orders. So what they were doing was mainly related to all kinds of class-based grievances. So these agrarian secret societies would address things that are related to the land question in one form or another. They would be attempting to regulate rates, rents, tithes, and prices of agrarian products. But throughout the 19th century, wages increasingly prominently become a part of that equation, become a part of what these groups are enforcing. The way they do this, the way they enforce this, as I said, they have the sworn core, and that is characterized by oaths, passwords, and signs of recognition. So upon joining, someone would swear an oath, typically containing clauses not to betray the secrets of the group. Also very commonly, a clause of preferential dealings, as in to conduct one's business primarily with other members of the society, with sympathizers of the cause, or in certain places and certain times this could be a sectarian clause to deal exclusively or preferably with Catholics, though this was less common. Then they set about redressing whatever the grievance of the day was. Again, Rowan has given some excellent examples of how they do that with these threatening notices. That is typically the first step. So we have an alternative system of justice here, as Rowan described so well. So in case, to make an example, the grievance of the day is a landlord evicting people, that landlord or his agent would get a written threatening notice to stop evicting people. If that is ignored, the next step of escalation typically would be an attack on property. So either an arson attack on an outbuilding or a turf stack or a haystack or something like that, or the maiming of cattle in some areas as well. If that still doesn't have the desired effect, physical violence would be the next step. This could be quite brutal, often deliberately disfiguring the targets of such an attack, but it is relatively rarely lethal physical violence outside of periods of extreme escalation, such as the winter of 1847. This, of course, works as a parallel and alternative system of justice, and it is widely supported among the lower classes in pre-famine Ireland for the very simple reason that it's more accessible. You cannot go through the courts if you have some kind of legal dispute with your landlord or his agent. You can only do that with members of your own class or someone who's below you in the social hierarchy, and also because it's notably less corrupt. We have many reports, often quite surprised even, about raids by these secret societies on the houses of the more well-off in society, where the landlord or some kind of middleman or strongman is reporting to the police with astonishment that they wouldn't take the money. They were just after the guns. Now, of course, there's exceptions to that. We have documented cases of corruption, but it's very clear that at least this is much less corrupt and much more equitable than the official legal system. And that, of course, explains a great deal of the popularity that it's had. So, to get into the specific case, or one of the specific cases that I will be discussing today, there was a major unrest carried by one of those agrarian secret societies, the Cherry Alds, in County Clare, and then branching out into the neighbouring counties in the late 1820s and early 1830s. So this was caused, of course, by a variety of reasons. There's a series of poor harvests in the late 1820s, which causes the price of oats, which is a main cash crop, to fall. That in turn, of course, leads to declining wages and leads to the dismissal of labourers. There's also a tense climate overall, with the question of Catholic emancipation looming large, the decisive election for that, of course, being in Clare. We have rising sectarianism on both the Catholic side with the Pastorini prophecies that play a large role for the Rockites, and with the revivalism and evangelicalism on the Protestant side. So it is likely that some kind of confrontation would have happened either way. But it is unlikely that this would have gotten as intense as it did, and there we have a parallel with the Rockites, without the conduct of one person, Edward Singh. Edward Singh is a land agent from the very well-known Singh family of Offaly. So he is sent in the mid-1820s to act as a land agent for his father and uncle. And just about the same time, he has some kind of like religious awakening. He becomes an ultra zealous evangelical. He even quits the established church, pretty much starting his own brand of evangelical Protestantism. And he starts attempting to convert the local peasantry around Corofin, where he's based, first through establishing schools, which is largely tolerated because there was not much schooling infrastructure before, but then increasingly through coercion. So he tries to push his tenants to send their children to his schools or to convert, and the ones who refuse are threatened with eviction. And unsurprisingly, this causes a massive backlash. There's multiple arson attacks on his schools. There's multiple attempts on his life. And this spirals into a large regional uprising centered around the town of Corofin and spanning about a 10-mile radius from there in 1829. Even in these early days, we see a very strong element of labor, much more pronounced than in other similar protests at the time, because while Singh is largely unsuccessful, he does make a few converts. And those, of course, are seen as traitors, collaborators, and seen as undermining the local social contract and the stability of social relations in and around Corofin. So these are retaliated against, very notably, in most cases, not with physical violence, but with ostracism. And one way that people do this is by threatening to go on strike. If they are employed as a laborer on the same farm as one of Singh's converts, they threaten to strike unless the convert laborers are dismissed. And in most cases, this is extremely successful and works effectively towards undoing most of the proselytism that Singh had done, because eventually people cave under this pressure and revert back to Catholicism. So eventually this is suppressed, with Singh losing much of his social influence, pretty much becoming a prisoner in his own house, being guarded by police day and night. But this has, at this point, struck a chord, and but because there are ongoing attempts, it's now centered mainly on the town of Corofin. This is how we get the Terry Alts. Because Terry Alt is a shoemaker and military pensioner in the town, and like many other people, he is being pestered by Singh and his agent to send his children to Singh's proselytizing schools. Now, Terry Alt, by all accounts, has nothing to do with agrarian protests. He's an urban, small-town artisan. He's a Protestant himself, but he detests Singh and his pestering, and eventually he has enough. He takes a shoe and he beats up Singh's agent, a man named Stevens. And this, of course, is widely celebrated throughout the entire region. And immediately after, people start sending Singh and his agents threatening notices signed with Terry Alt the shoemaker or Terry Alt the pensioner. And thus a new agrarian secret society is born. And in 1831, this escalates into a major uprising, again beginning in Clare, around the area of Corofin, but eventually spanning all the way to Roscommon northwards and North Kerry southwards. The main grievance here is at first Conacre. So people are protesting for more widespread ability of Conacre ground, but it expands into including other grievances. The protests at first are largely peaceful, non-violent and diurnal. They only begin escalating after multiple heavy-handed attempts at repression by the police, but they are quite drastic in their imagery. One example from Attiflin, County Limerick, they pretty much dug up the landlord's front lawn and erected a gallows on it with a threatening notice to the effect, "Give us Conacre ground or we will hang you." This is absolutely massive. This kind of protest involves tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people. In the words of an army officer stationed in County Limerick at the time, the Terry Alts, with their mother, Lady Clare, stalk about at noonday, committing murders and every species of outrage, disguised in female attire. I have read a letter from a respectable clergyman who is living in his glebe house in a state of siege, in expectation of attack by night and day, threatened with assassination, his cattle turned off his land, his herdsmen threatened with death, should he dare to attend to any of his stock, his labourers drawn from the field by armed men, his son and himself actually obliged to mend the fences, no one daring to do it for him. Several houses knocked down in open day, Lady Clare fully armed and her attendant armed ruffians traversing the country, serving notices, regulating rates of wages, price of potatoes, land, etc., and neither military nor police are able to prevent them. Once again, we have a very strong emphasis on this aspect of wages that is noted even by an army officer and which has become at this point one of the main grievances. This is so massive it destabilizes even official politics. The negative impact of this is felt by Daniel O'Connell himself, who just a few years prior won the decisive election for Catholic emancipation here in County Clare, and who is now becoming increasingly unpopular with segments of the peasantry. In fact, Son Murray's faces a challenge from the O'Gorman Mahon in the local by-election during the same year, a previous ally of O'Connell, who is now coming very, very close to unseating an O'Connell-like candidate with the help of the Terry Alts, the agrarian secret societies, because they feel betrayed by O'Connell. They feel let down by the abolition of the franchise for the 40 shilling freeholders and by the failure of the O'Connellites to act on the issue of land reform. Even the Lord Lieutenant, Lord Anglesey, feels the pressure from this and feels himself compelled to visit Ennis in person. And while there are not any practical legislative concessions made at the time, even he feels compelled to at least make some verbal concessions to the peasantry and rebuke the local landlords for their avarice, which of course only spurs on the protests further because people want results. So eventually this is repressed by a heavy-handed response by the police and the army. There's a special commission put in place in both Clare and Limerick and Galway, but the effects of that are quite limited. 7 people are sentenced to death, only 3 of which are ultimately hanged. The rest are commuted to transportation. Around 30 people in total are transported. But this, of course, as I've said, there's been hundreds of thousands taking part in this, is far from enough to repress the movement. And within a few months, it's back. So in late 1831, just a few months of the initial repression of the movement, the Terry Alts make a return, this time originating in Galway, where the repression had been even less effective than in Clare, but spreading back to Clare, Limerick, Offaly and beyond immediately after. And this time we see a very, very strong focus on wage labour concerns. And we also see a growing radicalisation that I've highlighted in the introduction. This is evidently similar to the demands made during the first half of 1831, but it displays a new quality. So the public at large are desired to take notice with respect to the following particulars: no labouring men to work less than 1 shilling per day, if mowing 1 shilling 8 times, for man and horse 2 shilling 6, for tradesmen 2 shilling 6. Too certain it is, we can no longer exist under the yoke of our landlords or employers. We now caution every person or persons to quit working less than the above mentioned sum. Any person or persons taking con-acre meadowing not to pay more than 3 guineas for the first quality per acre. No person or persons pay rent to his landlord unless his rent is reduced according to the value. Any person that does not comply with the above will receive open notice for so doing, and then, if not complied with, will certainly fall into the hands of our noble sharpshooters, where they will not fail to undergo their decides. Given under my hand this 31st day of August 1831, Terry and his mother. So we see many of the themes that I've highlighted here. This is a very predictable alternative system of justice. It's clearly highlighted what is going to happen if you don't comply with this mandate. It's a very, very clear, stringent set of rules and regulations. And it's remarkably a lot more coherent than anything that these agrarian secret societies have produced before, because this spreads, as I said, across multiple counties. And there's also a much more pronounced class antagonism here, as I've said in the beginning. This, along with this clear and coherent system of minimum wages and maximum rents, tells us that the Terry Alts, far from being crushed, were now more well organised than ever, even after having been driven out of their initial stronghold of Clare. There is absolutely no doubt that this system was observed widely by the peasantry. To give a few examples, in the barony of Kenry, the minimum wage enforced by the Terry Alts was observed so strictly that, quote, several of the country gentlemen there might be seen now at work with their own ploughs, assisted by their sons. A wide range of outrages in the late months of 1831 and early 1832 illustrate the ubiquity of adherence to this Terry Alt manifesto in East Galway and in adjacent parts of Clare, Tipperary, Kings County, Roscommon, and even in some cases far away as Westmeath and Mayo. On multiple occasions in the barony of Longford in Galway, ploughs and other agricultural equipment was destroyed because the owners had con-acre plots at higher rates than mandated by the Terry Alts. In Island Magrath, County Clare, 2 men armed with a case of pistols and a blunderbuss each set up on some mowers, placed them on their knees and swore them not to cut any more hay, the reason again being that they were working for wages lower than those mandated by the Terry Alts. In Clonford, Galway, 2 labourers in similar circumstances were even killed for the same offence of, repeatedly in this case, undercutting the mandated wages for mowing. And although most of this is centred on agricultural labour, we have one example where it goes beyond that. In Birr, Kings County, the system was so strong among the labouring classes that the planned expansion project on the canal had to be stopped because it was impossible to get anyone to work for less than the wage that was set by the Terry Alts. In parts of Limerick, in Galway and some of the adjacent counties, this system of setting fixed wages and rates remains in force until at least 1836, although with varying degrees of intensity and with much reduced violence after 1833. It was strongest in the barony of Longford in County Galway and appeared to have lingered there well into the late 1830s. In total, a bit over 10 people were killed for repeatedly violating these regulations. In The 1840s at the eve of the famine, moreover, this makes a reappearance. In December 1844, a land steward is held up by a band of Terry Alts on the townland of Tumavara and asked for the whereabouts of a group of men suspected of undercutting wages. This makes an even broader return in resistance of the famine hardships in North Tipperary and North East Clare in 1846. In Renana, County Clare, for example, the Terry Alts are breaking ploughs and other machinery belonging to a Mr. O'Donoghue, demanding that labourers should be employed to do the work rather than machines. However, it's not just these remnants of the Terry Alt repertoire that do this. They are basically inherited in large parts by another group originating in a very different part of Ireland initially, the Molly Maguires. So this new agrarian secret society emerges in late 1844 and is active predominantly during the famine years, in some places well past that. The Molly Maguires, as has been demonstrated by a number of people, Brendan McSwift, Mark Mulholland, among others, have made this argument that they were an offshoot of Ribbonism in some parts. So there's a breakaway faction of Ribbonism that seeks a return to more agricultural grievances away from the more abstract urban proto-nationalism. And they eventually fuse with some older established agrarian groups, including the Lady Clares in the mid-1840s. So this is a phenomenon that at its height spans an area from Meath to Mayo and from Donegal to Limerick. So this is most of Ireland. 17 counties have a consistent presence of the Molly Maguires. 6 more have a sporadic one. This is by far the largest and most coherent phenomenon of agrarian protest that we've seen so far. The legacy of Ribbonism also means that there is an even stronger connection to industrial, or at least proto-industrial labor this time, because, as has been highlighted many times, the Ribbonism was very popular with navvies, so canal and railroad workers. And many of those, especially in South Ulster, end up going over to the Molly Maguires. And there are several incidents recorded that link canal workers to Molly Maguire activity. So it is highly likely that these workers were not only instrumental in disseminating the repertoire and basically agitating on behalf of the Molly Maguires, but also had a profound impact on tactics. The Molly Maguires had the strength to lead a fully fledged industrial strike among canal workers in Rooskey, County Leitrim in 1845. And that reflected back into the countryside, reflected back onto agricultural workers. Labour disputes in Roscommon were on such a rise in 1846, with the Roscommon and Leitrim Gazette reporting in April that the workers on the entire estate of Mr. Mulhall had stopped work an hour early and were demanding a shortened workday. In other words, we're going away from these, what we think of as typically agrarian grievances of cheaper land, maybe higher wages. We here have people striking for shortened workdays, which is a demand that we typically associate with industrial unions and certainly not with rural Ireland in the 1840s. Similar demands can be seen in the canal work once again. At the laying of the first stone of the Jamestown Canal in County Roscommon, a heavily armed figure dressed as Molly Maguire approached the labourers and warned them not to work without receiving an advance on their wages. The figure dressed as Molly Maguire then fired several shots over the construction site and departed. This occurred in broad daylight in front of a crowd of spectators who were cheering them on. Overall, in quantitative terms, this is still largely a land-focused phenomenon. We even have slightly fewer overall incidents regarding wage labour than for the Terry Alts, but crucially, it's encompassing non-agricultural, industrial jobs here. So, to conclude, in terms of quantity, when it comes to these agrarian protest movements, wage labour concerns were less common than directly land-related ones, but they were nonetheless important because, as we've seen here, the impulse of regulating wages was one of the key steps in transcending this kind of moral economy dynamic where you're kind of trying to negotiate what you see as your traditional right with the landed elites and push for a growing ideological radicalization. Moreover, for the rural poor, land and labour were not separate issues. most small farmers, as Mark Mulholland has demonstrated excellently in his recent book, were reliant on some kind of seasonal or sporadic wage labor every now and then. A lot of small artisans rented small plot of lands for subsistence. This was all interwoven in certain ways. So it made sense for this kind of protest movement to treat land and wage as part of one larger grievance and address these things jointly, as we have seen in this Terry Aud notice from 1831 that I've showed you. Very decisively, however, this is absolutely underestimated in much of the existing literature. We have a vast body of work that treats these agrarian secret societies as essentially fractured, apolitical, backward-looking and conservative. And at the very least, for the 19th century iterations that I have looked at, with the possible partial exception of the Rockites, this is absolutely not true. They were very well organized, very forward-looking, very much trying to incorporate new forms of work and new forms of social organization into their grievances, and to provide a bit of a glimpse into the future work that I'm going to be doing, they were absolutely essential towards the political success of the Land League. The assessment by some contemporaries that we have seen as agrarian proto-trade unions, Lewis On Local Disturbances is one of the many people that makes this argument. Gladstone would make it later on. Russell, while he's Prime Minister, makes a similar argument. That, I think, is the starting point that we have to work with. That is the most plausible and credible contemporary assessment of these agrarian groups, and that it should largely be taken at face value, as I've demonstrated here today. Thank you very much.
Speakers have shown commendable discipline and that's time for questions. So who would like to start? Please.
Question from wonderful cartoon of the room. Have you got a context for that cartoon? Was there a particular incident that gave rise to it, or do you know the date of the cartoon?
So the date is 1824, but I don't have the context. I found that and 2 or 3 other similar ones in the Trinity College, like Tara collection, and they don't really have any provenance other than that they were published in Dublin. So clearly news of Captain Rock, and some of the others also involve Lady Rock, which I think gets to the cross-dressing thing that Constantine was talking about. So we do have that amount of knowledge, and we know the publisher, but we don't know exactly where it was published or the direct context.
Because it's an unusual topic for cartoons of that.
Incredibly, yeah.
Yeah. Pre-read.
Yes. No, I'm currently in conversation with someone at Trinity, specifically trying to find out more about this. And so far, limited success.
It was a very good exhibition. Called Artisan Pirates, was it? Pirates was certainly the second leg of it, and there's an excellent book attached to it with essays. You'll be able to get that through the Irish Architecture for that. I don't remember that cartoon being in it. I think I would have noticed it.
Probably, it's quite noticeable.
Thank you both. They were really, really interesting. Constantine, I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about Terry Aud and his mother. Is that a kind of, does that happen a lot, the kind of invoking of, well, mothers or even their female relatives?
Yes, absolutely. This is a tradition that goes back to the white boys in the 1760s who swear allegiance to Queen Sib Ultach. Who there's various depictions of her, like in some, for example, she's said to be a wise woman living up in the mountains, and there is some of that kind of cross-dressing repertoire that I've briefly mentioned reported even then. In the specific case of Terry and his mother, there is like a concurrent repertoire under the name of the Lady Clares,
which coincides, and often so Terry's mother is Lady Clare. So that's the other repertoire that exists in Clare. They're not rivals or competitors in any sense. They very much work in tandem. I think, to speak of this in more practical terms, what is behind these theatrics of having Terry Auld and Lady Clare is that the Lady Clares are a local group pretty much operating out of the barony of Bunratty Lower, so the area around 6 Mile Bridge. They eventually merged with the Molly Maguires actually in the 1840s, but in the 1830s they are working in tandem with the Terry Auld. So this is pretty much an alliance between two different organized bodies of peasantry that are like each sticking to their mythical leader in both cases, but very much working together. So we get this phrasing of Terry Auld and his mother, Lady Clare. Yeah.
Peter Rowan, ever come across the term in reference to the police, peg boys or peg peelers? I've come across the term that quite a lot, and it seems to relate to a duty the cops had, which was to protect the roads and so on from sheep and goats and this kind of thing. And the peasantry would always have sheep and goats up in the long acre, which is the kind of bit which ran along roads and paths that anybody could traverse, or including animals. So unlike now, you can't really travel across the countryside now. You could then, because there was a kind of rites of passage and effect that people had. So just wondering about if that term has come up, peg boys, peg peelers, or equivalent. There's a nice kind of 19th century folk song, the peeler and the peg, the peeler and the goat, which is about a goat being persecuted by the peelers, you know. And then Constantine, she ended very ringingly and very impressively with the kind of parallel with the trade unions. By taking a lot of that, I wonder a bit, because like part of what Cornel Lewis is trying to do in his field of study is to separate out the broccoli from politics. You know, this is only a social problem. It's nothing really to do with politics. And indeed, my bit of the book about the Irish Church question is going to be absolutely separate. And he's pushing that. There's an alternative perspective from the time. It was Henry Parnell in 1823. He does a speech in Parliament, a very good speech at the time of the Rockouts, saying it's published as a pamphlet, which is a very different perspective. He says, look at essence, this is all politics. These are people who are fundamentally alienated from the state. And it doesn't really matter how any particular outbreak begins. It's how it evolves that matters, you know. So there's a kind of radically different perspective there, which is, now it's partly Cornel Lewis is reading Russell and so on. They read trade unionism in an own particular way. It's like this idea that trade unionism is non-political. And you talk about chartism being non-political. They've got a very definite concept of what the political means, and it doesn't include trade unions. So I think when they talk about the workplace being trade unions, they're making the point that it's not political. And I just wonder how long you want to run with it, you know, how far you run with that perspective.
Well, I mean, it's obvious from our standpoint today that trade unions are fundamentally political. So we do not need to adhere to these definitions. I mean, of course, that is a very valid point of criticism. You're right, they're using that to basically disprove the political character. In my opinion, that just shows that they're political simply because they are capable of this kind of, you could call it class consciousness that you would see in an industrial union. Whereas I think the problem now with more recent historians describing them as fundamentally non-political is more due to, as you've said yourself in your book, a problematic view of the peasantry, where the peasantry and political organizations and movements by peasants are unfavorably compared to their urban counterparts, where the urban sphere, the urban industrial or proto-industrial union is thought of as being political, whereas the peasant jackery, quote unquote, is not. So I'm aware of the distinctions between those two arguments at the time, but I think the problem that we're dealing with for contemporary interpretations is a slightly different one.
Question. Ask first. Have any questions on that? Okay.
Sure. Just in relation to the notion of these various groups and proto-trade unions, I suppose a trade union is essentially a protection organisation. And in 1980, 1981, Tom Garvin, Evolution of Irish Nationalist Politics, the protection organisations often mutate into protection rackets. So the mafia would be an example of that. And then we have examples of protection organizations evolving into political parties. And I just wonder from the point of rackets, to what extent both of you have noticed protection organization functioning as a bit of a racket?
Well, would you like to? Should I go first?
You can go first.
Okay. Well, yeah. I have spoken to this a little bit when I mentioned the remarkable absence of corruption compared to the official policing organs, which was remarked upon almost shockingly even by members of the landed elite. But of course, as I've said in my presentation, there are exceptions to this. So there are periods where the coherence of these movements breaks down, especially, and they do start to function as a bit more of a racket. One period where that notably happens is, of course, during the famine, especially after the last large-scale mobilization effort of 1847, where the social order is breaking down on all ends, and the remnant structures of the Molly Maguires start pretty much functioning as gangs and protection rackets in some areas. Another period where we see this is the mid-1870s, which is a relative lull period, but so this is the calm before the storm of the land war, so to say, and where it's become much, much easier to disseminate this kind of agrarian repertoire, so it's become much less local, and therefore it's much harder to control who uses the given name, who acts on behalf of the Rockites or the White Boys or whatever the local group is. So it's much, much easier for pretty much actual gangs that never had any affiliation with agrarian protest to co-opt these names and use them for their own ends. And then, of course, we have recurring phenomena like that among the urban ribbonmen. But in very, very strong contradiction to what a lot of the existing literature has said about the agrarian secret societies, from the evidence that I found, the ribbonmen, far from being the most advanced, the most urban, the most political, the most proto-nationalist, are the most factionalized, the most incoherent, and the most undisciplined of all these groups, except maybe the late Rockites, who after the initial mobilization period of 1821 to 24 also have a very long afterlife and also are prone to factionalism and racketeering. But short of that, the ribbonmen are certainly the most mafia-like of all of these structures, whereas the more rural ones, such as the Molly Maguires, such as the Terry Alts, such as the Lady Clares, are outside of times of extreme hardship, relatively disciplined and relatively likely to stick to their political aims.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I had noticed, and perhaps this is a different notion of racket, but there isn't much in terms of payment to, or really that many obligations to the Rockites that I've seen. It really, the majority of the membership is not the ones that are being raided for or giving anything of money, or gunpowder was a big, they wanted money predominantly for gunpowder. But so I think for me, the racket-like elements, yeah, are not super present in the earlier period, unless you're considering the ways in which there were kind of obligations to, come out at night. And in that case, it does seem to be very much if you're in, and you are protected. And if you're out, well, we're going to try and bring you in anyway. There very much is this attempt that let's make this as universal as possible. And so if you're willing to take part in it, you are protected. And that does kind of have, some racket-like elements perhaps, but I haven't noticed anything where there are these more kind of coercive relationships, at least in this period.
I researched a fair bit of white feet that were almost contemporary with the Terry Hall. I haven't published very much on it. And I certainly found what we were saying, Constantine, if I understood him correctly, and that there would be raids for arms, and there'd be money there in a press, and the money not taken, and it'd be reported, very pointedly reported in the newspapers or by the magistrate, stressing that the money wasn't taken because that actually made it seem more dangerous.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, on the question of how equitable or how maybe black-like and some of these actions were, and I also found a lot of actions that didn't really fit into the category of class conflict and fit more into the category of personal disputes, like or inheritance of very small tenancies, like particularly in the case of the widows. Well, like that could be us imposing our idea of what's equitable and not equitable, what's regulation and what's a personal dispute.
Yeah. I think that asked. Sorry.
You definitely find, I was finding was like the rule of poor against landlords and large farms, but also the rule of poor versus the rule of poor. Yeah, to some extent.
That is absolutely true. That does occur. I think we have to differentiate there a bit. So I don't know the material, of course, that you used. I haven't gotten around to working on the white fee yet, so I can't speak to that specific example. But generally speaking, what we have to differentiate here is, on one hand, cases of what we in modern parlance would call scabbing. So someone crossing the proverbial picket line and taking up land from which someone had been recently evicted. That, at least in the material that I've looked at, is by far the most common reasons for conflict within the lower classes. So punishing someone who's basically a strike breaker. Then, of course, I think there are cases that are not explainable by that, or at least we don't know. And in those cases, I think that is where the term of the moral economy is helpful, because we are thinking about a group that has a claim to regulating the social contract and the social affairs of the Irish countryside. And that means that they intervene in such neighborly or family disputes in order to keep the peace, or what they and what their community see as keeping the peace. This can get quite repressive and quite ugly in some cases. I have a case from the 1840s Rockites where they're basically punishing a widow for what is having like an extra like an unmarried relationship while marriage, spurned on, of course, in this case by the local Catholic priest. And of course, there are cases where this is prone to corruption. No kind of political or social movement is entirely immune to corruption. So we do absolutely have cases where people who are probably influential within the local society use their influence to resolve a dispute in favor of their family. That absolutely happens, but it's not the norm. In the vast majority of these cases, it's either related to eviction business, or if it isn't, it falls into this category of moral economy, keeping the peace and the social contract of the respective area intact.
And if I can just build on that a little bit, if during the period that I'm looking at, I think like social regulation is very much definitely secondary, but a key secondary concern of a lot of these organizations beyond simply the kind of more, I suppose, economically oriented complaints. I mean, there's one threatening notice regarding specifically like wife beating, and it tells I don't remember his name, but if you don't stop mistreating your woman like this, like we will come and treat you as poorly as you are treating her. In essence. And so I do think that there's an interesting aspect of what we do consider to be equitable and what we consider to be protection, because I think if we are trying to get into the minds of the people at the time, I think that those aspects of social regulation were as built into the fabric of what they saw as appropriate conduct as any of the economic concerns. So yeah, just kind of echoing.
I've come across multiple of these wife beating, sexual assault related notices as well. In one case in County Tipperary, the Rockites forced a strong farmer who had raped a labourer's daughter to pay her £150 on pain of death, and he did pay up.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot more questions, but we have a long program to go through today. So I think at this stage we'll call a halt. And just join me in thanking our Speaker Cadence.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So we're running a little bit behind time. So we'll take a short coffee break, 15 minutes, start again at 5:11. Okay.
Right, I'm under strict instructions to keep you all to time. So we'll do that hopefully. Well, thank you very much. Welcome back. You're resuscitated with some coffee, I hope. Two further interesting papers now between now and lunchtime. And I introduced them separately, but we keep the questions to the end, as with the last session. Our first speaker needs no introduction in this forum, Peter Gray, a long-time professor here in Queen's and the current current chair of the Irish Committee for Historical Sciences. Peter.
Thanks very much, Felix. Okay, so what happened at Holy Cross? Historical interest in the emergence of a significant Irish land reform movement during the famine years has tended to be dominated by the personality of James Binton Lawlor. This is entirely understandable. Lawlor's development of a theory of land nationalisation was highly innovative, and his influence on later radical nationalists significant. However, Lawlor himself proved to be a relatively marginal actor in the agrarian politics of the later 1840s, and over-concentration on him has tended to obscure the dynamics of what was a novel form of political mobilisation, combining peasant participation with some aspects of bourgeois leadership, mostly from the clergy and journalists, with a specifically agrarian objective. This paper will seek to tease apart these elements during the later famine years, with particular reference to developments in Munster. To understand why Lawlor's revolutionary ideas made such limited practical impact during his lifetime, we need to investigate his one significant foray into agrarian politics and ask what happened or failed to happen at Holy Cross, County Tipperary in September 1847. And we need, I think, first to put aside the long-established but problematic assumption that popular politics collapsed completely during the famine years, barring the predominantly urban Confederate clubs, and to trace the early development in 1847 to 48 of what would formally become the Irish Tenant League in 1850, which already had a range of aspirant leaders and complex relationships with agrarian activity in the ravaged countryside. The preeminent elite voice in the debate on Irish tenant right, due to his dogged parliamentary advocacy and stream of newspaper and pamphlet commentary since 1835, was the radical County Down landlord, William Sharman Crawford. He in turn had already clashed by the early 1840s with the Queen's County-based agitator William Connor, who restated his own theories in an 1846 pamphlet, and whose loyal followers continued to rally behind his slogan of evaluation and a perpetuity. Both claimed to speak for the Irish tenantry as a whole and linked the fate of the impoverished agricultural labourers to the security and hence the ability to give employment of the tenants. In practice, their messages were limited to those in the countryside who had still resources and ability to consume the popular press, unless this could be extended through modes of popular mobilisation. In the south, the Cork Tenant League, established in January 1847 by the Protestant strong farmer and pawnbroker William Trenwith, in alliance with the Catholic nationalist editor of the Cork Examiner, John Francis Maguire, attracted local support through public meetings and quickly became a proselytising body aiming to spread its model to neighbouring counties. The Cork Tenant League remained open on the details of any specific solution to the landlord-tenant question, and hence the policy of any national movement was still up for contestation. Aware of this, Sharman Crawford's advocates, especially the Ulster Tenant Right Association, which was founded that spring in Derry, with endorsement from both Presbyterian and Catholic clergy, stressed the tactically adroit and progressive nature of his tenant right approach. Neither his 1847 Tenant Right Bill nor its previous iterations had, the Londonderry Standard pointed out, ever been regarded by him as a final solution but only as an attainable first step, a mere instalment of justice. By 1847, Crawford and his northern allies, specifically the Presbyterian journalist James McKnight of the Standard and later the Banner of Ulster, and the lawyer Samuel McCurdy Greer, had also come to accept that legal curbs on rent were also essential to maintaining tenant security on the farms they occupied, an essential element if their arguments were to gain traction in the context of an escalating servile war, as described, over rent extraction and clearances affecting much of the country. Now, such a gradualist argument that they were proposing cut no ice with those who rejected the utility of any parliamentary strategy, especially amid the radicalising ravages of the famine. And one such voice was Fintan Lalor. At first a follower of Connor, whose small estate at Inch was close to Lalor's father, the middleman farmer Patrick Lalor's property at Tinnakill. The younger Lalor's political and social thought had become radicalised after 1843, rejecting his father's O'Connellism for Republican separatism and moving towards an agrarian philosophy which ultimately looked towards land nationalisation to be attained through social revolution. Gavin Duffy had given Lalor space in The Nation in spring 1847 to develop his ideas in print, while remaining editorially uncommitted to endorsing them. Lalor's freedom of manoeuvre in that paper was hampered by the Irish Confederation's preferred strategy of seeking a patriotic alliance with disillusioned Irish landlords against the British government, but nevertheless his writing seethed with anger against that very class and the exploitative land system of which the proprietors formed the pinnacle. In his first major piece of political journalism, published on the 24th of April 1847, Lalor set out his personal interpretation of the famine and what the correct response to it should be. He argued that Providence had now dissolved Irish society, that the potato failure had done the work of ages in a day, had unsettled society to its foundation, deranged every interest, every class, every household. It had come as if commissioned to produce at length and not too soon a dissolution of that state and order of existence in which we have hitherto been living. While not hesitant to direct blame to both landed self-interest and British hostility towards the Irish people for what followed, ultimately Lalor attributed the moving agency in this social dissolution to divine providence. The disasters of famine had revealed that it is God's will that society should stand dissolve and assume another shape and action, and he works his will through human hands and natural agencies. To Lalor, the proletariatisation of the tenantry pursued by the proprietors and the state threatened not just immediate suffering, but the destruction of the independent class that constituted the true people of Ireland. Rather than be the passive victims of dispossession and extermination, he asserted, it was now this class's historical mission to assert itself at the centre of a new social constitution. Landowners must either abandon their privileges and collaborate with this agrarian movement, or face confiscation and expulsion as the enemies of the people. The responsibility of agency, however, lay with the tenant farmers and their leaders, and any failure to grasp the opportunity for social revolution would amount to national suicide. The language Lalor employed to convey this idea was both provocative and apocalyptic in tone, but his sense of personal mission was more practical. Social and political action in the agrarian sphere, rather than pietistic resignation or nihilistic posturing, was, he appeared to believe in 1847, a necessary response. The implication of his advocacy, which is made much clearer in his private correspondence of the time, was that a national rent strike was required to trigger such a salutary change. So Lalor's problem was that there was a disconnect between his ultra-radical agrarian vision, which came by 1848 to stress the necessity of repealing the conquest or returning sovereignty over the land of Ireland to its people, with the political means open to him. Most leading young Irelanders were at best lukewarm towards his insistence on the primacy of agrarian action, and even John Mitchell adopted only inconsistently and incrementally elements of Lalor's arguments against landlordism. To turn his vision into practical politics, therefore, Lalor needed to engage directly with the peasantry, and he looked to Tipperary for this opportunity. His bid for leadership of the incipient tenant movement thus began when he approached Trenwith of the Cork Tenant League to jointly organise a demonstration in Tipperary that Lalor promised would lead to the establishment of a regional tenant league in the county. Although without personal connections, in the county. He drew on the willing assistance of Michael Doheney, himself the son of a small farmer and who had been involved in the factionalized nationalist politics of Tipperary for decades, albeit making numerous enemies along the way. Tipperary had a long history of extensive agrarian unrest, as we've heard, and by September 1847 there was renewed, widespread, and in places violent resistance to the collection of rack rents and the escalating evictions taking place. So the moment and location for a more revolutionary tenant movement may have seemed ripe to Lawler and Doheney. After the proposed meeting to establish a tenant league was announced in the press on the 8th of September, it was supported by placards passed eagerly from hand to hand. Lawler's widely reprinted public letter announcing the meeting at Holy Cross near Turles on the 19th of September warned tenants and labourers in stark language that renewed famine, mortality and landlord extermination faced them if they did not now act to settle the land question once and for all. On the 12th of September, a baronial meeting of some 300 farmers met at Turles with Lawler as its secretary, endorsing the planned mass meeting and selecting 21 of their number to prepare resolutions and insisting that Trenwith, a name well known from reports in the Cork Examiner and the county press, should also be invited. 217 county residents, including several poor law guardians, then signed the requisition for the Holy Cross meeting. Lawler himself wrote excitedly that he expected a crowd of 10,000 at least and prepared a draft speech, never actually delivered, indicating that he would issue a call to hold the harvest, clearly with a view to sparking a revolutionary confrontation with the forces of property and the state. However, things then began to unravel. As his fiery print rhetoric began to attract hostile attention from the conservative press in both Ireland and Britain, the more cautious Maguire and Trenwith belatedly started to back away. On the 17th of September, the Cork Examiner felt obliged to stress that it would be that the meeting would be a strictly constitutionalist affair, and only in the fevered imagination of the London Times would it form the stimulus to a servile war waged by land pirates. The high profile of its Confederate promoters made this position difficult to sustain, and the paper's county rival, the Southern Reporter, attacked, quote, Mr. Lawler, who is, we apprehend, not cool-headed or overprudent or an overprudent agitator, nor one under whose pilotage either labourers or tenant farmers are sure of riding safely into harbour. Moreover, and this is perhaps a bigger problem, Lawler and Doheney were not the only or indeed the first aspirant organisers of a tenant right organisation in Tipperary. Reports of a meeting of, quote, respectable tenant farmers and gentlemen at Borrisoleigh, which is only 15 kilometres from Holy Cross, on a map, it's very good. Holy Cross is just here south of Turles, Borrisoleigh is up here. So a meeting at Borrisoleigh on the 5th of September drew a denial from Lawler that he had known or sanctioned it, and indeed an imperious dismissal of its compromised moderation. His ire may well have been drawn by its convener, the O'Connellite strong farmer P.B. Ryan of Liscale, who expressed explicit praise for Sharman Crawford, who has been industrious in his exertions for the tenants of Ireland and only wants for them what he gives his own tenants. Ryan assured the labourers who were reported to be present at his meeting that their interest was the same as the tenant farmers and their common enemy was the clearing landlord. Ryan's proposal to establish a central tenant league for the county based on his own network posed an overt challenge to Lawler's project. On the 14th of September, Ryan announced a rival rally on the 24th that would be attended by Crawford and the two county repeal MPs. And he later denounced Lawler as that worst of all Irish undesirables, a blow-in. James Brinton Lawler, this is a letter to the Tipperary Vindicator. Lawler was expelled from his own county for his insanity, etc. This fellow has no authority to come to this county, and only a letter from Mr. Trenwith of the Cork League to me requesting that I would accept his services in assisting me to establish a tenant league. And instead of doing so, he has gone like a strolling peddler through the county, vilifying me and heaping abuse on wherever he goes. But before many days, I will show him my influence in this county and let him see the number of friends that will rally around me and the noble cause I advocate. And now he has been humbugging the people by calling them to Holy Cross. Thus, it appears evident that the incipient tenant movement in Tipperary was from the very start riven by an O'Connellite Young Ireland division, which was belatedly being picked up by the Cork leaders and other observers. Indeed, James from the Lawler's father, Patrick Lawler, who never missed the opportunity to denounce his own son, took the opportunity of a repeal meeting dinner in Kilkenny to attack his son's wild and visionary plan, which contrasted with the tenant rights politics of his own county. John O'Connell, now leading his deceased father's repeal association, was publicly called on tenants to reject the instigation of incendiaries in Tipperary. And in the face of a Catholic clerical boycott of the Holy Cross meeting, the Examiner now distanced itself from what it then reported would be an embarrassing fiasco. So while the government ignored Tory calls that all such terrorist meetings be repressed and the Viceroy dismissed Lawler as an unknown man, it is clear that all forms of tenant right activity in the county were provoking landed alarmism and being associated with local acts of violent resistance to evictions and distraint of goods in lieu of arrears. The relationship between the agrarian secret societies in the county and the incipient and rival tenant right movements is difficult to trace, but it seems likely that the projectors of the leagues sought to harness the energy of the societies and channel it into their preferred political projects, as indeed had been the case previously with O'Connellism. It is likely that, as Karen O'Lewin has shown in his study of South Ulster several years later, peasant actors would draw legitimation from the rhetorics of tenant rights, while proving reluctant to abandon the repertoires of direct violent action that alarmed their would-be allies. And this tension would persist throughout the Tenant League era. In the case of Holy Cross, however, it would not play out in Lawler's favour. So the Holy Cross meeting took place on the rainy afternoon of Sunday the 19th of September 1847, and as the Examiner reported the following day, it was, according to them, a thin and unimportant affair attended by only between 1,000 and 2,000 people, only a dozen of whom were farmers, it rather implausibly claimed. It had been ill-considered, badly organised, and likely to set back the tenant cause. Other sources with reporters, and there were a lot of reporters present, such as Freeman's Journal, put attendance up to 4,000, drawn from across the county, although this was still far short of the monster meeting anticipated by its projectors. And the paper observed the site was ill-prepared even for that number, and there was difficulty in recruiting a suitable chair. The resolutions, and this is the more important point, the resolutions actually proposed and adopted at the meeting were much less extreme than had been expected, calling practically only for the extension of a form of Ulster tenant right to Munster, and for a fair rent calculated by a valuation mechanism, deprecating any rent strikes and recognising, at least in theory, the rights of landlords. The speeches made by Lawler and Doheny were much less exuberant and provocative than had been anticipated by opponents and supporters alike, even if Lawler reiterated his argument in quote guardedly legal language that by natural right the land of Ireland belonged to its people. Doheny reminded his listeners of the depredations of the famine and the responsibility of landlords and the British state alike for it, but deprecated any armed resistance as counterproductive. So what had produced this retreat from revolutionary rhetoric into these much more limited resolutions? Consciousness of the presence of police reporters, of course, may have been a factor. However, a report in the Dublin Evening Post offers a different explanation of the discrepancy between Lawler's previous speeches and the private correspondence and the relative moderation of the Holy Cross resolutions. The local organising committee meeting in Houlihan's pub in the village had its reporter been informed by one present, been deeply divided over whether to prepare, quote, resolutions subversive of all forms of law, or to stay in line with the position adopted by Trenwith and the Cork Tenant League and in parallel with the rival Boris O'Lee resolutions. In the end, it was reported the frieze-coated farmers had prevailed in drawing up the final resolutions, and though they had not taken their places on the platform, they had obliged the reluctant radical orators to back their more considered position. Now, as is, I think, probably well known, the meeting then collapsed into acrimony for quite different reasons when Lawler's erstwhile mentor, William Connor, misnamed in the Examiner as O'Connor, suggesting he was little known in Munster, arrived on the platform and succeeded to lecture the crowd on his own claims to primacy as an agrarian campaigner and to teach them their rights, while criticising the meeting's resolutions on tenant right for their dubiousness. The proceedings degenerated into a slanging match, with Connor charging Lawler with being a neophyte and his father a rack renter, and Lawler responding that his adversary was an incendiary and a traitor to repeal. After insults were exchanged and the crowd divided into rival camps, chaos ensued. I've had time, I'd read out the kind of full report from the Examiner on the riot essentially that takes place, which leads to the destruction of the stage and the departure of the platform party. So the Holy Cross shambles effectively ends both Lawler's and Connor's careers as agrarian agitators and provided much ammunition to the movement's enemies. Evidently, Lawler and Downey were reluctant to concede defeat, as both attempted to harangue a crowd outside Father Kenyon's chapel at Templederry a few weeks later, now openly calling for a rent strike, but according to the Tipperary Vindicator, with no success. The rival Nina papers agreed the Holy Cross meeting had been a signal failure, while even the more sympathetic Vindicator reported that many farmers had left disappointed, and it believed the debacle had seriously set back the tenant movement in the county, although it hoped not decisively. As the Freeman had surmised, the meeting gave rise to no sustained organisation to carry on its work, and Lawler, who suffered from poor health, retreated back to Tinnakill and his problematic father before resuming journalism in spring 1848 with the Irish Felon. Although the nation blamed Connor for the failure, interestingly, both the tenant farmer who had been present and the local curate, Father Ryan, may have been related to P.B. Ryan, unfortunately it's not clear, wrote public letters placing most of the blame on that unfortunate man Downey, who will never be forgiven by the people. There's a whole kind of extended attack on Downey by Father Ryan in the press. And as Willie Nolan has observed, Downey's tendency towards gross overestimation of both his own and the Confederation's support amongst the Tipperary peasantry would later contribute towards the debacle of the Ballingarry Rising in August 1848. In the aftermath of Holy Cross, there were calls in the local press for the Cork Tenant League to distance itself from the, quote, hot-brained, filmy-eyed theorists of Tipperary, but also to take advantage of the upsurge of British interest in the subject and push on with its objectives. It was evident to many that Catholic clerical support, as so evidently absent on the 19th of September, would be required if this mode of action was to succeed. Crawford also travelled to Munster in late September with a view to boosting the League movement and promoting national coordination. No admirer of Lawler, he had nevertheless seen the Holy Cross meeting as potentially having propaganda value by alerting landlords and the government to the seriousness of the situation in the countryside, and typically blamed proprietorial provocation for any excesses witnessed at such assemblies, or indeed for agrarian violence generally. Crawford was invited to speak at a tenant league rally at Turles, but thought it politic to postpone this until the disappointment and excitement of the Holy Cross meeting had cooled down. And he assured P.B. Ryan that he would be happy to address the new Tipperary Central Tenant League the following month as part of his object to create a temperate national movement in support of just principles. The Examiner interviewed him and reiterated its commitment to supporting Crawford's conception of tenant right as a means of concentrating public opinion on a given point. So rescheduled meetings follow. At Turles, which supporters loudly distanced themselves from Lawler, and a very large rally was held at Kilmacthomas, County Waterford on the 21st of October, which involved nearly 100 priests, and according to the Examiner, had 20 to 30,000 attendees. Addressed by John O'Connor, which greatly boosted the morale of the movement in Munster after the Holy Cross setback. Another mass meeting at Cashel, reportedly attended by over 20,000 and organised by Ryan's Tipperary Tenant League, followed on the 14th of November, chaired by one of the county MPs and also attended by O'Connell and numerous clergy. Archdeacon Laffin's speech at this event suggesting that Englishmen subjected to the same suffering as the Irish peasantry would also have resorted to outrage drew denunciations from the Conservative press and in Parliament. The large attendances at these rallies suggest a movement with appeal beyond the relatively limited cadre of strong farmers and clergy involved in their organisation. Although the London government toyed with the idea of land reform that winter, no acceptable proposals were put forward, and a renewed wave of agrarian violence swept, as we've heard, through Munster and Connaught in the following months as conditions deteriorated. The landlord press drew a direct connection between these two phenomena. The packet expostulated, I don't have that quotation, the Dublin packet essentially said that there was a direct connection, not just between the Holy Cross meeting and a subsequent assassination of a landlord, but also between the Kilmacthomas meeting and a further assassination. So all of them were being kind of lumped together in the conservative rhetoric. Such proprietorial fears came to infect Dublin Castle, where the Lord Lieutenant now thought the people of Tipperary thoroughly demonised, and argued that a wave of monster meetings had shown the people in advance of their leaders, eager for a reign of terror that would overthrow all property, and threatened resignation if not granted additional repressive powers to stamp it out. Following the imposition of coercion on the southern and western counties, the focus of the tenant right movement shifted to Ulster. I think it's kind of evident from the second map I have here, the kind of shift of meetings very much locates. So the meetings in places like Ballybay and County Monaghan, in Derry, in Lurgan, and Dungannon in County Tyrone, while the Cork League and its offshoots tended to atrophy in these conditions of repression. Nevertheless, when the League movement revived across the country later the following year in 1849, Tipperary was again active. In this iteration, the second iteration of the Tenant League movement, organisation was disseminated from the Callan Tenant Protection Society formed in Western Kilkenny, with clerical patronage in October 1849, with branches soon formed in Killinole and Mullinahone. In County Tipperary, a mass tenant right meeting of up to 20,000 took place at Ballingarry in February 1850, interestingly featuring both numerous priests and the future Fenian Charles Kickham, which contrasts with the poor turnout there for Smith O'Brien 18 months before. The Limerick Reporter was hopeful that those tenants who had survived the wreck and desolation of the last few years would assemble at Turles that month to demonstrate that Tipperary is determined to act. And we've got very few kind of images of this movement. This is probably the only one I've come across of one of these mass meetings. It was at Kilkenny in October 1850 in the Illustrated London News, giving a kind of sense of the sheer scale of these meetings, which are, you know, obviously an alternative form of peasant mobilization to the secret societies which we've been looking at so far today. So just a few conclusions. So what happened at Holy Cross, and what does it signify? Now, most obviously, it marked the failure of Lawler's initiative to turn his visionary agrarian theory into practical politics, and thereby to pull a reluctant Irish Confederation into backing him in placing the agrarian locomotive before the nationalist train. Although the movement had hopes that the spirit of peasant revolt could again be tapped in 1848, especially in Tipperary, this proved disappointing. The specific failure at Holy Cross, I would argue, lay not with the usual explanations of Connor's noisy disruption, embarrassing as this was, as evidence of feuding within the agrarian movement, or Doheney's alleged more subtle subversion of Lawler's agenda, which is Gavin Duffy's explanation. Rather, it can be found in the reported reluctance of those frieze-coated farmers meeting in Houlihan's pub in Holy Cross to endorse Lawler's preferred platform and insistence on resolutions in line with the wider and potentially all-Ireland tenant right movement, and on the success of Ryan's rival network in acquiring the clerical and repeal movement support, without which such formal public movements had a limited chance of success in the Irish countryside at this time. And this seems to reflect pragmatism, I think, rather than any overt rejection of the rationale or emotional truth of Lawler's critique of landlordism. And finally, if we shift the focus away from the drama of Lawler's brief and tempestuous life and the long-term resonances of his writings, we can read what happened at Holy Cross as emblematic, I think, of new forms of rural politics, which would give rise to the Irish Tenant League in the following years, and would itself be one of, and certainly not the only, prototype for the more successful Irish National Land League established in 1879. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Our second speaker is Aidan Gilsonan, who is a fourth-year PhD student in Maynooth, working under Professor Terry McCloughlin. And his paper this morning is The Wounded Soldiers of the Land, the Reinstatement of Evicted Tenants, 1891 to 1914.
Thanks very much. I have a touch of a cold, so you're going to have to bear with me. So, in the immediate aftermath of the land war and in the decades that followed, evicted tenants were held up as martyrs and often referred to as the wounded soldiers of the land war. My research examines the relationship between nationalist organisations and evicted tenants, as well as their campaign for reinstatement under the Land Acts. The first part of this paper, I'll talk about grants that were paid to evict tenants by the Land League, firstly, the Ladies Land League, and all their successor organisations for 20 plus years. And the second part, I'll talk about reinstatement. So after a series of poor harvests in 1877, 78, 79, caused by worsening climatic conditions across Europe, together with the increasing availability of affordable agricultural produce from across the Atlantic, created the crisis that triggered the land war. As the situation continued to deteriorate, a demonstration was held in Irishtown near Claremorris in County Mayo in April 1879, and that led to the Land League of Mayo and then the Land League. Initially, the Land League gave money raised in the US by Parnell for the broad purpose of relief, but from August 1880, the Land League changed to a narrower focus and began giving grants specifically to evicted tenants, generally of around £5 to keep them in the locality and out of the workhouse. This created a precedent that would continue. Andrew Kettle, who I think was the only farmer on the Land League executive, was the man who pushed for this, and he said he wanted to have 100,000 people camped across the countryside like gypsies. The Ladies Land League, led by Charles Parnell's sister Anna, took on the responsibility in 1881 after most of the men's organisation had been arrested. They adopted a more formalised and bureaucratic approach to requests for aid, a series of detailed forms like this one here, an eviction form where they would ask for name, address, name of landlord, rent. And you can see here this example is of John Fagan and his family, and they got their £5. The Ladies Land League were also known for their huts, the modular homes of the 19th century. And you can see here, the huts were made in Dublin and transported across the country. Generally 3 rooms, a stove, and felt roofs. The Irish Times described them as charming wooden cottages, which presented, quote, a strong contrast with the cabin in which its supposed occupants have previously dwelt. You can see the one here on the left. I think that one definitely is an Anna Parnell cottage. If you look closely, actually, there's a small child in the doorway. And the one on the right, which is kind of the terrace, I'm not necessarily sure that's Anna Parnell. It could be from the planning campaign, but it's a good image on its own. It was claimed in the House of Commons in May 1882 by Thomas Sexton that there was 300 huts supplied, housing 2,000 people. But I don't think this figure included any locally built variants, of which there were many. The combined expenditure of the Land League and the Ladies Land League on evicted tenants, including legal costs, was £148,000. Following the end of the land war and the forced dissolution of the Ladies Land League by Parnell, his new organisation, the Irish National League, disassociated themselves from the Land League's promises and responsibilities, but they continued to have to pay grants to the now long-term evicted tenants. They pivoted from the more open-handed approach of the Ladies Land League to a narrower definition of eligibility. They came up with the whole wounded soldiers of the land war phrase. So those are people who were evicted for taking a political stance and refusing to pay what was considered an unjust rent rather than for poverty, and they excluded poverty cases. See here letters from its secretary, Tim Harrington. So they would not give grants in areas where outrages were occurring, so in Kerry, for cases of poverty. And you can really see a clear division between the deserving poor and the undeserving poor that Virginia Crossman and others have written about. And the deserving poor couldn't be left to face the stigma of the workhouse. And it's worth seeing a National League form, because everyone had these bureaucratic forms inherited from the Ladies Land League. So they asked the question, has he a wooden hut? How much has he received in grants? How long will he require aid? And what special object can the organisation serve by making a grant? In other words, what good are you to us? The next phase of agitation, the plan of campaign, began in late 1886 with the return of poor harvests and another crisis in Irish agriculture, coupled with the failure of the Home Rule Bill and a tenant relief bill brought forward by Parnell. To give political legitimacy to a new phase of agitation. The plan was adopted on 130 estates. Tenants were encouraged to form committees or combinations seeking rent reduction. The tenants instead paid their rent into an estate fund managed by a trustworthy third party, of which it would support them in the case they were evicted. In the event The fund was exhausted. The National League would step in, although the National League never officially agreed to that. And the evicted tenants of the land war for this period were kept separate, so they were paid separately to evicted tenants of the plan campaign. And from 1889 to 1891, evicted tenants of the plan received generally £4 a month, leading the Dublin Daily Express newspaper to call them an army of paid patriots for £1 a week. In 1893, John Dillon claimed that of £234,000 raised for the plan, 125,000 had been given in grants and maintenance to the plan evicted tenants, and £29,000 were given in grants to the non-plan evicted tenants. So roughly 1,500 people in total, 400 from before the plan, and around 1,000 of the plan. When the plan collapsed with the parental divorce scandal, evicted tenants were left in the lurch. There was about 29 estates without a settlement. Many saw settlements occur quickly after, but the most significant to go without were the Clanrickard estate in East Galway, Lansdowne estate in Lough Queen's County, O'Kelly estate in Clongowry, County Kildare, and the Grady estate in Limerick. On these estates, evicted holdings were taken on by new tenants, often called planters, because they were Protestant smokers, so linked to the Ulster plantation. But then the term starts to be used freely by everybody, including the people themselves, the police, politicians who supporting the man against them. The RIC estimated in the summer of 1890 there was 1,500 evicted tenants receiving support, and by 1893 Dillon said there was 884 still receiving support, and 300 from the plan, and 359 from the land war. The anti-Parnellite Irish National Federation took on the expense of the evicted tenants, and both sides used the evicted tenants question to attack each other. Parnellites attacked Dillon for the plan campaign being a calamity. On the other side, the Parnellites were attacked for blocking access to the parish funds, which were £40,000 held over from the Land League in a parish bank account. Parnell wanted the money for his evicted tenants of the land war, and to exclude those from the plan. But after his death, there was legal cases, but it was eventually given to the anti-Parnellites in July 1894. And that's a Irish National Federation of evicted tenants owners. It's kind of the same as the National League one. The parish funds saw grants paid to evicted tenants from November 1894 into 1896 until when the fund was exhausted. There were 600 individual families plus 20 group cases. So there was about 1,200 evicted tenants and their families in total. To receive a grant, you have to apply to your local federation branch, fill in that form, and send it on to John Dillon. The fund was managed by Lawrence Ginnell, later MP and agrarian radical, and an agreement was struck with the Parnellites that they would get money also. The parish fund letters held in the John Dillon papers in Trinity are probably the best collection of letters we have from evicted tenants. They reveal kind of the crude political considerations and how much people got in the grant. So the Meath evicted tenant Owen Smith of Atboy had his grant increased from £2 a month to £3 because his parish priest had raised £40 for the parliamentary fund in what was described as a recondite stronghold. The innermost feelings of evicted tenants towards politicians might be best summarised by an anonymous writer from to Dillon from the Masreen estate. He wrote of his disgust about politicians who, quote, "on their word, we abandoned our happy homes and gave up the future of our families. After 9 weary years since their eviction, they had been reduced to the verge of starvation. Shopkeepers would no longer give them credit. They were without food, clothing, or any comfort. The young emigrated, and the elderly went to the grave with a broken heart. And as a whole, they had exacted pity even of the planters." There was a gulf between what the evicted tenants thought they were entitled to and what Ginnell and Dillon thought was charity. So again, deserving poor and undeserving poor. When funds ran low in 1896, Daniel Hurley of Skibbereen, who had been evicted in 1888, wrote of his fear of entering the workhouse for the winter and noted that poverty is no crime and can't be helped. And Ginnell wrote in his letter, quote, "I never could believe a countryman who writes in this strain." And Ginnell, he he wrote every thought he had in the annotations of these letters. So he really had a historian in mind when he was doing that. Grants were much reduced and much more discretionary after 1896-97, but they continued on to 1910 really, but much reduced, maybe £2 or £3 a year, mostly at Christmas, which annoyed a lot of evicted tenants. But Dillon and Redmond felt that given that reinstatement was possible under the 1903 Land Act, it removed any of their obligations, and what they felt was a burden on party finances. And I'll now talk about the reinstatement of evicted tenants. So as the plan of campaign collapsed, the Chief Secretary Arthur Balfour brought in the 1891 Land Purchase of Land Act, which established the Congested Districts Board, committed 33 million to land purchase, but an overlooked aspect of the legislation was Section 13. For tenants evicted since 1879, it opened up the possibility of reinstatement as a tenant purchaser if the evicted tenant and the landlord could voluntarily come to an arrangement, and was time limited to a 6-month period, but then extended several times. The only beneficiaries of this were the evicted tenants of the Ponsonby estate in Youghal, County Cork. Charles William Talbot Ponsonby, he was bankrupt, he was locked in conflict with his tenants. He was bailed out by a syndicate headed by Arthur Smith Barry in 1889, who continued to fight. There was 300 tenants and subtenants evicted, along with their families. They lived in 3 shanty towns made of huts, called Kellerstown after Canon Keller, their leader, O'Brienstown after William O'Brien, and Dillonstown after John Dillon. And their conditions were cramped and unsanitary. There was outbreaks of disease. But eventually, and initially 111 were reinstated, and then over the course of the 1890s, 226 were reinstated as purchasers. The Evicted Tenants Commission of 1893, established by the Liberal government to examine the evicted tenants question, found Section 13 to have failed, with, quote, no useful prospective results. The Commission surveyed 17 estates where there was large groups of evicted tenants. It was boycotted entirely by landlords, only had limited engagement with a handful of so-called planters and land agents. The majority of evicted families on these estates were found to be living in huts or with neighbours, and around them tracts of land, quote, idle and almost entirely unproductive under firs and weeds. But it recommended that the Land Commission, or a new agency, be empowered to settle disputes between landlords and evicted tenants, have the power to set terms of reinstatement where a landowner indicated his preference to sell, and then the evicted tenant would have no choice but to purchase or have their claim refused. And where it was impractical to reinstate the evicted tenant, the Land Commission would have the power to acquire land for them elsewhere. Now, they had no immediate effects, but they were influential on the 1903 Land Act. The Conservative Chief Secretary George Wyndham built on the precedent of the 1891 Act in the Land Conference of 1902, where ground was laid for his legislation. It was agreed between tenants and landlord negotiators that any project for the solution of the Irish land question should be accompanied by a settlement of evicted tenants question on an equitable basis. So an important concession by landlords that there was an evicted tenants question that had to be solved. The 1903 Act allowed for individuals or their representative, because at this stage, 20 years on, people have died, evicted in the previous 25 years before the passing of the Act, to apply to become a tenant purchaser on their former holding or a new holding created from untenanted land, subject to the opinion of a Estates Commissioner's Inspector, who would assess their means and their character. The Estates Commissioners was the Land Purchase Division of the Land Commission. The Act came into effect in November 1903 and initially focused on the plan of campaign estates and estates directly before them for sale. So in cases where estates were sold to the Estates Commissioners, as far as practical, they could reinstate evicted tenants or give them new holdings on untenanted land, new houses as well. Either the Estates Commissioners built them or they provided free grants to build the house yourself. And in cases of direct sale, where evicted tenants were excluded, the Estates Commissioners could not intervene, but it could offer those people new holdings from untenanted land. When untenanted land was being divided, it would be offered firstly to the evicted tenant, then to local uneconomic holders, and then to the non-inheriting sons of other tenants in the locality. And by untenanted land, I mean the vast, grazing ranches used to fatten livestock and let out on the 11-month system. Commissioners had initial success. The Brook Estate in Coolgraney was of the planning campaign was sold to commissioners with reinstatements occurring in June 1904. The evictions there had occurred in 1887. 39 were evicted or sort of reinstated just prior to the sale of the estate, but were treated as evicted tenants under the Land Act. 32 by the commissioners, and 8 received holdings elsewhere, including a handful who were moved to North County Dublin. Usually with migration of the migration, you would think of the Free State. A number of the occupants, the planters, also had to receive new holdings. Some were paid off, others were offered lands in Lucan. By 1908, the only remaining Planning Campaign estate unresolved with the Clanrickard estate in East Galway, which, after much resistance through the courts by the Marquess of Clanrickard, was eventually divided up in 1916. By May 1907, 8,401 applications were made to the Estates Commissioners. 1,033 were reinstated, and 2,935 were rejected as being ineligible because the applicant was unsuitable or already in possession of a sufficient holding. Counties Cork, Kerry, and Galway had the most applicants, while Derry, Antrim, and Down had the fewest. It wasn't until the Liberals came back to power in 1906 that the Estates Commissioners had a permanent staff to deal with evicted tenants, 18 people in total, and they were only then given permission to make proactive contact with landowners regarding reinstatement and with the planters to facilitate their departure in terms of land or money. The obstacle of securing land was overcome through the introduction of compulsory purchase in the 1907 Evicted Tenants Act for firstly for intended land and entire estates through the 1909 Land Act. The primary target of this was the Clanrickard estate due to Clanrickard's just intransigence. When giving evicted tenants land, the Estates Commissioners had to ensure that they were giving it to someone who could run a successful farm, who in their view would be prosperous, who had knowledge of farming, and indeed a bit of money behind them before getting their free grants and loans. One of the problems identified by the Estates Commissioners was the majority of people were, quote, too old, too infirm, or have no means. So consequently, you see a lot of elderly men and women being reinstated on the grounds that they have sons or children who are going to work their hard and quickly inherit. Having an heir and a few spares, much like the royal family, was very important for the Estates Commissioners, who want to see successful farms and, more importantly, loans repaid. Every eligible claimant was interviewed by an inspector from the Estates Commissioners, vetted by the RIC, and had a file created. There were about 14,000 of those, of which 3,800 were successful. The majority of these are below in Portlaoise, if they still exist, but 800 of them are in Peroni and have been free to look at since 1976. So after a partition, these went up to the Northern Ireland Land Purchase Commission, and there's about 800 of them there. To give a few examples from it, there was Charles Mulvenna evicted in 1889 from 350 acres on the Henderson estate in Ballymena. From that point, he lived in Belfast. The Estates Commissioners engaged with his landlord, who refused to sell. So Mulvenna was given a new farm in Derry on the Wallace estate under the 1907 Act in 1909, 20 years since his eviction. However, by 1913, Mulvenna was too old to work the farm, was letting his land, which was the cardinal sin. You couldn't do that. So the inspector convinced him to give it over to one of his sons, who was still working in Belfast. But the son comes down with his wife, the relationship sour. Charles refused to give up the farm, doesn't get on with his daughter-in-law, and ultimately the son goes back to Belfast, and the Estates Commissioners move in and take the farm off him again. So it doesn't take long for the dream to turn into a nightmare. And that story wasn't too uncommon. A substantial minority of these farms fail, according to the Estates Commissioners themselves. But on the other hand, Neil MacNeil, whose parents lacked a bit of creativity in the day he was born, also from Antrim, was given land on the same estate, the Wallace estate. But MacNeil was 80 years old. He was evicted in 1879, so 30 years previously. But he was described as being anxious to obtain land for his children. And his son ran the farm without issue on the same estate. And MacNeil sadly died quickly after. Now, women could apply, and their applications were treated on their merits. It was nearly that having children was practically more important than anything else. So Eleanor Deering, who was evicted from the Madden estate in 1889 near Clonus in Monaghan, was given a farm at the Strong estate in Armagh. Her husband was not a farmer. He worked at the timber yard. They were both in their late 40s to 50, had 5 children, but she was accountable for the farm and she was responsible for it. So this is an inspection report of her farming, and you can see they've crossed out the word he with she the whole way down, and it's a successful farm, and she has several children who are put to work. By 1911, after an initial phase of a lot of reinstatements, it begins to slow down. They realise maybe that some of the people who've got land weren't able to manage farms. And the big tenants still on the long list start to realise that their chance of getting land is shrinking. For example, Thomas Dowdall from County Down, he wrote an excoriating letter complaining about his treatment by nationalist politicians. In this letter here, he calls them dishonest cowards, hypocrites. The whole gives both barrels. But Thomas Dowdall was unmarried and he had no children. He didn't seem to have significant support in his local area, which also was important. So he was never likely to get land. But Thomas Dowdall, or James Dowdall actually here, and his brother Thomas, neither of them gave up. They continued to write letters into the 1920s to Joe Devlin, who was passing them on to the Department of Agriculture in Stormont. And I would imagine the same would be the case in the South. I don't have time probably to talk about political skullduggery in relation to land, but if someone wants to ask me a question about that, we can probably talk for another 25 minutes. But I do want to really talk about the barrier to reinstatement to people moving into new areas on untenanted land. And that would be all the people who inspired John B. Keane's fictional character, the Bum Cave, here portrayed by Richard Harris. The Bum Cave didn't want any outsiders owning land that he considered to be rightfully his. And the Estates Commissioners found themselves dealing with a lot of bum caves. Giving evidence to the Dudley Estates Commissioner Michael Finucane stated that there was undoubtedly a good deal of opposition to the introduction of strangers, sometimes offered by persons who, while professing themselves anxious to have congestion relieved and to have evicted tenants reinstated or provided with new farms on untenanted land purchased in their neighbourhood, tell us that evicted tenants should be reinstated on some property elsewhere, and that congestion should be also relieved in some other way other than the introduction of strangers among them. And in the Estates Commissioner's annual report to 31st of March 1908, they say that the holders of uneconomic holdings and the sons of tenants think that they have a better claim to land in their locality than evicted tenants from another locality, and they have little sympathy with evicted tenants from other properties, and still less with those of other counties. And to give examples, in Formal House in County Roscommon in March 1908, there was a protest against the division of 130 acres amongst 4 evicted tenants, 2 of whom were from the locality. They were okay, but the other 2 were strangers. So one speaker said that it might be considered uncharitable and unpatriotic for them to object to the wounded soldiers, but charity commenced at home. The evicted tenants were from Strokestown, 10 kilometres away. And the evicted tenants, and in Meath, County Meath, where I'm from, the Central Vigilance Committee, which kind of tried to break up untenanted land, advised its local branches to recommend to the Estates Commissioners not to bring in outsiders, as local evicted tenants were unprovided for. There was a lot of trouble in Northmead, particularly around Oldcastle, where the local chairperson expressed hope that if outsider evicted tenants were given land, quote, he hoped people would look upon them as welcome rivals and not with prejudiced eyes, and they were straying across from County Cavan. On the state of the Rathroddy estate near Loughrea in Galway, commissioners, they've begun to examine the estates to break it up for evicted tenants, but a hostile crowd prevented them, so they say the lands broke through. And a correspondent from the London Morning Post, who was visiting the area, quipped that everybody talks very big about restoring evicted tenants until it comes to planting them near themselves. Then their philanthropy evaporates. And in the terminology of the Estates Commissioners, an evicted tenant being moved to a new farm elsewhere is also a planter. So you get the situation where everybody's a planter. And in the case of some of the people who were brought down, particularly in the Mazarine estate, Lord Mazarine has to evict some of them. So everybody's a planter and everybody's an evicted tenant. Yeah. But in terms of these people who are objecting, you know, for local uneconomic holders who have been told, and non-inheriting stones, to be told they might get a chance to access land, that's why they're doing what they're doing. They have been told they have possibly their sole opportunity to access land. Farms can only be inherited by one son, and the options for the others are limited if they were to remain in Ireland, particularly in terms of marriage prospects, employment, social status. Immigration was no guarantee of success, and completing claims, you know, are going to cause conflict, especially in areas of great land hunger and little else in terms of employment. The outbreak of war in 1914 saw the reinstatement of evicted tenants come largely to a halt after about 1915. During the revolutionary years, 17 to 23, evicted tenants and their descendants will continue to agitate for their claims, leading the Free State government to include an evicted tenants provision in the 1923 Land Act. And even into the 1930s, politicians such as James Dillon, son of John, continued to call for special treatment for the wounded soldiers. However, their political importance was over. So I hope I've demonstrated the relationship between the wounded soldiers and nationalist political organisations. The wider society was much more nuanced than the eulogised myths. However, it must be borne in mind that it is remarkable that someone like Neil MacNeil, who 30 years after his eviction, 30 years out in the cold, could again become the owner of his own holding. Thanks very much.
Okay, two excellent papers. Questions?
You know, the dinner last night was Alan Evans, who used to be head of public health here, and last night dinner he described psychology as the odd study in the 80s. I thought it was quite good, and lots of people have absorbed this image of Lawler as this tragic figure dying in jail and all of that. Would you just imagine yourself a psychologist or psychiatrist, whichever one it is, and think of his personality, mental health, and so on?
Gosh, I'm not a biographer of Lawler, and those who, you know, there's a small number of biographers, and they have all wrestled with this question of Lawler's psychology. There are obviously father issues, you know, and his rebellion, very self-conscious rebellion against his father's, you know, values network. You know, to the extraordinary extent, as I'm sure you know, that Lawler writes to Robert Peel in 1843, offering to give information which would be useful to destroy the repeal movement, not because he's a unionist, but because he believes that the O'Connellites have so betrayed, you know, the kind of ideal vision of an independent Ireland that they need to be destroyed. So he's fundamentally anti-O'Connellite and rebelling against his O'Connellite father. In that, you know, his health issues are well recorded. You know, it's difficulty in holding down paid employment. But I mean, there's this kind of incredible mind at work at the same time. You know, feeding through these relatively small number of long form newspaper writings. You know, setting out this vision of an alternative society, an alternative structure.
That intellectual aspect that goes against the hot-headedness that you were elaborating.
Yeah, so there is this tension in him. He wants to be. He believes it is necessary to take the ideas out of the columns of the newspaper and out of his own mind and persuade others of their viability and of their effectiveness. That is what motivates him to. You know, because he's very different from Doheny. Doheny's an operator and has been for decades and decades. You know, Lawler is not, but he's driven, I think, to you know, to approach Trenwith and to you know, be the driving force behind the establishment of this potential mass meeting in Holy Cross.
How much do you think?
Not as far as I know. But I stand to be corrected on that.
And doesn't Pierce regard him as one of the four evangelists?
Yeah. So I think
Based on his writing?
I think importantly, I mean, Lawler's writings are anthologized regularly, really. I think from the 1860s, certainly by the 1870s onwards. So someone who kind of slips out of attention in the immediate aftermath of his death in 1849, then has this long afterlife due to the republication. And you know, obviously Connolly takes him up as a kind of as a proto-socialist, which you know he's certainly a proto-Georgite. You know, his ideas are very much in line with Henry George's. Whether he's a socialist or not is a more debatable view. But for Connolly, that he's a forerunner of his own ideas. So yeah, I mean, he has a huge influence, or his ideas have a huge influence long after his death.
Yeah, question for both of you, two really, really insightful papers. Both about the spatial distribution of either phenomenon. In one case, the tenant league, and the other case, the eviction claims. So I've noted on the maps of the tenant league meetings that you had, Peter, that specifically the counties that had seen really significant agrarian mobilisation in the 10 to 15 years before that. So Cavan, Leith and Roscommon, Westmeath, Clare and Limerick, all complete absence. The only one that had both significant agitation and tenant revenue was Tipperary, which is the thing. Why do you think that that discrepancy is? How effective it is?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think sorry.
Simplest question here. You made a mention that there was quite a significant discrepancy also in the number of applications by county. You mentioned that basically 3 top and 3 bottom ones. Just if you could elaborate on that in a little more detail and what factors that might be covered.
So I think you're absolutely right. There is this kind of strong correlation between what we might describe as the kind of more commercialized and specifically less famine-ravaged counties of Ireland and tenant league activity, especially in this 1847-48 period, changes a bit after 1850. The one outrider is there is a significant meeting in Skibbereen organised by the Cork Tenant Right Association in late 1847, but that's unusual. I think most of the activity is taking place in areas where the famine is very real. The threat of eviction is real, but there's still a significant tenant farmer body which is not at risk of death so much, and that's obviously true in the north and the northern counties by 1848. In Tipperary, it's interesting that much of this activity in 1847-48 is taking place in kind of central Tipperary, around Turles, Borrisoleigh, and not in the much more heavily affected eastern districts, Tipperary, the mining districts around Ballingarry. But that is an area where you see this revival taking place, spreading from Callan in late 49, especially 1850. So I think there are timing issues affected with the specifics of what's happening in particular areas. It's still work in progress, and there's still a lot more work to be done on the specific social dynamics by me of the tenant league outside Ulster, which I've tended to focus on most so far, but it's an important area.
Yeah, so in terms of, well, there must in Cork, well, you see the United Irish League, the president of the United Irish League, who went around helping people fill in the forms and fill them off. There was very, the United Irish League is got the strongest in Cork, Kerry, weakest in Antrim. But even in that, like a large number of claims from Fermanagh and Tyrone, kind of out of proportion with the rest of Ulster, really. So I need to really figure that out myself. But a lot of it comes down to the activity of the United Irish League in basically helping people fill in their forms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question for Aidan. I was just wondering, I am intrigued about the political skills of very maybe like a taste. But I was wondering if these so-called planters, if you know anything about how they kind of were, well, how they kind of existed during the War of Independence and Civil War. Was there kind of increased suspicion of them at all?
Look at Curran in Queen's County. So they all became land owners under the Ashburton Act, the 1885 Act. So they couldn't be removed the own land. So the evicted tenants were settled on tenanted land in the estate, but they came under significant pressure. I think Terry Dunn has written about this in the during the War of Independence, Civil War. But it wasn't from the evicted tenants; it was from other landless labourers around who targeted. Yeah.
I actually work in Skibbereen, and I was extremely interested in what you have on that. And I'm just wondering, there's also a very famous letter written by a man to Queen Victoria on the eve of the famine, or just in the middle of the famine, from Skibbereen as well, apparently it prompted her to start sending money to Ireland. Do you see any correlation? I often think that the correlation between teachers, I think small teachers, would they have actually inspired the people, because it was so out of kilter that somebody in Skibbereen would organise the protest and was one of the worst affected from the famine. And has anybody ever looked at, say, the school teacher network within those areas?
Well, this is something that Mark has addressed in his book to some extent. Maybe you'll talk about that later, Mark. The role of national school teachers, head school teachers, and in the peasant secret societies in particular. In terms of the tenant league movement, so far I'm not seeing the prominence of school teachers so much as the lower clergy, as particularly curates are very active as local organisers, and in the north, Presbyterian clergy in the countryside are also kind of key organisers. And so I'm not entirely sure about the specific dynamics of what's happening in Skibbereen with that meeting, but I suspect it's the local Catholic clergy are probably, because they certainly play a significant role in the Cork Tenant League movement in 1847, and although the founder, Trenwith, is a Protestant, the relationship with the Catholic clergy is extremely good.
And that continues into the later period.
Yeah.
With people like Alan Keller in
Yeah. And O'Keefe in Callan as well, kind of key player.
Could I ask you, firstly, you talked about a change when the Liberals come into power in 1906, that the Commission is more proactive. Was there genuinely a reluctance to implement the 1903 Act, which after all was a piece of legislation introduced by a Conservative government?
After Wyndham left office, along the chief section, he would have scrapped the act if he could.
I see. Okay, I see. That's just to me. That's interesting. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Okay, another question. Yeah, please.
I'm wondering, you mentioned that earlier these applications, what kind of evidence did the tenant have to prove, or was it like local backing, oral testimonies, or did they have to produce a kind of written paper trail?
Some of them did. Written paper. It often was testimonies, slug testimonies. So the inspector would talk to the parish priest or to whoever clergyman. He would talk to all the local notables, and he would make his opinion on that basis. Yeah.
Okay, if that's it, could I just use my position for a moment, Peter, and say that the people at the speakers, particularly on the first session, were referred to studies of the land war and subversive law, and there has been a very interesting essay published in the last year by the late Perry Curtis, L.P. Curtis Jr., and based on a paper that he gave at the Parnell Summer School, of which I was academic director back in 2015, in which he applies, got my tongue around this, a Foucauldian interpretation of the land war, and the Irish Legal History Society published that paper last year in a volume of its discourses entitled Conferences of Law and History, which I co-edited with Howlett in UCD. It's a very radical, innovative interpretation of the land war. I don't know whether it's nonsense or not. I am really, really anxious to find somebody who responds to it in a review or otherwise. Given that's publication by the Irish Legal History Society, it's perhaps not got a wide enough audience at this stage. So I thought I'd use this opportunity just to bring that essay particularly to your attention. And Edward Perry was a great scholar. He is well known for apes and angels and coercion and insinuation. And you know, he died about 5 or 6 years ago at a great age. And this is his last published work, obviously, posthumously, and done with the cooperation of the individual. So just thought I'd bring that to everybody's attention and invite you to your lunch break. On the understanding that you got your at 1 o'clock.
Back at 1, yes.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Dancing at lunacy. What has happened to this house? Mother of God, will we ever be able to raise our heads again? Dancing at Lunacy, some of you will have seen the play. It's synopsized for you very briefly there by me. And also included in that is the dramatis personae that Friel himself gave out. I first saw that play in 1993 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when I was a young graduate student. And I was immediately very taken with the play. I was away from home, I was young, and there on stage were people who would have been of an age with my grandparents in the 1930s. And I was utterly captivated by it, the dialect, the names, the place names, utterly absorbed. Here on stage were my people. I thought of my grandfather, my grandmother. I thought of my grandmother's siblings, who I was familiar with in the 70s, 80s, and in some instances into the 90s. That's the little place I come from, which is just 2 miles north of Ardra. And way over here then we have the big townland of Lecherelli, which is where Friel's forebears, the McCloons, really came from. But the play would be set in the town of Glenties. And there's very little between Bea, where we were from, and Lecherelli. In truth, these places all are very, very close together. If you go along the narrow little country road, 2 cars have to pass. There's no houses really between us and them. There's a bar between us and them. And it's a place where the people of the Tullys, as it's called, the people of Lecherelli would know each other. But I saw my people on stage and I had been deceived. I've been deceived in a sense because the people on stage, the women, have all been made younger than they were in actual life, the people on whom they were based. And that needed to be done to add an element of sexual frisson to the play. But I was deceived too by the fact that on stage, characters based upon Friel's forebears were a priest and a school teacher. And we didn't have a priest or a school teacher in our family. We've never had a priest. We didn't have a school teacher until the 1960s. So even if what was being represented on stage, these people were of a higher social rank than my own. And in fact, one of the people represented on stage, who was also a school teacher. So 2 of them were school teachers. So they were much higher social rank. And had I known more about the McCloons of Gurtnamuckla, which is the townland that Brian Friel's mother was born in, I would have known that Brian Friel's mother belonged to a family that not only had a priest, it had a mother superior. It had 2 teachers, and it had 3 fellows with big jobs in fancy schools in Dublin. One of them was a top job. If you remember that 1970s show, Are You Being Served? These are the people who worked upstairs. Okay. One of them was in Cleary's, an accountant or something in Cleary's. Another was a manager of some sort in Todd Burns on Mary Street, better known to you now, folks, as Penny's. Then another one was working in Pym Brothers over on South Great Georgia Street. Real big, important, respectable, middle-class jobs. And they were doing that in the first quarter of the 20th century. So I never really thought that much about Friel critically. As I did do some work, I might occasionally reference it. I was a great admirer of the plays. I liked the history plays. I know there are some dud plays out there as well, but I liked Friel. I liked translations, making history. I had a fondness for Friel. And I never really thought of writing anything about him other than making occasional references to it until lockdown.
And during lockdown, I was given a book to review about the Catholic Church, Irish Catholic Church abroad. And I thought to myself, well, what do I actually know about it? You know, the Catholic Church abroad. And I knew, well, there's that priest in Dancing at Lunacy. And I didn't particularly like the book. So leaving that to one side, I went down a rabbit hole of what could I find out about Barney McClune? The character on whom Jack, the person on whom Jack in Dancing at Lunacy is based. He turned out to have been a celebrity priest. And I thought I can have a bit of fun with this. That Fintan O'Toole, when the play was first produced, had described the play as magnificent, but this was an intrusion of northern politics into a southern play, an uncomfortable mixture of whimsicality and a metaphorical version of a field day pamphlet. So I wrote an essay on the priest and the priest's career, how he wrote letters back from a leper camp in Uganda and became a celebrity priest. And I was able to take a swipe at Fintan O'Toole. I wanted the Irish Times to call it Fintan O'Toole and the Missionary Position. That dog did not hunt. And having gone, there you just see some of them, get an awful lot of information on them because the Mill Hill Missionaries in Freshfield, Liverpool, the great archives. There you see him whimsically holding the hand of another priest when they're having their photograph taken. There he is photographed in the Derry Journal when he was home on holidays with Friel's mother and sister. His Friel's mother's sister, and there's his funeral. Great photograph, 1950. That is, don't suggest could be Brian Friel up there. Maybe, maybe not. That picture's on the front page of the Derry Journal. So having done that, I thought, well, Jesus, this is kind of fun. I wonder what I can find about other characters in the play. And I thought about the ladies who went to London. I was able to find a little bit out about them, but they had decent working class lives in London. I was able to follow them through street directories and the lot and see they had stable lives, and I was able to look at how their lives ended and so forth. Then I thought, this is even, I did an article on it for the Sunday Independent. It was great. And then I thought, what about Kate, the Meryl Streep character in the film? And Kate was able to find out that she'd taught in Carriga outside Ballybuffet. She'd moved back to Glenties in the early 1940s, where she involved herself in amateur dramatics. Here's a picture of a production of The Message of Fatima in Ballyshannon. And just before Christmas, 1950, whatever year it was. And then there's a review of Kate McClune's production in Glenties, okay? And the review of Kate McClune's production is quite negative. It says, you know, she screwed up in terms of not getting the performances correctly as it should be. And that was published in the Donegal Democrat a week before Christmas. And Kate stewed through Christmas 1950. She strewed through the month of January 1950. And then she wrote to the Donegal Democrat. Just a word from one who didn't even essay to introduce drama into the message of Fatima. Now, friend, since when did you qualify as a drama critic? And this is a magnificently bitchy response. But she drops into this that in my Abbey School of Acting days. And Friel always said that he had no background in theatre. So it's a nice little thing to have fun. It's a lovely bitchy letter. So I was writing little bits and bobs about them, and the idea came up that, you know, you could do a little book on this, explore a range of issues in social, culture, and history, using the real people, biographical studies of the real people in whom characters in Friel's Lunacy are based. And that's something I've been doing for a while. And this can allow us to address a range of issues. Like Friel has been controversial, particularly for the history plays. There's a range of opinions upon them. When he was writing translations, he said that one aspect keeps eluding me, the wholeness, the integrity of the Gaelic past. Maybe that's because I don't believe in it. But critics, historians have argued that Friel's drama is diminished by him being a prisoner of an inherited folk history, as it's been called. You know, a received from your granny nationalism, I think is what has been suggested. So we can discuss issues like that down the road. Okay, if you watch the play Dancing at Lunacy ever, it begins with Michael, the character based upon Friel, remembering the summer of 1936. And even though I was only a child of 7 at the time, I know I had a sense of unease, some awareness of a widening breach between what seemed to be and what was, of things changing too quickly before my eyes, of becoming what they ought not to be. In the summer of 1936, Brian Friel would have had, as a 7-year-old, would have had a great sense of change in his mother's home place in Glanties, in the house that he had been brought to as a child from he was born in 1929. And that's because his grandfather had died the previous October. And when his grandfather died, I should say that Brian Friel had written about his grandfather's death in 1960. He remembered his death in 1935. We were always a great family for omens. Mother had reared us to a sort of hierarchy of signs by which we had foreknowledge of all events that ever befell us. For example, we were prepared for the news of Uncle John's drowning in the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, he was not drowned at all. He held on to a barrel and was found 3 days later, alone and very drunk, on the coast of Florida. But the shipping company for which he worked wired that he was drowned. Mother knew all along that he was alive, despite the telegram, because our premonition was merely the falling of a picture, Derby Day, and a falling picture was not fatal. But the time a pair of frogs sat on the doorstep and refused to move, we knew grandfather was really finished. He died right enough. The following morning, frogs are infallible. When Brian Friel's grandfather died, he died in that house. Looks to you a very humble house. It's not a humble house. That was a house above the common run. But that's the house in which he died. He'd lived in that house in Gurtnamuckla, just on the outskirts of Glenties, since the 1870s. He died in 1935. And when he died, they took him out here to bury him. Took him to the Glen graveyard outside Glenties. And if you look into that there, you'll see two structures. They were called scahlan, or mass houses. A report on the state of popery would indicate that this one here was in existence by 1731. It was built in the 1720s. We know that there was a priest living there in the 1720s from the Registry of Deeds. Maguire, in his history of the Diocese of Defoe, opines that this one here was built in the 1830s. There was no need to build it in the 1830s because a chapel had been erected 2 miles away in Glenties in 1795. So this was probably erected in the mid-18th century. So there's two mass houses in which a priest would say mass, and the other was probably housing the congregation. And we also have proof that they were old chapels in the 1830s, because they're marked in the first ordnance survey map. There they are today. You look at them. This is where generations of people had worshipped their god in the 18th century. If you look closely, you'll see in there's a box tomb. And these box tombs means that this mass house has effectively become a crypt. And there you have Patrick McClune, a brother of Brian Friel's grandfather, Barney Feety. He's buried in there with some of his children and wife. He was a publican in Glenties. And here's a great aunt of Brian Friel, who was married to a publican called Neil Gallagher. He died before her. He was 74. She died the following year, age 50. They say that she was beloved. Perhaps she was, but she was certainly abused, because less than a year before she died, he was convicted of a very severe assault on her and got a very severe fine. If you look at that place, you'll see in there a plaque to the McClunes of the Laurels. The Laurels is the romantic name given to the house in Gurtnamuckla that we showed you by Brian Friel's aunt, the Meryl Streep character in the movie, when she inherited it in the 1940s. Her father, Barney Feety, had called it Railway View in the 1890s. Because the railway was coming to Glenties, it came through his land. He got a salary, but no work, from the railway as a porter or some other thing. Didn't have to do anything, but got a check. And the railway put a gravel walk up to his house because of this diversion of funds. And he laughed at the word and called the house Railway View. By the 1940s, the railway was being torn up. There was no railway left to view. So she called it the Laurels. If you look at the back of that structure, this, as you can tell, this space of communal worship that has been privatized. You can see that there's a plaque on the wall there. That plaque was originally in the wall of the cemetery, moved there in the 1930s. It was erected by Dean Quigley in the 1830s, thanking Henry Cunningham, Lord Mount Charles' forebear, and a host of other local notables for being so nice to the Catholics of West Donegal. And that was something that stood there from the 1830s through till the 1930s and was then moved into this structure. So you don't have a black and white view of history when we start looking at these things. When he died, Barney Feety McClune, in 1935, he was described as one of the oldest families in the parish of Inishkeel. We'll come back to that. It was said he was the son, Barney Feety, of Peter McClune of Letcherilly, who was a rate collector, was well known. You'll note that the bishop said his funeral mass, and that the bishop had 15 or 20 priests celebrating the funeral mass. These are a step above my people. These are a step above what you'd call the regular, inverted commas, peasants. They say he was a rate collector. He wasn't a rate collector. He was a cess collector. And what a cess is a tax to support the grand jury, to support roads, bridges, and public officials of the county administration. And he collected that cess from at least 1852 down to 1877. And when he died, the post was inherited by his son. He did it in the first instance, however, as an assistant to this guy. There's a lovely redolent name, Isaac. You can't get more Protestant. O'Donnell, you can't get more Gaelic. And he was an assistant to Isaac O'Donnell, as we believe was his father. Okay? And when Isaac O'Donnell died, his job as High Constable, that was inherited by his son, John, who immediately became insolvent. It was just after the famine. And the grand jury said, this is nuts, collecting for the entire barony of Boyle. Inishkeel, which is 30 miles long, it's about the length of County Louth. It will have its own cess collector, as will Leitchmark Ward, as will Temple Crow. So what does a cess collector do? I'll show you very quickly. This is my little portal into that time and place. That's Bay National School, 12 feet by 22 feet. Thatched roof, one room. There's Griffith's valuation from the 1850s. It had been erected in 1845. It was valued at 15 shillings. You look up there, typical house was valued at 5 shillings. So what were the houses like? This is one of those houses. The extension at the back is the last decade of the 20th century. The room at the end is the first decade of the 20th century. The house was originally between this chimney and that chimney. There were no windows. It was a one-room structure with a thatched roof. So it looked very like the school, except the school had windows, and the school having windows raised its valuation. And to that house, in 1877, you see Peaty McClune. Peaty McClune in the petty sessions prosecuting Nancy Sweeney for non-payment of cess. There's several months of knitting would have got her 14 shillings, a widow. And by July 1877, Peaty's died and Bernard has taken over the job. And he will remain cess collector for the parish of Inishkeel until 1893, when the grand jury refuses to reappoint him because he hasn't handed over £1,500. Okay? So let's roll back a bit. Here we have Brian Field. Here we have his mother, Chris. Here we have his grandfather, Barney Feety. Here we have his father, Peaty. Now, getting back beyond Peaty, establishing who Peaty's father is difficult. But I think it's a fellow called Patrick McClune, who with Peaty McClune was also a cess collector and assistant to John O'Donnell in 1852. A little bit more about them. There's Barney Feety and his wife, Soraya, sometimes Sally, sometimes Sarah, Canon. And Barney Feety was always very correct about his age. This is a man who collects money. He's good with numbers. Sally's not so good on the thing, but she was a wee bit older. She's a wee bit older. And when they got married, Catholic Register notes 4th degree consanguinity. They were full cousins. Okay, they were full cousins. So where are we now? There's Letcherilly, where Barney Feety was from. There's the Gibara estuary, and there's Dewey. Okay, across the parish of Leitchmark Ward. Seems far away, big estuary. But at low tide, you can walk across, and people have boats as well, so it's not that far away. And this is Brian Field's great uncle, the brother of his grandmother, and their father had died young, and when the father died, the mother moved back to Letcherilly and ultimately into Glenties, established herself in business, and Brian Field's great uncle became the big shot in Glenties. The first man to own a car by 1920. This is a purpose-built hotel in Portneuf. subsequently demolished for holiday homes. Nice Union Jack on the roof. The roof had a garden, roof garden up on top. Big businessman. What about the Cannons? This is Cormac the hotelier. He's a son of Dimrick Cormac Ogue. So Dimrick's father was Cormac Ogue. Cormac Ogue is Cormac Ogue because his father was Cormac Yan. Shan would have been born in the early 1700s. And we can flesh that in again. Here's something interesting. In 1778, an act for the relief of His Majesty's subjects of the Popish religion, diesel dealers probably today, this act was passed in 1779. It allows them greater security in business dealings. Lots of other things Sean will know more than I do, I'm sure, but it allows them greater confidence to be in business and before the law. When that act was passed, at the next assizes in Lifford, 2 people came from the parish of Letchermacaward. Both were canons. 1 person came from the very large parish of Inishkeel, Hugh McClune, merchant of Letcherilly. And if you want to put that in some sort of context, there were 649 households in Letcherilly. Basically, 500 of them would have been Catholic. And he was the only Catholic who took the benefit of this act. That's his grave, we believe. He would have been 30 when he took the benefit of that act. So who were the Canons and McClunes? Who were these strange people? They're strange because there's no Canons in Letchermacaward and no McClunes in Letcherilly in the 1660s in the Heart Money Roll. Of 96 hearts in the entire parish of Inishkeel, as big as County Louth, there's only 1 possibly held by McClune. Possibly, not certainly. And that's in the quarterland of Ballinamore, way up in the hills. To answer that question, you need to know something about this guy. This is a Catholic leaseholder or guy with land in West Donegal in the first half of the 18th century. Lots of stories, lots of songs about him. He had Dewey and he had Ballinamore. He had houses in both places. He was involved in cattle. It is said that he sold Dewey to Sean Cormac, the father of the 2 men who went with Hugh McClune to Letcherilly in 1779. And he was the brother of a priest. So a priest called Brian O'Cannon came from North Donegal down into the wilds of West Donegal, and he saw a chance of getting the brother set up on this nice coastal grazing and did so. What about Letcherilly? Heart Money Rolls, 1660s, 96 householders in the entire parish of Inishkeel. The entire parish of Inishkeel. The only possible McClune is McLean, as it's spelt in the transcripts. And that could conceivably have been McGlynn. You know, so it's not, you can't say definitively there was no hearth holder in the parish called McClune. There may have been one. The first evidence you get of McClunes there is a bunch of documents in the Registry of Deeds in 1750, which are confirmations of 5 earlier leases. And what you can tell from this, and we'll do this as quickly now as we can for you, is that these people were literate and that these people were oriented towards the law. They were taking leases. And I can come back and go through this in some further detail, but the guy that took it on behalf of himself and others, this guy is essentially making himself a middleman. Okay? We know a little bit, there's the type of documents you have to look at. If David Dixon didn't explain these things to me, I'd have given up. We have a 1775 rent charge. We have 1782 lease for 21 years by Hugh McClune, that merchant. And we can find out stuff about the land. But this fella goes from being a middleman to effectively being a bailiff over a larger area. So whence did the McClunes come? Oral history recorded in the mid-20th century. The first house that was built in the Close, the house we're in now, there was a man and the McClunes lived in it. They were soldiers that came from Spain. And when you think of it, the canon priest, sure, he'd have been in Spain as well, most probably. And like his brothers have been. Here's a little story about the McClunes of Letcherilly, the giant Okay, here's a little story about the McLuhans of Letcherelli. It's about a fellow called Big Conal McLuhan, who's a leading man of faction fighters, the conqueror of the district from Maharamore to the Rosses. And describes how there was a big faction fight in Glenties, and he was drunk. And somebody came to him and says, "Your men are being beaten." He said, "Give me my stick. Point me in the direction of the battle." And he goes out and he batters all in front of it. But he then gets condemned by the priest. And the priest says, "Grass will grow in the ruins of the house of Conal McLuhan," and so it happens. Okay? And that, what I've told you so far, those of you who know your Friel might remember Aristocrats, where he talks about a family without passion, without loyalty, without commitments, administering the law for anyone who happened to be a power, above all wars and famines and civil strife and political upheaval, ignored by its Protestant counterparts, and on and on and on. This is what the McLuhans and the Canons were. Their reason for taking the terms of the Act for the Relief of Popery, just to become more respectable, you might say, but certainly by the early 19th century, the canons were sub-collectors of cess. They were employed directly by the grand jury to assist the baronial constable. Okay, and we can't show but believe the McLuhans were in the same boat. They were certainly in it by 1852, but in all probability they were assisting Isaac O'Donnell before that. And they're collecting rent. So collection of rent first in the mid-18th century, and latterly of cess, is the business of the Canons and McLuhans, two families that are interrelated. What about Ballinamore? They say that Gerald Joe O'Doherty gave Ballinamore as a dowry to his daughter when she married Con Spoinia O'Donnell. Con Spoinia O'Donnell, Spanish Con O'Donnell, had come back from Spain. He had married Gerald Joe's daughter. The marriage didn't go well. He sent her back to the Alpha on a slide car. They had 3 children by that stage. And he took up with the Timoney woman. And the Timoneys claimed to have the same bloodline as the O'Donnell. Okay, so that's a slight aside. But this is a guy who had been in Spain. So the McLuhans are literate high-status Catholics. The Canons are literate high-status Catholics. And these are the highest possible high-status Catholics in Donegal because they're O'Donnells. And these people get into the exact same business as the Canons and McLuhans. Here you have just the story of the family. Well, if I showed you the family tree, you'd keel over. But Con Spoinia, he had a son, Irua. He had a son, Rory Rua. Okay, there's the obituary for Hugh Ray for Irua, 1772. So these are the main line of the O'Donnells. Cadet branch to this guy is a brother of Hugh the whatever he was, the Earl O'Donnell of Larkfield. And there's Rory Rua, 1797. He gets himself appointed a sub-constable for the barony of Boylan. He goes surety in 1831 for Isaac O'Donnell. Was Isaac O'Donnell a Protestant? Was he an illegitimate child of an O'Donnell? Rory Rua's children in the early 19th century. A son, a cadet in Spain. This is much later than most of these high-status Catholics. A daughter, a nun there. 6 children married. 4 of them married O'Donnells. 1 married a Timoney. The Timoneys are substitute O'Donnells. And the 6th, a daughter, married a McLuhan. Okay? We told you that little story about that incident where the priest faces down. He faces down the giant of Letcherelli, Conal McLuhan. That story is of a type that allows it to be dated to the late 18th, early 19th century, when the church started to tire of the pretensions of the remnants of the Gaelic aristocracy. You'll notice on that handout I gave you that there was a mass house in the northeast of the parish. That mass house was located there to convenience the O'Donnells, in whose house the Bishop of Raphoe would hold meetings of his clergy. As you go into the 19th century, that will move towards the town of Fintown. There's a story told of Rory Rua arriving in his carriages with his family at that mass house. And the priest with his back to the congregation was saying mass. And he loses the bap. He does what Fintan Lawler did. He grabs somebody by the throat or whatever. But he says, "I am Rory, son of Irua, son of Con, of the 5th generation removed from eminent princes. how could you start mass without me here? And the priest who was saying mass turned to face him. And the priest was the bishop of the diocese of Rafal. And his answer was, O'Donnell's understand this. I am Patrick, son of Connell, son of Thomas McGetting, the second and third generations removed from Fannet Fisher. Okay, thank you all very much.
Are we done? Terry is currently the independent researcher, but has previously been a historian in residence in County Laois, and he has published a great body of work on agrarian protest, threatening notices, and the like. And today, you are going to speak about County Clare. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yes. Not that much else. Here.
Hi folks, thanks for coming, and thanks to the organisers for organising this. So yeah, my title was the Special Infantry Corps and Agrarian Agitation in County Clare in 1923. I'm actually not going to be speaking that much about the Special Infantry Corps because I'm more interested in the people the Special Infantry Corps were repressing than the Special Infantry Corps themselves, but one has to understand the Special Infantry Corps as well. And so they existed from January 1923 to December 1923, and they were a unit of the National Army or Free State Army. Were basically a sort of continental style gendarmerie. They were mostly addressing popular protest, sometimes banditry, sometimes putsching making and the like of that. So this wasn't about the Civil War or the Civil War in the, at least in the conventional story. And there was initially there was the first 3 units, and they were based in Galway, Mullingar and Ennis. Yeah, so very much the pattern of the ranch war of the preceding decades, the West and the North Midlands. Yeah. That's some quite rare photos of them in County Clare, taken by the then landlord of Calhoun Westrop, from the Clare Libraries collection. And I should say, I was doing this research a couple of years ago, supported by the Royal Irish Academy, and also supported by Clare Libraries under the Decade of Centenaries programme. Yeah, I was their historian in residence. So shout out to them. The Special Infantry Corps' role in Clare was basically arresting and interning people who'd been involved in so-called illegal grazing, yeah, who were taken over lands during the course of the revolution. And they were also involved in seizing stock that was placed on these lands that were taken over during the course of the revolution. And what they'd actually do with the stock is take them to the nearest train station, take them to the port in Dublin, export them to England and sell them. They would also be involved in patrolling disputed lands. That's down at the bottom there. That's the county club in Ennis, which is where they were based. Now, so what was going on in the specific locality that I'm interested in is these protests, cattle drives, disputed land, and particularly focusing on untenanted land, like what Aidan was talking about earlier, or out farms being where you had one farm that you were a resident on and then you had a second farm somewhere else, or also domain land still in the hand of landlords. Yeah, but I want to very much emphasize that this is just what was going on in this specific part of the country at this time. There wasn't one agrarian mobilization. So as well as these cattle drives and protests around land redistribution, you had the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, that the majority of whose members were farm workers at this time. In fact, farm workers were by far the largest occupational group in this union. And then you had protests continuing on by unpurchased tenants and mobilisation by unpurchased tenants. There was a lot of farmers who were still tenants in this period, particularly in the North Midlands. And then as well as that, you had the Irish Farmers Union, which was the largest, which was the main representative body of farmers at this time. And I just a little ballad associated with them there, which very much emphasises the point that there wasn't one agrarian mobilisation. The lines of the ballad there are, "Oh, rally round the banner, boys, against the Labour crew, and show this Irish land today that Waterford can do." What Waterford can do, and it goes on to talk about how the red flag will be trampled on by the true men of the land, yeah, which emphasises that there wasn't one agrarian mobilisation when you had the Irish Farmers Union being a mobilisation against the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, and vice versa. As a matter of fact, by the time you get to the summer of 1923, the main deployment of the Special Infantry Corps was in County Waterford and dealing with the farm labour strike there, and Dundalk. I'm not sure why they were in Dundalk. I suspect this is something to do with the border and perhaps smuggling or something like that. Now, as I say, I'm mostly interested in the people arrested by the Special Infantry Corps rather than the Special Infantry Corps themselves. Yeah, and the sources I've been using, the files of the Special Infantry Corps are in the military archives in Rathmines, so I can see who they were arrested and what lands they were patrolling and so forth and that. And then you also have, because people were able to apply to either the British government or the Irish government for compensation for damages that had occurred to their property during the course of the revolution under a couple of different schemes. So you can find the perspective of perhaps some of the victims of cattle drivers in files in the National Archives in Dublin and London, and also the Bureau of Military History, Military Service Pensions collections, and local newspapers. Kind of major problem there, of course, is that you're seeing the perspective of the authorities, and you're seeing the perspective of some of the people who might have been victims of cattle drives or had their land taken over during the course of the revolution. It's often very difficult to find the words or the perspectives of the people who were doing the cattle drives or doing the so-called illegal grazing. So anyways, this gives me a couple of locations in County Clare where I have groups of people who were arrested and interned by the Special Infantry Corps, and arrestees in Mount Shannon, Kilmoon and Seafield, also people who had their animals impounded down there in Kilmore and in Waterford, and houses raided in both Dyke. So I'm going to look at two of those instances today, the one in Seafield and the one in Kilmoon. And as I say, I'm mostly interested in who these people were. Now, this is Seafield. Seafield is actually the peninsula up here. Yeah. There's one thing I want you to particularly notice in that photo, and it's the very regular field pattern here, which is in the adjacent townland. Yeah, and that, as many of you doubtless know, is often a sign that the land has been redistributed by a state agency. Not always a sign of that, but it is the case in this instance. And the interesting thing about that, which I will be referring back to in my conclusion, is this land was redistributed by the Congested Districts Board before the First World War, so before 1923. Yeah. Sorry, folks, I keep thinking that this computer controls that screen, not that computer. But anyways, Seafield, yeah, almost go back to the first edition of the Ordnance Survey, 1830s, 1840s. It's almost a kind of domain landscape. You can see like Seafield House here and the little walled garden. That's kind of all gone by our period. There's just the wall remains there of the walled garden. Yeah. that's all that survives here now. And we have a nice of what was almost the main landscape. And we have a nice description, but a lot of that had gone by the 1920s already. Yeah, we have a nice description of what was going on from the Bureau of Military History. Witness statements from Joseph Daly, who was captain of the Kilmurray Company West Clare Brigade IRA. Yeah, and what he says is, I've already referred to the fact that the people in the village in Quilty is the village right beside Seafield, were not in sympathy with the Sinn Féin movement. In those days, it was a thickly populated district mainly comprised of small farmers and landless men, such as fishermen, and those of the labouring class who depended mainly on kelp burning for a livelihood. And that's where you use seaweed to make iodine. Situated in the locality, however, was a good-sized, non-resident grazing farm owned by Mr. W.S. Brood, who lived in Kilrush. It was actually his widowed wife who was mostly here by the 1920s. There was a widespread outburst of cattle drives and seizures of grazing land throughout Clare towards the end of 1917 and in 1918. GHQ in Dublin looked on these activities with disfavour and issued orders forbidding volunteers from participating in any form of land trouble. These orders were loyally observed by the men in Kilmurray Company, right? That's actually not true. General Headquarters had ordered volunteers to be involved in cattle drives and land agitation, and then stepped back from it. So the first volunteer to actually die in the Tan War in Clare was a man called Joseph Ryan, if I remember his name rightly, or John Ryan, who was killed by the RSC during the course of a cattle drive. But then they stepped back from it, right? And Joseph Daly here talks about how they successfully policed, or he presents it as they have successfully policed this situation where the Bruce grazing farm, non-resident grazing farm, was being taken over by the locals, and he ascribes it all to the agency of a local publican. This actually isn't altogether what goes on, or at least there's a different version of reality. Yeah, so Daly has it all kind of calmed down in 1918, but actually a lot continues on. There's a cattle drive in 1918. There's a seizure of the Foreshore in 1920. There's a caretaker and his wife attacked, house ransacked, rabbit traps stolen in January 1922, and caretaker flees in April 1922. Then there's the seizure of the lands in July 1922. Burning of the Coast Guard station, which may actually not be connected to all this. Burning of the cottage in the 4th of July 1923. And what I showed you at the start, where I was saying there was the sort of domain landscape and Seafield House and so on and so forth, with the one surviving wall, the walled garden. I think that's the cottage that it had been demoted to the sort of caretaker's house by the 1920s. Yeah. And as far as we can see, who was involved in this, from who was arrested by the Special Infantry Corps. First of all, they were not irregulars. They were irregulars, so-called. They weren't members of the irregular, anti-treaty IRA. They were just local residents, ex-tenants, and oh yeah, that's an important point. Ex-tenants of the Brews, yeah. So it kind of fits Joseph Daly's description of small farmers, landless men such as fishermen and those of the labouring class who depended mainly on kelp burning for a livelihood. The other interesting thing about this area, you'll see the mention of rabbit traps. So there was collecting the seaweed for kelp burning. There was the grazing farm, but there was also a rabbit warren. Yeah. So a lot of the people who were involved or seemed to be involved in seizing the lands were the people who had been involved in these economic activities. Now, so this is, we'll move up to Kilmoon. This is a piece from the Special Infantry Corps files, where you can see a nice list of all the guys that they were sending out to arrest. Yeah. I particularly like the way that this guy up here is President, Secretary, and Treasurer of the Kilmainham Club, which is a fast way of having a committee meeting, I've got to say. Now, so as I say, what I'm interested in is who were these guys? Yeah. And one thing you'll see there is there's quite a number of herds. Now, a herd was someone who, if you rented a big tract of untenanted land, rented out for the season under the 11-month system, you got yourself a herd to mind your stock on that land, and the herd had the right to put some of his stock in as well, right? So you could think of them as an employee, but it was quite a good position as well. And you have herds actually. When you go back to the 19th century, they often in the west of Ireland, when there was agrarian agitation, it was often herds who ended up being the victims. Yeah, here we see herds as being the agents of agrarian agitation, and not surprising to see them there. The other guys that you see there are you see Edward Lafferty there. As Edward Lafferty as the President, Secretary, and Treasurer, and he also doubled up as First Lieutenant of the local IRA company. And took me a while to cotton onto that, because Tuatara is not a very big place anymore. So I was looking for to cross-reference these guys with the in the pension rolls to see if any of them were IRA volunteers. I was looking at every other company and I wasn't finding Tuatara, because, you know, I was looking at Doolin, I was looking at Listonvarna, the other adjacent villages, and also because I looked at every Bureau of Military History witness statement for County Clare as we get, and with specific intention of finding agrarian matters, right? And every single Bureau of Military History witness statement I read as regards County Clare deals with agrarian matters in two ways. It talks about policing them, as with what we just had in Seafield, or it talks about back in my grandfather's day, and he was a moonlighter. Yeah. So it's very easy to get the impression from that IRA volunteers weren't involved in this activity, or if they were involved in this activity, they were involved in it in their capacity as the Sinn Féin police and trying to stop it. But then you see that these guys actually were, yeah. So there's a sprinkling of the local local IRA company there, and particularly Lafferty here. I will get back to Lafferty's in a minute. Now, who else was there is maybe a little bit more unexpected, yeah. There's an O'Brien. There's an O'Brien, a Burke, and a Considine there, yeah, that actually fit into the grazier or rancher category, yeah, that are much more the people that you would expect the Kilmainham Cooperative Land Society to be taken over the lands that they were holding, because these were guys that rented out big tracts on the 11th-month system. Well, now I should say, I know that as regards the O'Briens and Burkes. I don't know that as regards to Considine, but the fact that he's a farmer, Israel's farmer and merchant, makes me suspect that he is, because as we all know, and if you go back into the 19th century, it's the classic shopkeeper and grazier. Yeah. O'Brien's is definitely the case, and O'Brien's were married in with the Burkes. If I go back there, well, we'll go back there in a minute. And I'm skipping ahead there with that. Would you believe that not only were the O'Briens and graziers and ranchers 11 months men, but there were also there was two brothers in it. well, there was a bigger family than that, but two brothers that particularly come into this story. There were also ex-British Army officers. Yeah, so this might also be a cause for surprise. One of them, this to my knowledge is actually a kind of unrelated tragedy, but it happened at the same time. Well, I can't say it's unrelated because the Special Infantry Corps were sent into this area in a repressive role, and they shot dead Albert O'Brien, who was the brother of where is he here now? The Fred O'Brien, listed here. Yeah, so they were out looking for Fred and shot dead Albert, who just seemed to be kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. So this leads me to kind of, what are these guys doing here? What's the connection? Yeah. How do they fit in here? And back to the Bureau of Military History witness statements, though I have to say that I found out this more through local oral history. But this is an account of the capture of Rouen Barracks, which was a significant event for the IRA in this period, yeah. And in October 1920, they captured it by subterfuge, yeah. And this is the Bureau of Military History witness statement of Andrew O'Donoghue, and he says the barracks had been captured with all its equipment, and the garrison were prisoners. In a short while, we were called into the village where two of the Constable Wilmot and Carroll, were handed over to us with orders to detain them in my battalion area until further instructions were received. Taking the two prisoners, we made our journey homewards without incident, having got a much needed feed on their way at O'Brien's Carlock. Yeah. So I'd say this is part of the reason how we see it. These are the O'Briens of Carlock are one of there's two houses in it of the O'Briens that we later see as the Graziers, who are part of the Kilmoon Land Cooperative Society. Yeah. But I think there's another, so that's one aspect of it. There was this political connection. And there's another aspect of it, which is up in North there, right? The vast tracts of grazing land, okay? And it's a peculiar place, as many people would know. They put the cattle up into the hills during the winter there, winterage they call it. But you can take that over, yeah, with your little committee, right? In the conditions prevailing in the early 1920s, but you also have to stock it, yeah, because otherwise you just have grass growing, which isn't of much use to anyone. So I would suggest that they needed these couple of graziers involved to have the assets, who had the assets that they could actually put animals out on the land, yeah, because the rest of them were small farmers or tradesmen or labourers that didn't have these resources, yeah. And then, as I was saying earlier, the key guy in the Kilmoon Cooperative Land Society was a Lafferty, and I went looking for adjacent Laffertys. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but there's not a lot of Lafferty families in the area. This is research I have to resume, having kind of put it down in 2024. But the adjacent Doolan Company is also led by a Lafferty, a James Lafferty. Now, he also would have been the guys in Tuvahara were kind of like, you know, the IRA had tens of thousands of members in this period, right? The guys in Tuvahara were more the kind of guys who were doing drilling, blocking roads, the like of that. James Lafferty here was more in that minority who were more in the cutting edge, and he was involved in the attack on Rouen Barracks in a supporting role, and in his list is involved in various ambushes and whatnot. And this is his the obituary from the Clare Champion of the 1st of August 1964, and it talks about the members of the 5th Battalion forming a guard of honour, the removal of his remains, and the tricolour over his coffin, and the firing party. Andrew O'Donoghue is in charge of the firing party. We've already heard mentioned. And then I have his military service pensions application there, and for to get your pension in the 1930s for having served in the 1920s, they went through a series of dates, and had he been involved then, had he been involved here, and so on and so forth. And when they get to the Civil War period, in this statement being made by Joseph Barrett, who was a captain in the Mid-Clare Brigade, they ask him about James Lafferty's Civil War service, and it says, "Has he any Civil War service? No, he was a real good man, but they started a bit of a Soviet down there. He was mixed up in this land question, and we had to sack him. We had to outlaw him practically." All right. So that's one version of reality in James Lafferty's military service pensions application. It goes on to say they took over about 1,000 acres. Yeah. Now, but there's another version of reality in the military service pensions collection as well, right? And that's where another IRA officer explains that no. This land seizure, right? This was only happening in connection with the pogrom against Catholics in the north of Ireland, right? And we were under orders at this time, and we were under orders from GHQ just before the start of the Civil War to seize the property of one unionist in each brigade area, and use that the funds from that to support the beleaguered Catholics in the north of Ireland. Right? And yeah, he talks specifically Doolin, specifically the part of the McNamara estate in Doolin was seized for this reason. Yeah. And it also talks about, which is interesting, that Lafferty James got no remuneration whatsoever in respect of these duties, the duties to take over this land owned by a prominent unionist. This order did exist, yeah, but this order to seize a unionist property, a unionist owned property in each brigade area, in response to what was then going on in this city. But the timeline is in fact completely wrong as an explanation for what James Lafferty was doing, because what had happened in Doolin actually goes back to 1920, two years previous, you know. And I think another thing of interest with the situation in North Clare in this period is just how sensational the media coverage is, right? So this is the Freeman's Journal of May 1923, because I'm sure it's the Freeman's Journal of the Irish Independent, but they actually have a whole series of articles, and ostensibly sent a correspondent up there, right? So Tuvahara Soviet, reign of lawlessness in the corner of County Clare, herds oust tenant proprietors, Bolsheviks work other people's farms as grazing ranches, right? So you really have this kind of hyped up conservative take on what's going on there, yeah. And it's very here's another one, yeah. Thousands of acres held by Clare Soviet, 3 years rule, and then when the guys are lifted by the Special Infantry Corps, members of Clare Soviet in turn, reign ended, work of military and civic guard. Yeah, the Soviet government still prevails, and the communists have complete control over the lands wrongly held by them, estimated at 5,000 acres. Yeah, I think that we have to be very, very careful with these kind of conservative accounts of what's going on in any situation, because there's a conservative bias to overemphasize how radical something is or how violent something is in order to justify going in, picking these fellas up, actually killing one man and interning them. And when I say interning them, they were interned in the same prison camps as the anti-treaty IRA volunteers would be interned in. Yeah. So, and into the following year. Yeah. How am I doing for time here?
A bit over.
Okay, I'll close up so, right? Now, I just want to make, these aren't really conclusions, okay? They're more tentative conclusions, because as I say, like, I don't, this isn't my PhD, and I don't do this in full-time academic employment, so I do this after my day-to-day job and helping my partner on her farm, so it's kind of like I'm going back to this after doing it in 2024, but I do need to finish up both the talk and the piece of research. These are my kind of tentative conclusions, or impressions and patterns is what I'm calling them. Right. So first of all, we can see conflict as a spur to land redistribution, right? So this period, we're leading up to the 1923 Land Act, which is, would it be fair to say, the major act for redistribution of land in the Irish Free State. But I also want to talk about redistribution, or briefly throughout the idea there, redistribution as a spur to conflict, right? So if we go back to Seafield, the people who were after the Bruce non-resident grazing farm and their foreshore where they had the seaweed and rabbits, they had just seen the adjacent townland redistributed under the Congested Districts Board, right? So that was an example for them, okay? I want to say there was you can see in the early 1920s a conservative backlash, okay? Like, look at the articles there from the Irish, well, the fact the Special Infantry Corps, a police force essentially of the newly semi-independent Irish state, were going out and interning these guys as a conservative backlash. But also see how the Irish Independent and the Freeman's Journal are presenting this as Bolshevism has arrived in Carfin, and I'm not at all dismissive whatsoever of the extent of a trade union movement heavily influenced by socialism in the early 1920s. I spent a lot of time writing about it, but I don't think what was happening in North Clare was Bolshevism. So just for clarity there. But you have this conservative backlash in the early 1920s. The Doolin cattle drive of, was it 1908 or 1909, was a celebrated event, famed in song and story, and of course part of a movement associated with the Irish Parliamentary Party. I mean, what was the difference necessarily between what was going on in 1908 and early 1920s? Yeah, what was in the early 1920s was a radicalization, but it was building on it. What there's a pattern there as regards Mount Shannon and Seafield of, it's the tenants or the former tenants of the estate are now claiming the untenanted land on the estate. Loss of control of lands is another point I want to make. There was these lands had been seized during the course of the revolution. There's a lot of attention on there's the cattle drives in 1918 and 1920, but it goes on for a long time, even in some cases into the mid 1920s, that the owners have lost control of the lands and other people's animals and moved on. And there's a kind of I have it there as a sort of problem of loyalism. In some of the sources you see, people have an interest in first of all, if you're applying for compensation from the British government is, because stuff like this has happened to you, the British government is giving you compensation on the basis that you were targeted because you were a loyalist, right? Not because you had a large non-resident grazing farm. So, like when Dora Adelaide Bruce, who owns the land in Seafield, is applying for compensation, she says, oh, this happened to me because I was raising money for the British prisoners of war to do with the First World War, and I wanted to fund reading rooms in Kilrush for British soldiers and all this. But she has an interest in presenting herself in this way, right? And you also see that in the 1930s, the ex-IRA volunteers also want to present things in this way. Oh, we were just targeted loyalists, right? That said, in the context of County Clare in the 1920s, loyalist, by the way, is not another way of saying a member of Church of Ireland, it's Catholic loyalist as well. That said, you got to look at a situation there with the O'Briens, who, if you just look at things in class terms, would seem like perfect targets for agrarian agitation, were actually the people involved in agrarian agitation. And finally, I want to wrap up, because I know I've gone over time, by saying my other tentative conclusion is this not necessarily falls into an anti-treaty / pro-treaty framework, yeah? And some of the people who ended up being victims of the Special Infantry Corps were pro-treaty people, yeah? And in at least 2 instances, they were actually guards. One serving member of the guards and one retired member. A retired member had to retire to come home and take care of the farm, was interned, and a serving guard had his animals impounded by the Special Infantry Corps. I like his letters of complaint. There's a good numbers of letters of complaint about this. I like his ones because they're written in Garda headed notepaper. Targeted offence. That's up there now.
They call themselves a cooperative land society. They engage with the National Land Bank, you know.
The National Land Bank comes into this, but not with these guys, as far as I know. Yeah. The Doolin estate in the McNamara estate in Doolin, and I think it was that the National Land Bank were going to fund the purchase of it, but then it seemed to have fallen through. But I just know that from the Irish Grants Committee application, so I'm not 100% sure what went on. But the Kilmoon guys, as far as I know, no. So it wasn't one of those situations where there was a committee back from an earlier period. Yeah. Sorry, I should say to everyone, there was a National Land Bank which was set up under the auspices of Dáil Éireann, would be fair to say, and it was funding committees to purchase lands where the land was disputed, and kind of like a sort of a Sinn Féin version of the Land Commission, or a Sinn Féin version of the Estates Commission. But then what happened in some instances were those people ended up being targeted by the Special Infantry Corps. It ended up being an issue again in 23, but not with the criminal fellows, as far as I know.
In the back. Yeah.
Where we're calling book, the name of his lease, so non-tenant. And I just thought, I wonder what you know about the procedure for sure in the 1920s, and kind of what's the tenant for, was it for manure, or what was the?
This was in the 19th century. What you're talking about? Yeah.
So
okay, yeah.
Precedent of
I actually didn't know about this until I gave a talk in Kilrush Library in 2024 on this topic. And yeah, other people were saying, oh, there's this 1870s case that you should look at as well. I didn't know about it. You wanted to know what they were doing with the seaweed?
Yeah.
As far as I know, it's kelp burning, which as far as I know is for making iodine.
Yeah.
And there was actually a big until the 1950s there was attempts to develop an industry or redevelop an industry along the coast about that. Okay.
It was that was not They're very little commercial value within them. And in Duck, you've described the small units of land for those, for fertilizing your potato plot, that big, really, I just wondering.
Okay, I was under the impression that it was used for medical purposes, yeah, but it is definitely used as fertilizer. And historically in Clare, like it was used as fertilizer as far as Killaloo, which is basically as far as east in Clare as you can go. And there were in the 1840s, I know like riots over rights to who got the rights to collect the fertilizer from the foreshore. But anything that I know is what they were doing in the early 1920s, in the early 20th century was for iodine. I don't really know that, like, it's just what a guy in the Bureau of Military History witness statement is saying.
But it had been a big thing during World War One.
Yes.
We used iodine for medical purposes.
Yeah.
Up front. And there was a lot of even semi-volunteer activity.
Yeah.
People were going out on Sunday afternoon and gathering and burning it to create small quantities of iodine.
Okay.
I don't know whether it happened in Clare, but it certainly did in other parts.
Yeah, yeah.
And also certainly still played some limited role as fertilizer.
Oh,
It was no longer commercially viable, but people still definitely wanted
Oh.
their own use as fertilizer.
To this day, yeah.
Two questions online from Daniel Brett, which says, why do you think the hoods were involved in this case rather than being victims, as elsewhere? And why does the Dublin leadership move away from land sieges? What is driving that and why?
Okay. I'll take the Dublin leadership one first. Right. Oh, that's a big question. Right, the Dublin leadership. Okay, this is January, February 1918, and back into the later part of 1917. Right. What I believe, and maybe this is just my interpretation, the Sinn Féin party was basically doing the same thing as what the Irish Parliamentary Party would be doing, yeah, or the United Irish League or the All for Ireland League. You have this agrarian focus, which is how, if you're a new dissident, Nationalist Party is how you win support, and this was, the playbook. And then, what happened is, the conscription crisis, right, gave them a much better issue to mobilise around, because the British government was threatening to introduce conscription into Ireland, is one factor. And the other factor is, from a nationalist point of view, when it was the people of Ireland versus the landlords who somehow were not people or of Ireland, you can unite everyone behind this simple target, yeah. When it starts getting more complicated, when it's untenanted land held by other people that are part of the people of Ireland, and then as you go down the west coast, particularly in Kerry, you start having North Kerry, you start having situations where farm labourers are demanding land off Catholic nationalist farmers, and it's better to step back from that, because it's going to replace what they would have seen as the national struggle for the Republic with a class war. And sorry, the other question was the herds. Why the herds were involved? Quick. I don't know, why not? You could get your slice of the pie. And in fact, I would think that if there was a problem with that you could seize land, but you'd seize the land, but then do you have the means to stop the land? Herds were people who were in a good position, because it was kind of employee, kind of tenant, but relatively privileged. There were people that had livestock already. Why not just get rid of the tier above you and have the land yourself,
Any more questions? Yes.
That's good. Right on. So, quite an important part of your story is the soldiers returning from Spain.
Yeah.
Bringing presumably wealth and prestige with
Yeah,
back into this community. But return of the wild geese, whatever. But it seems kind of slightly, I suppose, counterintuitive that returned Jacobites would be accepted into the kind of minor ranks of the structures of the state, cess collection and things like that.
Well, they weren't collecting cess, Peter, until the O'Donnells, until the end of the 18th century. But they were the McLuhans were certainly collecting rent, you know, and they didn't have the Protestants, you know, they didn't have anybody else. So these people are natives, but they're also newcomers. They've no connection to the place, and it's the fact that they are natives but newcomers. These people are Irish speaking. Brian Friel's grandparents were Irish speaking. They were going to houses of poor people to collect cess, and those poor people were in many instances English speaking. So what I'm trying to subtly suggest in my 25 minutes is that, you know, we talk about peasants. These people, the McLuhans and the Callans weren't what we would call peasants. And you can call my people peasants if you want. But those people were literate, high status Catholics in the middle of the early to mid 18th century who had been abroad. And establishing that definitively for the McLuhans is difficult, but the priest can. It almost certainly been abroad. The O'Donnells had definitely been. A lot of it's a surprise to me, but it shows you something of the complexity of these places. You know, that we look upon them as, oh, these people are all peasants. They weren't all peasants, you know, and they were sending their kids to colleges on the continent, coming back as doctors. Sending them to colleges on the continent, coming back as priests. So thinking of it in terms of being natives but newcomers, and these were the people. The state needed people, big men with sticks who knew how to use them, and the state found them.
Brendan, I think you've actually touched on the question, which was the transition from Irish to English, and you know, which is down to the English translation. It's a big issue. Would the lingua franca of
these people were Irish speaking, so they're natives but newcomers. But Friel's people remain Irish speaking through the 19th century into the 20th. They are cess collectors, definitely in the latter half of the 19th century, probably in the first half of the 19th century. And they're Irish speakers going to the houses of people, poorer people, peasants, many of whom were English speaking and collecting rent. So what Friel says when he says, I don't believe in this unified Gaelic past, you know, Friel was not some narrow nationalist. Friel had an inheritance other than nationalism, and that inheritance was folk history. He knew that frogs were infallible. He knew that there's a plaque on the mass house that his people had privatized that celebrated the local landlords and gave thanks to them. He knew that the world is not black and white, that it is very complicated. So folk history is what enriches and enables Friel's plays.
So, slightly more obscure topic, maybe. One of your slides on the history of the McLuhans mentions the McLuhans of Naclucha in the central Donegal Gaeltacht, so near Fintown. I don't know if it's a
the McLuhans of Gurtnamuckla. Gurtnamuckla is the town of Glantis.
No, you have the
the Cross, the mountains in the centre of Donegal, yeah.
So are they connected at all to because there's a very famous McLuhan family, Naclucha specifically, Anna Nicoluin.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Are they related to them?
Yes, they'd be the same people. Okay. Like
adds to that folk history legacy.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions? Okay then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, you're ready. We'll start the final session for today. So, as with the others, two speakers. First speaker is Professor Mark von Holland, who is a graduate of Queen's, great to Mark back in Queen's again. He's professor and tutor in modern history at St. Catherine's College. at the University of Oxford. He researches modern Irish history and history of political thought, and has published very widely on both of those fields, and most relevantly, obviously for today, and as has been mentioned a number of times already, is the author of At the Rising of the Moon, a reinterpretation of Irish peasant society and peasant movements from the, I suppose, the early 18th century to the early 20th century. And Mark's going to talk about the main themes in that reinterpretation of Irish peasant society to us this afternoon, At the Rising of the Moon, an interpretation of peasant resistance. Mark.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks for having me here. It is too often assumed that Irish historiography, until some point of emancipation in the 1930s or the 1970s, by preference, was crudely nationalist. This requires quite a lot of squinting. John Edwin Pomfret was a New England blue blood, director of the Huntington, president of William and Mary, and a lifelong historian of colonial New Jersey. It hasn't saved his classic 1930 book, The Struggle for Land in Ireland, from being dismissed as a piece of patriotic romanticism. Even within Ireland, nationalist teleology has actually been far from the dominant theme in historical scholarship. The parallel but non-converging cultures of Ireland, Native Irish, Anglo-Irish, Ulster Scots at a minimum, militated strongly against any story of ethno-cultural rise to singular statehood. Instead, fragmentation was overcome in the conceiving of Irish history by positing an island story. What emerged was not a nationalist teleology, but a kind of methodological humanism. Historians treated Ireland as a single country in which comprehensible human motives and actions unfolded under varying conditions. The unity of Irish history has been secured less by reference to nationhood than by an appeal to shared human nature interacting within the island. Irish historians had an intellectual equipment that buttressed their resistance to historicism. There was the Ulster Scots moral sense school of Francis Hutcheson, which postulated innate human morality. This is taken up and brilliantly applied by W.H. Lecky, a historian of genius. Catholic Thomas tradition, encapsulated, for example, in Thomas Kavanagh's 1954 Manual of Social Ethics, always insisted upon natura humana as individuated natura communis. As late as 1971, W.B. Stanford and R.B. McDowell emphasised that social history asks of its practitioners a profound insight into human nature and an unflagging interest in man as a political and social animal. This approach stands in marked contrast to the dominant international current of historicism and its more recent variant in social constructionism, which insists that human nature itself is historically produced and that our most basic dispositions and categories are entirely contingent upon cultural context. Against this, and in the Irish tradition, I argue that while social forms vary enormously, they are expressions of underlying and relatively stable features of human behaviour. Needs for subsistence, security, recognition, reciprocity, and so on. The task of the historian then is not to dissolve these into discourse, but to understand how they are articulated within particular social arrangements. Nowhere is this more relevant than in the study of the Irish peasantry. The historiography of the peasantry, rich though it is, has been shaped by a series of assumptions that I believe are fundamentally misleading. Definitions of the peasantry have typically begun and ended with its supposed mentality: conservative, introverted, reactive, apolitical, and pre-modern. On this basis, popular movements in Ireland have been classified in rather schematic fashion. Those deemed apolitical, such as whiteboyism, are treated as essentially peasant. Those that exhibit more overt political articulation, such as the Defenders or Ribbon Men, are reclassified, so as to save the phenomena, as urban or proto-proletarian. This entire framework rests upon an a priori construction of peasant mentality that does not withstand scrutiny. If we look at the social reality of the Irish peasantry from its emergence in the 17th century through to its gradual dissolution in the 20th, what we find is not a narrowly defined agrarian class, but a broad and relatively self-sufficient social formation. It encompassed not only small farmers and cottiers, but also craft workers, spinners, weavers, smiths, and others whose livelihoods were closely tied to the rural economy. These were not separate worlds, they were integrated within the same social matrix. Consequently, popular social movements in Ireland almost always included both agrarian and artisanal elements. Artisans often hold with micro-holdings of just under an acre, say. They are best understood not as distinct categories, but as variants of a common phenomenon, what I have chosen to call boyism or nabachali, the lads. The term captures the collective agency of rural society as it organised itself, often clandestinely, to pursue shared objectives, whether these were economic, social, or political. This brings me to a second point of departure from much existing historiography, the question of class structure. It has become customary in a kind of neoconservative Marxism to emphasise the internal divisions within the peasantry, between labourers and tenants, between smallholders and large farmers, and to see these as key to understanding rural society. While such distinctions certainly existed, I would argue that they have been vastly inflated at the expense of a more fundamental divide. As Charles Y. Williams, the Cork engineer who knew a thing or two about capitalism, remarked in 1833, in Ireland, the class of hired agricultural labourers does not exist. Pre-famine opinion was insistent upon this point. One can see the frustration when witnesses were asked by the Commission for inquiring into the condition of the poorer classes in Ireland to give figures distinguishing between smallholding peasants and labourers. As Lord Clements of County Leitrim replied, it is impossible to answer this question, for the farmers are all labourers and the labourers are all farmers. Even the cottier has his conacre crop to plant and save and employs his neighbours to assist him, repaying their labour by an equivalent of his own. A great deal of labour is repaid in this way. They assist one another turnabout. The over-determining social cleavage in Ireland is not within the peasantry, but between the peasantry as a whole, stretching from the landless labourer through to the family farmer and rural craftsman, and on the other side, the landlord class, together with its associated strata of middlemen and graziers. Ireland was characterised by a binary social structure. This would argue in contrast to the English a trinity, the Ricardian trinity, where it really is a trinity in England. In Ireland, it's a binary social structure. A labouring population on the one side and a rentier landlord elite on the other. Landlords are no particular useful contribution to production. They're essentially a parasitic class. The binary shape not only economic relations, but also political alignments and cultural identities. This, by the way, is a distribution of a conacre under 1 acre. You can see it's not associated, especially with direst poverty. It's associated more with things like market gardening, things like herding, things like weaving, that kind of stuff. It's functional at somewhat larger farms. So if you turn our attention to England, the contrast is instructive. English society in the early modern period is not binary, but tripartite. Between the landowning gentry and the labouring population, there existed a substantial class of yeomen, independent producers who managed land for profit. The yeomanry played a crucial role in the upheavals of the 17th century and I would argue, formed the seedbed of the English bourgeoisie that would later emerge in the industrial age. One of the central ambitions of English policy in Ireland from the Tudor period onward was to replicate this tripartite structure.
The attempt to impose a system of landowner, yeoman and husbandsman was upon the existing Irish order of tribal lordship and communal tenure was a recurring theme of conquest and plantation. While the old Irish social structure was effectively dismantled, the English model did not take root in any stable form. What did emerge, however, was a profound demographic transformation. Through successive waves of plantation, a settler population, self-consciously modern, Protestant and aligned with the English state, grew from a marginal presence at the end of the 16th century to a substantial proportion of the population by the early 18th, between a quarter and a third of the population. In most of Ireland, the settler presence mapped onto the existing class divide, but in Ulster, where Presbyterian settlers from Scotland established themselves in large numbers, it created a more complex situation, introducing a division within the peasantry itself. It is often assumed that the plantation project effectively ended in the late 17th century. Colonising ambition persisted, however. Economic policy during this period of the 18th century can be read, at least in part, as an attempt to reshape the demographic and social composition of Ireland. The suppression of the woolen industry in Catholic majority regions, combined with the encouragement of pastoral agriculture, had the effect of reducing labour demand. At the same time, the promotion of linen manufacture, particularly in Ulster, created a labour-intensive sector associated with the Protestant population. Strenuous efforts were made to establish similar industries in the south and the west, with the explicit aim of creating expansive Protestant colonies within a kind of labour-depopulated Catholic Ireland. These policies had limited success in altering the overall demographic balance after the first quarter of the 18th century, in large part because landlords were reluctant to sacrifice pasture for labour-intensive linen plantations. But they had a significant impact on social relations, particularly at the level of the peasantry, where sectarian tensions were sharpened. It is in this context that we see the emergence of a sustained tradition of agrarian militancy. Beginning with early disturbances such as the hawkers and continuing with the white boy movements from the 1760s onward, rural society organised itself to resist the encroachment of grazing and to defend access to tillage. These movements were not merely reactive, they were consciously intervening as the country increasingly orientated itself toward grain production to meet the demands of a growing British market. The shift had profound demographic consequences. The widespread adoption of the potato as a staple crop allowed for a significant increase in population density. The subdivision of land among family members has often been portrayed as leading to inefficiency and overpopulation. But this, I think, is a misreading. The potato functioned as a kind of labour coin, enabling small plots to sustain families when combined with cooperative labour practices such as the labour cooperation Lord Clements adverted to above. The peasant family, far from acting irrationally, managed its resources in a way that balanced equitable distribution with the maintenance of a socially acceptable standard of living. This is right up to the famine. This system supported a rich social life characterised by reciprocal labour exchange, informal but very effective welfare provision, and communal cultural practices. The peasantry was poor in monetary terms with limited access to consumer goods, but it was not pauperised or demoralised. It operated within a different kind of economy, one of abundance in subsistence and scarcity in cash, which shaped its values and behaviour. The late 18th century saw these social dynamics intersect with broader political developments. The emergence of Presbyterian radicalism in Ulster and its tentative alliance of the Catholic peasantry culminated in the formation of the United Irishmen. The defenders of Buchalai formation rooted in rural society provided a mass base for this movement. When rebellion broke out in 1798, it was overwhelmingly a peasant uprising, the one informed by political ideas that extended beyond immediate economic grievances. The failure of this alliance led to a period of retrenchment during which peasant movements operated more independently. At the same time, Protestant communities consolidated their position, forming organisations such as the Orange Order and aligning more closely with the state. Sectarian divisions deepened, reinforced by religious revivalism on both sides. The exclusive salvation controversy, a forceful restatement by the post-Napoleonic Catholic Church that there is no salvation outside the Church, did much to envenom Protestant reaction. Yet the 1820s also saw the re-emergence of a broad-based political movement in the form of the Catholic Association. Its campaign for emancipation successfully mobilised peasant support, not by transforming peasant consciousness, but by reconnecting it to constitutional politics as one avenue amongst others. The decades leading up to the famine were marked by a kind of social stability and political tension. The peasantry enjoyed a degree of food security. The picture of continuously recurrent famine is drastically overstated, but remained vulnerable to structural pressures, particularly from landlord policies favouring pasture over tillage. The Tithe War demonstrated the continued capacity for organised resistance. An anonymous writer in Fraser's magazine in 1833 warned that the most dangerous aspect of agitation in Ireland was the powerful physical force of the labouring classes. The writer proposed proletarianisation as a remedy to cut the lower peasantry off from all connection with land, doing this by introducing a ready-made payment for labour. This is the recreation, the idea of recreating the Ricardian trinity in Ireland of proprietor, capitalist farmer, landless agricultural wage labour. George Cornwall Lewis's famous 1836 disquisition on local disturbances must be seen in this context. It was not an academic treatise, but a polemic in favour of restructuring Ireland. He was recommending, as he put it, the most painful remedies, the most torturing surgical operations. For him, poor law meant workhouses to incarcerate the evicted, so as to short-circuit Buchalai resistance and retaliation. I was very struck by a point about the Land League in the earlier paper. The Land League would pay 5 people so that the evicted would not have to move away and into a workhouse. This is, of course, what George Cornwall Lewis is recommending in the 1830s. You evict them, you get them away, you put them in a workhouse, they leave, and you short-circuit Buchalai resistance to eviction because there's no one to put back in the farm. For Cornwall Lewis, poor law meant workhouses to incarcerate the evicted so as to short-circuit Buchalai resistance and retaliation. This, in turn, would permit mass dispossession, capitalist rationalisation of farming, and the conversion of smallholders into wage earners. Lewis therefore defended the subsequent poor law system as a means by which to detach the peasantry from the soil and to empower landlords against the combination of the peasantry. The structure was indeed put in place from 1838. Well, one gentry informant would later say to William Nassau Sr., "We have got our poor law, and it is a great instrument for giving victory to the landlords." Between 1841 and 1851, 284,000 inmates were to die in the workhouse. A torturing surgical operation indeed. The famine must be understood in this structural context. Blight destroyed the potato labour coin, yet food continued to be exported. John Mitchell was quite right to maintain that Ireland fed Britain during the famine. Ireland exported more grain to Britain than it received in total, and in every year except Black 47. A great deal of grain imports from further abroad were recycled for the export trade to Britain. If rent is to be paid, there was no other choice. Grain replaced potatoes as fodder. During the famine years, 5,132,635 heads of livestock were evicted from Ireland to Britain, were exported from Ireland to Britain. Butter exports from Belfast doubled between 1845 and 1851, and cork sales increased by 17%, 170%, to reach an all-Ireland, an all-century peak in 1852. Relief monies provided by the Exchequer in grants or loans came to about 8,260,000. Between 1846 and 1852, Ireland repaid 3,660,000, leaving net relief monies at the risible sum of 4,600,000. By my calculations, the burden of rent in Ireland, most of which, by the way, went to creditors living in England, rose from 28.5% of total agricultural output in 1842 to 36.14% in 1851. During the famine years, something of the order of £160 million was extracted from starving Ireland in the form of rent. Possibly the most effective form of rent was the Public Works Programme of 1846, or most effective form of relief was the Public Works Programme of 1846, sustained for only 4 months, because it injected desperately needed money into the economy. Despite an almost complete potato crop failure, 1846 was not nearly so dire in its effects as Black 47, when blight had relatively little direct effect on the crop. As an index, recorded famine fever deaths in 1846 amounted to 17,145, compared to 57,095 in 47 and 46,000 in 48. The cushion of 1846 can partly be accounted for by the pressure the Buchalai were able to bring to bear on the committees adjudicating public works. Riot, threats and danger, it was observed, influenced the sessions deciding on public works. The relief committees, which decided who got employment in these works, were meeting in remote places and subject to even stronger local influence. One witness reported that where the people were collected and brought into large bodies for the public works, ribbon lodges prevailed. They fell into secret combinations. The switch to soup kitchens and workhouses in Black 47 was in part a consciously demobilising mechanism. Public works were also contrary to the logic of social engineering put in place by poor law. Its wages had made it possible for peasants to hold on to their land. Sir Richard Griffith, chairman of the Board of Works, complained that labour for wages is resorted to by small farmers and occupiers. It is the means of paying ordinary debts. By this he meant rent. The switch to relief in kind via soup kitchens and the workhouse made small holdings unviable. They tore the peasantry away from the land, as it was intended to do. The aim of the government's comprehensive policy, as they called it, was to restructure the Irish binary of peasantry versus landlords into an English-style trinity of rentier proprietors letting pasture lands to capitalist farmers who would then employ a small number of wage labourers. Dr. Robert Kane in 1848 calculated 195,000 useless and surplus people, along with their families, in this brave new world. There'd be no place for them. The famine was a providential opportunity to clear them. Providence was assisted by repeal of the Corn Laws, which destroyed Ireland's protected arable market, and the Poor Law system, which incentivised mass eviction. Policymakers hoped that a substantial number of British farmers would settle the depopulated native areas, particularly in the West, to make them less Celtic. The Poor Law was calibrated to advance this programme of social restructuring. In 1847, poor rates were imposed on middle-sized tenants with the explicit intention of splitting the peasantry. In the Relief Commissioner's final report, the people had set it up, in their final report delivered in 1848, they explained that the terms farmer and labourer had until then been synonymous in Ireland. By engineering a division of ratepayer and pauper, the new Poor Law system made it completely evident that the apparent interests of the two classes are no longer identical. The direct result has been to break through that terrible bond of secrecy, hitherto the bane of Ireland. This was a reference to the moral authority of Buchalai combination. There must be no retreat, they warned their successors. The importance of the goal of making these two classes as distinct as possible cannot be overrated. It is clear enough what is being planned, what is happening. In 1848, John Stuart Mill wrote that the conversion of the cottiers into hired labourers implies the introduction all over Ireland of capitalist farmers in lieu of the present small tenants. These farmers, or their capital at least, must come from England. But to induce capital to come in, the cottier population must be peaceably got rid of. I presume it is not seriously proposed that they should be turned out en masse without being otherwise provided for. But of course, the cottier population were being got rid of peaceably, at least in the Tacitean sense of creating a desolation and calling it peace. And turning the peasantry out en masse was precisely the aim and result of policy. Mass eviction was referred to in Ireland, without euphemism, as the War of Extermination. Extermination, in the sense in the 19th century, is more forcible expulsion. Facilitated by the Encumbered Estates Act, a quarter of Irish land passed to new landlords. According to incomplete police records, in the first tranche of sales amounting to 1,225 properties, rents were considerably raised in 533 cases, 44%, and farms consolidated, presumably by means of mass eviction, in 520 cases, 43%. There were 57 cases of agrarian outrage in response. The outcome, however, was not what policymakers had envisaged. While population declined dramatically, the fundamental social binary persisted. The anticipated influx of British settlers did not materialise. The peasantry as a cohesive social formation remained the central feature of Irish society. The 1845 Poor Law Commissioners had set 7 acres as the minimum required for a family to be self-sufficient without having to undertake additional paid work. They amounted to about 56% of all land holdings. The famine did not change this in any fundamental way. The permanent halving of potato productivity and the rapid decline of tillage in favour of cattle simply meant a new standard of farm self-sufficiency, 30 acres. By 1881, only 42% of land holdings met this new norm. So in fact, farmer self-sufficiency goes down after the famine. There was no rise of a hegemonic rural bourgeoisie. The broader project of transforming Ireland along British capitalist lines had almost completely failed. As George Drysdale put in 1867, in England, the soil is occupied by large farmers and cultivated with the aid of hired labourers, while in Ireland, it is mostly occupied by small farmers who cultivate it with their own labour, and that of their families with or without the occasional help of others. In England, the tenants, as a general rule, are capitalists farming for profit, and in Ireland, labourers farming for subsistence. The number of smallholders has indeed greatly diminished in Ireland of late years from the efforts of proprietors to enlarge their farms, a purpose too often carried out by the most wholesale and barbarous evictions. But the small farming system still continues, the general characteristic one of the country. Rural Ireland remained a binary of smallholding and labouring peasantry, confronted by landlords and graziers. A revival of the Buchalai in the early 1850s brought forced emigration to an end and reduced the landlord's take in rent back to something like pre-famine levels. Fenianism had early and growing support in the countryside and, despite the abject failure of the 67 rebellion, did succeed in hothousing a politically conscious and militant cadre. These rank-and-file activists would be crucial in the land war of 1879-82, which combined the tactics of parliamentarianism, peasant mass action, and burghalai moonlighting. Parnell explicitly envisaged, as he told the reporter, a true revolutionary movement, partaking of both a constitutional and an illegal character. It should be both an open and a secret organisation, using the Constitution for its own purposes, and also taking advantage of its secret combination. This is what happened. The Moonlighters were the strong arm of the Land League. Dennis Tobin joined a society of Moonlighters as sworn in by John McEnery, a prominent member of the League. When McEnery swore me in, he said that the Moonlighters were the only means of supporting the League, and if it were not for the Moonlighters, the League would be no good. This is likely true. It certainly gave Parnell no sleepless nights. The Land League was essentially a movement of the peasantry at large. Graziers did not dominate the League. The Land Act of 1881, which to the pleasure of the League explicitly excluded the £50 graziers from its provisions, set landlordism on the path to extinction. The smallest farmers were not forgotten. The Kilmainham Treaty of 1882, won by the no-rent struggle, wiped out the bulk of their rent arrears. The landless labourers were not forgotten. The League pressed for and secured some 48,000 labourers' cottages, each with an allotment of an acre or half an acre. 250,000 people were rehoused. Looking back on the land struggle, Prime Minister Lord Salisbury recommended its study as of the deepest interest, not only in the history of this country, but to the student of the philosophy of government and of revolution. This was a revolution, rare in the annals of revolution in general, because its success was virtually complete, its benefit clear. It was a victory by the peasantry for the peasantry. In writing this history, I have drawn on the abundant direct testimony of the Irish peasantry, far richer than that extent for the working classes of industrialising Britain. John Keegan of Mowat, John Keegan of Abbeylee, two of them. Olive O'Sullivan of Callan, James Berry of Bonoan, the rhyming weavers of Ulster, Thomas Furlong of Scarra Walsh, Hugh Dorian of Faned, Thomas O'Quhan of Great Blasket, Alexander Irvine of Antrim, Peg Sayers of Kerry, Hannah Herity of Derry Reel, and most importantly of all, for my purposes, and I think in general, William Carleton of Clogher. From Carleton, the unsurpassed witness of his class, I take my benchmark. That old vagabond, human nature is the same under all circumstances, still the owl cut. We can understand the peasantry not because of some specious cultural or political affinity, but because they too were human, and we necessarily, as human, not artificial intelligence, are still of the old cut. Thank you.
So our final speaker, not final speaker, but also the afterwards. Second speaker in this panel is Professor John Connolly, who is Professor Emeritus of Irish History here at Queen's. Has written extremely widely on many aspects of Irish history, from the 17th and 18th century, or the early modern period, more generally, right up to the early 19th century, on the history of Belfast, on the history of the Catholic Church, on the Anglo-Irish in the 18th century, and most recently on the history of Irish immigration and the Irish diaspora in the 18th and 19th centuries. He has written important interpretive work on the Irish land question, and that's what you're going to speak to us about today, Sean.
Yes, I'm to just do
the slides. Yeah. So, was there really an Irish land question? We'll set the slides up.
I'm not pressing through forward.
This is this one.
Okay, here we are in the graveyard slot. I'd start, I think, by acknowledging the importance of Mark's The Rising of the Moon. It was reading that led me to start thinking again about the Irish land question. So as we will see, I ended up with rather different conclusions on this. If you're going to question some parts of the conventional wisdom, where better to start than with a Nobel Prize winner? In 1983, Joel McClure and Why Ireland Starved reached the end of about 300 pages of very demanding regression analysis without having reached the real answer to his question. So at that point, he fell back on revealed truth. Ultimately, there is history to blame. The creation of the landlord class from British and Scottish adventurers and mercenaries, a class of parvenus and foreigners. Now, that was back in 1983, but more than 40 years later, the same bundle of ideas remains current. The original sin in the garden of rural Ireland was the Tudor and early Stuart plantations. Memories of this dispossession kept alive in popular culture, encouraged tenant farmers to see the landlords to whom they were required to pay rent as illegitimate interlopers. And landlords, true to their origin as conquistadors, saw their estates solely as a source of profit to be ruthlessly exploited. The resulting dysfunctional relationship between landlord and tenant in the 19th century led to consistent high levels of agrarian violence, at times expanding into full-scale social revolt. The problem is that research over the past half century has shown that every one of these propositions is actually wrong. Okay, let's start with the idea of a rural society embittered by memories of rights lost in brutal conquest. This argument drives its speed through three red lights. In the first place, the idea that there was a single island-wide Gaelic social order that was suddenly and brutally overthrown in the late 16th, early 17th century simply ignores the complexities of late medieval Irish society. Large parts of the island have been intensively settled at the high point of English lordship in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. As a result, many peasants held their land from Old English landlords under a variety of hybrid tenancies. The only place, in fact, where a distinctly Gaelic social order was overthrown and suddenly replaced by something totally different was Ulster. And of course, in Ulster, the tenant farmers were primarily the descendants of the colonists, not the colonized. Where a Gaelic social order did survive to be overthrown, secondly, there was very little in its workings to encourage nostalgia in later generations. Gaelic chiefs may not have enjoyed total ownership of the land in a way that English proprietors did, but this was nevertheless a hierarchical and ferociously anti-egalitarian society. Legitimacy of possession, a legitimate possession in Gaelic Ireland was depended on your ability to enforce obedience and to collect tribute. It was a world where, in a phrase that has become, unfortunately, but understandably very common in recent years, where the strong did what they could and the weak suffered what they must. Sandwich O'Grady mischievously pointed out that Reggie O'Donnell would have offered but short shrift to a committee of modern patriots going down to organise his tenantry on National League principles. Finally, this sense of the idea that there's a sense of lost rights extending unbroken across 2 centuries or more fails to take account of later social change. In particular, the middle decades of the 18th century saw a far-reaching restructuring of the rural population. What had been a uniform peasantry living close to subsistence and frequently holding land in partnership, began to break up into two distinct groups. On the one hand, a farming class, a stable farming class, owning at least modest capital, and on the other hand, a labouring population of the landless and the land poor. And it is, of course, the first of these groups, a new class emerging from the 1750s onwards, who are to be the later claimants to tenant right. Okay, turning to the other side of the question. Irish landlords in the 19th century were frequently condemned and have continued to be condemned for their willingness to accept a parasitic role as passive receivers of extortionate rent. And this, in turn, has been seen as simply continuing the rapacious attitudes they had inherited from their ancestors, an alien elite imposed by force. But this image of continuity is very difficult to reconcile with the evidence from the late 17th and 18th centuries, when Irish landlords did, in fact, invest in their estates and take part in active management of their estates. In this period, now some of what they did, of course, the building of great houses and follies and the laying out of domains was mainly self-aggrandizement. But in this period, the 18th century, Irish landlords also invested in roads and canals. They built more model villages. They sought to promote the spread of spinning and weaving. They experimented with new techniques in agriculture. As for relations with the tenants, yes, it is true that Arthur Young, for example, was horrified by what he saw as the high-handed, sometimes brutal way in which Irish landlords treated their tenants. But there's other evidence to suggest that this was one side of a vertical relationship of clientage. For example, the game of hurling flourished in the 18th century as a sport very heavily dependent on Gaelic patronage. On gentry patronage. So, for example, we have this Irish language elegy composed for John Cuff, Baron Dessart, who died in 1767. There is pain in my heart and tears on my cheeks when I see you in your yellow jacket and your red cap. As the last line, with the linguistic mix, ag Dainov commanding and a human moppa, doing commanding on the good herbs. A glimpse of the sort of linguistic interchange that was taking place on hurling fields in long forgotten mid-18th century Ireland. As Neil Garnham has demonstrated, clientage also affected the administration of justice. Maria Edgeworth contrasted, "I'll have the law on you," the saying of an Englishman who expects justice, with "I'll have you up in front of his honour," which she said was the expression of the Irishman who hopes for partiality. So, if Irish landlords in the 19th century had become a parasitic elite, estranged from the population they exploited, we can't trace this back to the 17th century. We're talking not about their colonial ancestry, but about more recent changes in economic, social, or political circumstances. Okay, so this leaves the third leg of the interpretive stool. The proposition that the central dynamic of rural Irish society is a built-in conflict between a predatory landed class and a tenantry that questioned its legitimacy. Now, this assumption was challenged as long ago as 1973 by Joseph Lee when he argued in his celebrated essay on the Ribbonmen that agrarian violence in pre-famine Ireland more commonly arose from the conflict not between landlord and tenant, but between the farmers and the cottiers and labourers who were their employees and their subordinates. Now, Joe Lee characteristically based this sweeping conclusion on statistics from the first 5 months of 1846 in County Limerick. The more detailed study that he promised somehow never materialized. And as a result, some critics like Michael Beames were quick to jump in with case evidence from other parts of Ireland in other periods when landlord and tenant conflict did in fact seem to be the central issue. But this sort of tit for tat exchange became largely redundant when James Donnelly used a close survey of disturbances in Munster and the Midlands across the period 1813 to 16 to show how changes in the social composition of agrarian protest could be very closely linked to local social structure and to precise economic circumstances. Now, conflict between farmers and labourers and colliers became less significant after from the 1850s. The rural population, the rural poor, already brutally reduced by the famine, continued to decline in numbers. But this doesn't mean that conflict between landlord and tenant took centre stage. David Fitzpatrick carried out a longitudinal study of one County Leitrim parish in order to draw attention to the high volume of agrarian crime that could be attributed instead to other types of conflict. Conflict between neighbours or within families. Even when crime seemed to have a social dimension, he memorably said, what you actually saw were factions masquerading as communities. And this analysis can be borne out at national level. You have 486 murders recorded between 1871 and 1880. Of these, only 68 were classified by the police as agrarian. The compilers of the judicial statistics for 1876 made a heroic attempt to analyse the origins of 106 cases recorded as offences against human life. They began with 23 cases arising from casual passion or quarrel, 10 from family disputes, 9 from acts for the protection of property or enforcement of legal rights and obligations by violent means, 6 from criminal negligence, and 1 from lunacy. Deducting these 49 that I've just described as all belonging to the less serious class of offences, they went on to what they considered the really grave offences against human life. And 57 in number. Of this 57, no less than 27 were connected with drunkenness or drink, 6 from party or faction disputes, 6 from malice and ill feeling, 4 from crimes classed as agrarian, but really arising from disputes between members of the same family or between neighbours about land and having nothing to do with the question of landlord and tenant, 4 from immorality, 3 from the protection of grain, and 2 from robbery. So a picture that emerges is not of a structured conflict between landlord and tenant, or indeed between any two distinct social groups. Rather, it's more of a Hobbesian war of all against all. So, what am I saying? To sum up, attempts to present 19th century Ireland as a society still fatally divided by the legacy of the Tudor and Stuart conflict, or the conquest rather, are unconvincing in themselves. But they're also unnecessary. Yes, there was indeed friction between landlord and tenant, but this is hardly surprising. Two parties are in conflict for painfully scarce resources. And there's also a clash of value systems. Irish tenant farmers can be seen behaving in a very similar way to the poor stockingers, Luddite croppers, and obsolete handloom weavers, whom E.P. Thompson all those years ago sought to rescue from the enormous dissension of posterity. In other words, people who had not yet been disciplined to accept the absolute primacy of the market economy and who instead tried to uphold older ideas of fairness or of customary entitlements. It is true that landlord-tenant conflict gave rise to violence in a way that it did not in other parts of the United Kingdom. But then Ireland was a more violent society in all spheres of life than the rest of the United Kingdom. Agrarian crime directed against landlords or against their agents is just part of a wider pattern, a wide way of settling disputes, whether about land or about other issues, by resort to physical attack. Okay, how then did the idea of a specific Irish land question acquire its canonical status at every level, from the undergraduate essay up to the musings of Nobel laureates. The interesting thing here is that the idea that the central problem besetting Irish agriculture is the relationship between landlord and tenant does not figure in the extensive pamphlet literature of the 18th century. Excuse me. 18th century pamphleteers worried about the need to protect tillage from the encroachments of pasture. They talked about the desirability of introducing English, Scottish, or foreign Protestants to replace the Catholic native population, or in the case of Arthur Young, about the damaging results of the parasitic behavior of the middleman class. It's only really from the 1820s onwards that some writers begin to argue that the giving tenant farmers a new legal status, or a more secure legal status, would make Irish agriculture more stable and more productive. And this new line of argument has a very specific background, because by this time, the mixture of ethno-religious polemic and anecdote that had passed for analysis in the 18th century had given way to more systematic, to something much more systematic in terms of discussion of Irish agriculture. And out of this more systematic, supposedly more objective analysis, there came a new prescription, the one that Mark has already mentioned. The idea that what Ireland needs is the creation of the same tripartite structure of landlord, capitalist farmer, and wage-earning labourer that existed in England. So, in other words, the argument that now develops for a restructuring of landlord-tenant relations, give tenants better status, is essentially reactive. It's a humane attempt to map out a survival strategy for the small farm in Ireland, and in doing so, avoid the massive displacement and probable depopulation that was implied by proponents of importing the English model to Ireland. So what about the other side of the argument? The idea that agrarian conflict is an assertion of lost ancestral rights. Here we do have to go back further in time. Throughout the 18th century, conservative Protestants circulated stories, you find in numerous accounts of impoverished Catholic peasants sitting in their miserable huts, poring over the maps showing the estates once owned by their ancestors. Initially, these allegations relate to specific individuals descended from the displaced Gaelic proprietors. But over time, they become extended to the entire Catholic population. So in 1840, we find an official in Dublin Castle urging the embattled magistrates of King's County, telling them that they need to be aware of, quote, the traditions handed down and fondly cherished of properties transferred by right of conquest. And it is this preconception, inherited from an earlier period, that encouraged elite observers to interpret popular attempts to hold what could be called a moral economy, to interpret them instead as assertions of a right of ownership. And of course, when somewhat later, an emerging nationalist movement seeks to link the economic grievances of the rural population to the cause of self-government, they have a ready-made fund of ideas to draw on. So, should we go on discussing the Irish land question at the end of the day when we've done nothing else? Well, of course we should. It is a central feature of political life in 19th century Ireland. But when we discuss it, we should be aware that what we're dealing with is not an objective reality, it is a contemporary construct. It is a construct, an elaborate pyramid of explanation born out of two things. Partly out of the desire to find an alternative to the ruthless prescriptions of economic orthodoxy, and partly out of a weird echo of the paranoid revelries once indulged in by the less secure members of the Hanoverian governing elite. Thank you.
very different, very contrasting interpretations on the Irish land question. And of the topics we've been addressing today, very stimulating, both of them. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. Constantine, you want to start?
Thank you both. Excellent and fascinating contrast. I have some feedback flat question for both of you actually. So, Mark, I've read the entire book, actually about it in 4 days. It was. I agree with most of your conclusions there, especially when it comes to the continued tradition of the Buchali and their role as a social movement in the faith, as I think was obvious from my own talk earlier. But one thing where I fundamentally disagree with your conclusions is when it comes to the Ulster Protestant and particularly the Ulster Presbyterian farming class / peasantry, because I think, display their absorption into unionism or the Orange Order far too abruptly, and there is evidence continuing into the 1840s and 1850s of substantial Presbyterian communities all across Ulster that continue to align with land rights causes, that continue to participate even in locally movements. I have found evidence for quite substantial Protestant participation in the Molly Maguires, for example. So if you'd like to clarify your position on that, that would be much appreciated. As for your talk, Sean, very good contrast, as I've said. The one thing here that I would like to hear a bit more on, first, you can take an example from 1876 that was still half behind you. I think right there is a good way to poke a bit of a hole in your argument, because first of all, 1876 is a lull period in terms of agrarian unrest. I would say it's not quite a percentage. Second, we have here free from the protection of game. You could make quite easily the argument that murders arising from the protection of game are fundamentally ascribable to a conflict between landlord and tenant, or a conflict about land ownership. And we also have the issue on crimes class of agrarian arising from disputes between neighbours about the land. So I've made a point earlier about evictions there. Quite often these relate to cases where somebody has been evicted from land, and it is punishing someone who is from the lower classes directly, but it's still aimed at the land system. So how do you account for that in your sample here?
Thanks. I mean, I really look forward to seeing your researches in this. To some extent, the book's odd because it's less of a continuous history of the land question. It's more the history of Ireland in the period with the peasantry put back in as an agent. You know, what I'm trying to get away from the idea is that you have a distinct social history of the Irish peasantry, and then you've got the more proper political stuff or whatever. So, and the way it's constructed is a somewhat essayistic approach. I have a particular kind of chapter, which is trying to tackle, I don't think it resolves entirely, but trying to tackle the question of de-radicalisation of Ulster Protestantism. Ulster Protestants are, often referred to as the most democratically minded population in Europe, up till about 1810 or something, maybe, and it clearly isn't with the 1840s. There's quite a big change, and to some of it is to do with what's going on with the peasantry. But I have a big spiel about the exclusive, salvation controversy in the church. I mean, some it just does come down to those kinds of issues. So I probably have kind of thereafter it kind of got dropped, and unless it kind of pops up again, very, very episodically. So I think you're quite right that we need to pay more attention, look out for these kinds of signs. Is partly, I think, the kind of cartography of the book as a whole perhaps didn't allow it a sufficient wriggle room in what is already a very long book.
Okay. 1876. Well, to the point there is an Englishman looking at this catalogue of killings would say this is a very disorderly society. And that's my whole point, that even at the period when agrarian conflict was not central, Ireland is a more violent society than the rest of the United Kingdom.
Is that true?
Yes.
Is that statistically borne out?
Yes.
For what periods?
Well, working out exact statistics of murder persists, particularly because of the very high rate of infanticide, which really tends to twist the figures. I mean, I have looked at these, and very broadly, as far as I can make out, the homicide rate in the second half of the 18th century, this will be based on Neil Diamond's very fragmentary figures, is probably 2 to 2.5 times the rate of Southern England. By the mid 19th century, it's around twice. By even the First World War, it's about 1.5 times. That's the best I could do in working it out. So yes, well, I'm saying even in a period when the very environment, when there is no the racial landlord are not particularly bad, there's a lot of fighting, of killing going on. And behind all these killings, there are, of course, even larger numbers of assaults and threats. Yeah, in the 1880s, the proportion of crimes that could relate to landlord and tenant is going to be higher. But I'm not saying there wasn't conflict in landlord and tenant. Of course there was. I'm saying they were in competition for scarce resources, just as there was in Scotland, just as there was in Wales. But it was more in Scotland, on parts of Scotland than in Wales, because the tenants are poorer than they are in Wales. There's more again in Ireland because the tenants are even poorer. But what I'm saying is that it's just the conflict is just one of many. It's been singled out and given a canonical status as a central dynamic of rural Irish society in the 19th century. But this is a society where a lot of conflicts are resolved by resort to physical attack. And for the reasons I've tried to outline, people have picked landlord-tenant relations and given it a special status as a problem that's more deeply rooted, more fundamental.
I'm interested in, so you're taking the idea of the Irish land question to the earlier parts of the 19th century. In my, the period that I am most interested in, you said in the 1820s is when this idea of peasant proprietorship really takes hold. That's interesting because it's a little bit earlier than I've seen in a lot of other things. Are you viewing this as a kind of revision of? No,
not necessarily peasant proprietorship. Now, Peter knows much more about this than I do. I was thinking particularly of William Connor's first pamphlet. No, well, you're starting to say that if you want a more stable, productive Irish society, you've got to give the tenant some level of security. Now, though, how you do that varies. Some people talk compensation for improvements. Some people are saying fixity of tenure as long as the rent is paid. Peasant proprietorship is much later. But the idea that the only way to make Irish society stable and agriculture more prosperous is to give the tenant some sort of greater legal status than tenant you will.
Some sort of
concession. Yeah.
Do you have, I have thoughts, but do you have thoughts about why this period is when that transformation happens? Why that early 19th century? Yeah, well, as I suggested, the dominant attitude at this time is very put forward by the orthodox economists, is that what you need to do is, as Mark very eloquently pointed out, sever the connection between the rural poor and the land to bring in the English trinity of landlord, capitalist, farmer, and wage earning labourer. And so I think the people we're talking about, like Sean and Crawford, are trying to map out a more humane future, if you like, for rural Ireland, based on the small farm. And in many cases, they're using possibly dubious parallels with continental Europe, with Germany, or with Belgium, or with Switzerland. But what you're trying to say is you do not need massive depopulation in order to make Irish agriculture more stable and more peaceful. Would that be a fair summary?
Yeah. As Mark also says in his book, the crisis that follows 1815, the collapse of the wartime economy, in the context of union, draws British commentators into basically a frenzy of argument about what's wrong with Irish society, why is it generating all these political movements, why is there so much rural violence. So there becomes a kind of orthodox versus heterodox disputation about whether Ireland needs to be anglicised, further anglicised, or whether its distinctiveness needs to be recognised. So that debate is being generated within an English, British context more widely, but it's also being picked up by Irish writers and thinkers as well, and being kind of incorporated into the political discourse in Ireland. So in that sense, I agree. There's a specific reason why these post Waterloo decades become the crux for this debate.
But there's already a lot of discussion in the 18th century about why Ireland is so poor. But landlord-tenant, the contractual relation between landlord and tenant does not come into it. People are talking about other things, particularly the notion of cheap eating of land, sort of the spread of pasture at the expense of tillage, and the idea that you need to bring in, sort of a different type of peasant, English and Scottish Protestants rather than Irish. But what you don't talk about is the sort of issues that become central in the 20s onwards.
Yes. Sean, your idea that the land war is an artificial construct, to what extent is it tied up with Home Rule, in the sense that a lot of the Irish Parliamentary Party in the late 19th century used the land struggle to give force to the Home Rule movement, and somebody like John Dillon, for example, or Sexton, they actually resisted land reform on the basis that it might destroy the impetus towards Home Rule. So, if you're right about it being an artificial construct, was the purpose of this to boost the Home Rule case, or the case for independence, however you like to define independence, rather than it being an objective reality in itself?
Once again, I never said the land war was a construct.
No.
There's too many dead bodies. No, but it's the idea that this particular conflict within our rural society has a status different, that it is rooted in Ireland's past and is essentially connected with this question of Ireland's future. And yes, I mean, I think it's undoubtedly the case that an emerging nationalist movement does seize on the notion that the very definite conflict in tenants and their landlords can be linked to the notion of a past conquest and the restoration of lost rights. I mean, it fits very nicely.
Yeah.
If you want to mobilise the rural population. I mean, even Gavin Duffy, to some extent, can be seen, as looking around for a new political cause in the late 1840s, as Young Ireland fades, and fixing on the land question as the thing which will mobilise the popular following, and even more blatantly, Parnell and his lieutenants. Yeah, and as you say later, there is even people like John Dillon worrying that too much land reform would kill the demand for Home Rule. Yeah.
And Mark, how do you get around the fact that the Land League wasn't led by farmers? It was led by merchants and shopkeepers and Italians.
Yeah, so there's the big kind of formal leadership in Dublin. They don't lead; they're just they're respectable bodies. They don't do anything. It's the kind of cadre at the kind of provincial level is a Fenian cadre, and at the local level it's the curate. Everybody likes the curate, like Peter said that earlier. That's often plays a role. It's a school teacher. It's the white boys. It's the local people. A role of shopkeepers and so on. I mean, it's partly because shopkeepers are the node of communication. I mean, by this point, it's quite dispersed agriculture. So the shopkeeper is where everybody meets, and the shopkeepers can quite easily pressure can be put on them, So there's that argument that basically it's a kind of scam for the shopkeepers in order to make sure they get their debts paid off first with the farmers, and it's really a shopkeeper scam. I think that's not very convincing. I think it's rather shopkeepers are in that kind of tactical position, strategic position to act in terms of cadre formation. Insofar as we can tell reasonably well, the people who are in the crowds we are talking about classic Buchalai kind of people, you know, it's labourers in large numbers, it's small farmers. The people are going out at night. Parnell and others are saying this as the sons of small farmers, and that's what they're going out doing the practical business, you know. What are the shopkeepers doing during the peak of the struggle, which is really the No Rent Manifesto? I mean, not much, you know. These are the people who are interned as suspects. Doesn't stop anything, because the real activity is happening, I think, at a somewhat different level, you know. So I think it is material. On the point, just because it's been raised on what motivates people, I read quite a lot of speeches from the Land League period, you know. For every one mention of ye olde pre-conquest Ireland, I think there's about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 references to Prussia, and about 3 references to France, you know. I think this idea that farmers and peasantry in Ireland were, you know, kind of being super duper romantic about what it was like. I don't think they are, especially. I mean, they're looking to Europe, you know. People, it's odd, you read about in the famine context about, you know, what kind of complicated stuff you can do to deal with the famine and so on. I mean, one thing you can do is to abolish paying the rent to landlords, which is what Austria does in 1848, you know. People are very conscious about what's happening in the world. Britain looks exceptional, you know. People are migrating and sending letters back from America where landlordism doesn't exist. That's what people are thinking about in Ireland. They're not really thinking about old Gaelic dispensations. Sure, you know, you'll have a chapter about that when you do your introductory book, you know, but I don't think that's a big motivator, to be honest.
It becomes later in the century with the Gaelic revival, you suppose.
They come up with all that kind of stuff, you know, and from a better, it's also a bit of kind of British opinion, I think, about when they start giving up on the Trinity, the Ricardian Trinity, they have to kind of come up with a reason for giving up on it. So they say, oh, well, Ireland's different because of yada, 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 you know. But I don't think the rural population in Ireland especially thinks in those terms.
It's very much a later edition of middle class thing. I think putting hundreds of threatening notices, I think 1 or 2 references to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, people like, you know, John McKay are writing about the land question start with the assumption that the roots of the problem are the plantation. I was talking about historians' interpretation of the land, of the conflict, rather than what the people present themselves think.
This is going to sound like I'm the dad who's more a comment than a question. It's a comment that will more to the question. I'm sympathetic to where you're coming from, right? In that, I do think, like, I like where you're talking about the famine and it's the emphasis on exploitation and the emphasis on there's an attempt here to restructure into this Ricardian model, yeah. And I think in the places where whiteism was most prevalent, it definitely maps onto this concentration of smallholders, yeah. But I think that's not all Ireland. I think the border between that sort of Ireland and, shall we say, in inverted commas, in that Britain, in inverted commas, more runs within Ireland, yeah. So that's my comment to get that out of the way. And my question is, how are you defining what peasant is? Because you seem to have shifted grazier over into a category of landlord.
Yeah.
But a grazier is a tenant agriculturalist. So how is this grazier tenant agriculturalist different from other tenant agriculturalists? And how does that difference amount to something different from the Ricardian model of landlord, capitalist farmer, and authoritarian wage worker farmer?
Yeah, I mean, the grazier thing's great because the law does it for me, you know. Under the 1870 Land Act, they just define people who are not being included in this are those who have lands which are rated at £50 a year or more. You know, and they do this because they look upon these people as a different strata, a different kind of class, you know. So the middlemen have disappeared. They, I mean, in some respects, the long land war can be seen as a sequential struggle. You know, you get emphasizing tides at one point, middlemen at another point, slack rent at another point, and so on. Middlemen are kind of gone by this point, but the graziers are there. Graziers are really disliked by anybody who's involved in land agitation, really. You know, Fenian stuff's really interesting about it. Just say these people are vampires and all that. They're legally defined very conveniently. They're excluded from the 1881 Land Act. They don't benefit from it because they are seen to be able to handle themselves, you know. Now, in the end, I think what makes Ireland different is violence to a degree. Richard McMahon shows that, you know, there's more homicide in Ireland, but not crazily more, you know. Even Neil Garnham says, yeah, there's more homicide than in England, but it's quite equivalent to lots of Europe, you know. So I don't think Ireland is crazy violent. I think the distinction with England is that you really have a tripartite system. You have landlords, and they provide working farms. That's the point. They provide farms with farmhouses and a yard and all the rest of it. You get the capitalist farmer will come in, sometimes for about 10 years or so, with working capital, make a bunch of money and go off again. You know, it's a real investment. And then you get wage labourers to run it. That's just not how it works in Ireland. Yep. Landlords don't provide that kind of fixed capital. And you don't really have and even when you get to the graziers, you know, they're not big investors except for the livestock, as it were, you know. So the graziers are the closest to that yeoman strata, but I think the overall structure of Irish agriculture works kind of differently, you know. But I don't see them. Sorry, it's a long way around. I see the peasantry as a kind of social formation, and it's partly those who are seen to be in and those to be out. I don't think the graziers are seen to be part of it.
So can I just say a quick word about graziers? When Gladstone excluded the very large holders, one of his Irish landlord advisors, I think it was Vesper, I'm not sure, tells him this is a bad mistake. Mm-hmm. You don't realise how much influence these people have in their local communities. And later on, as Paul Bew was documented, in the 1890s, early 1900s, when we got the new anti-grazier campaign, there are embarrassing incidents over and over again where the local United Irish League organizer turns out to be a grazier himself. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I don't think the graziers are a class apart in the way that the legislation proposes. They're actually quite influential figures in their own community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that kind of class division is emerging with the early 20th century.
Second question.
Says, how much of this violence is underpinned by socioeconomic tensions caused by the land issue? Thinking about my own work in Romania and Poland during this period, there are huge amounts of violence, disputes, and punch-ups. There are first that has nothing to do with the land question. When you strip the layers of the disputes and violence away, it has at its heart the land. A good fictional example is Livia Rubino's novel Ion.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the violence, you know, you've got a society where the employment is scarce and land is the only resource, and a lot of people don't have the land they need. So yes, that is clearly a major reason for conflict. And that's why you get, but in many cases, the agrarian crime is one cousin hitting another cousin over the head with a spade in a dispute over, you know, what some land left behind by an uncle or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think poor economic social conditions do produce violence. It's just that only a part of it is landlord is directed at landlords or their agents.
Rowan, you want to come?
Just touching on the grazier question, I just want to note that in Munster at least, graziers were exempt from all tithes until the 1823 Tithe Free Composition Act. And so I do think that perhaps
inconsistently enforced.
Exactly, of course it was inconsistently enforced, but it is an interesting thing to note that perhaps there is this kind of shift happening after that point, or at least James Donnelly argues that there is of a kind of withdrawal of the grazier class from agrarian agitation after that point, when tithes was no longer, when tithes was something that they were also subject to, and so they were no longer as sympathetic to the plight, perhaps. So it's something to note that perhaps there's transformations about the role of graziers even earlier than the 1881.
I might ask Chris one last question and then I'll hand over to Sophie. And it's to Mark now. I mean, you won't be surprised that I agree with you in part of the famine industry in other parts. I think maybe you underestimate the extent to which something like the poor law, for example, is alongside this dimension it's given to kind of bring about a Ricardian tripartite society. It's also intended as a moral penal mechanism to force landlords to change their behaviour. I mean, the £4 rating clause transfers the costs of a huge tranche of rural society onto the landlords. But my question is this: the key argument in your book, one of the key arguments, is that the Buchaley tradition is what unites peasant secret societies over this long durée. And within that, there is, the identification of young men in a certain age range as being the key to the agents throughout these various movies at different times. And without going down the pathway of David Fitzpatrick's psychological attempt to break that down, I mean, is it possible to see where there are episodes where the interests of young men are not necessarily those of all elements of peasant society? Just to give one potential example of this, which because you brought it up, when you're absolutely right in the public works regime, particularly in the early stages of the public works regime during the famine, young men do riots or lead riots to kind of force the starting of these works. Absolutely right. And they riot again when the works are closed down in March 1847. But arguably, young men are the demographic who gain most from those works because of the piecework system. Young, fit men who can basically earn enough to do what they want to do, potentially to emigrate with that resource. It's other groups within the peasant community who are losing out. When you bring in the soup kitchen regime, so I don't entirely agree with you in terms of sociological objective. You're changing the focus of who receives relief to women, to children, to the elderly, and to the ill, because it's a free form of relief, not linked to labour. And and you get riots by, again, young men against the establishment of the soup kitchens, but yet soup kitchens are incredibly bought into by over 3 million people as a mode of survival, has a real impact on mortality for a short period as well. So I'm just wondering whether that's an outlier, and whether your view is that the interests of young men are always at the core of the interests of the peasant community, or whether there are potentially other tensions over this long period as well.
Yeah, it's all so no, I mean, I think it's always a kind of tension. There's a nice, it's an 1840s memoir actually, but some bloke is very old himself, 90 something, talking about what his dad used to say. And he'd say these people present themselves as the leaders of the community, and obviously a kind of irritation that they did that, though I think there's also a certain reality to it. You do get interesting accounts, and I think it's quite common is that people in times of disputes will turn up to the landlord and say, look, landlord, would really, really love to pay the rent you're asking for, but it just wouldn't be worth it for me. They'd burn my house down, and they'd send me cows over the cliff or whatever, So there's a social function, I think, for the Buchaley, which is quite broadly, quite widely accepted. There is that kind of class tension between wage earner and those who provide in Conacre or whatever. But a very common thing to say is, you should stop paying so much rent to the landlord so there's more money for Conacre for us. I think there just is that very broad sense of a peasant unity, which does have class tensions and age tensions within it, but nonetheless the overwhelming feeling, I think, for most of the time is a common sense of us and them is the landlords and those who adhere to them. Obviously, defer to you when it comes to poor law, you know much more about it than I do. But it is kind of striking that the Irish peasantry think the Irish landlords are useless parasites. Whether they're right entirely about that may be one matter, but it's clearly what the English also think. They also think that the Irish lords are useless parasites, So part of remaking Ireland is is remaking landlords until you just basically give up on them, you know. And I think part of the reason it takes a while actually is not so much that the home rulers wanted to keep the land question going because it's good for them politically. In fact, I think the Irish tenantry are very sensibly waiting for the price of land to bottom out. And they buy out the landlords at the best time for them when the prices have bottomed out, and then they go up again and they benefit. I think very sensible, you know.
Thank you both very much. It's been a really stimulating session. I think the gentlemen throughout today's, great sessions has been my colleague Sylvie Cooper, senior lecturer in liberal arts and a historian on Irish immigration, Irish women in religious orders and elsewhere. And so we're just going to just finish off today by giving us an overview of what you've heard and what your takeaways are. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you very much to everyone for staying till the end, and also for all the speakers. It's been I nearly did my PhD on secret societies, and then we realised there wasn't actually very many Irish secret societies in Melbourne, so I changed it all up and ended up working on nuns. But there's been loads and loads of themes that have come up today. And I just want to kind of touch on a few of them. I think one of the key things is something that, and everyone else got to write a proper paper. I just got notes, so apologies if this isn't fully formed. But I think something that really came out, especially in the last discussion, was the importance of narrative and the importance of translating complexities across multiple narratives. So who tells the story of agrarian agitation or agrarian societies, and who keeps the kind of memory of this alive? A number of papers today mentioned the tension between today's politics and rhetoric and how past agrarian movements are portrayed and understood, the language that we use. Are they proto-trade unions? Is this about social regulation? I mean, coming back to Constantine's point right at the start, the language that we use, if we're looking at Irish sources versus English sources, English language sources, that changes how we understand a lot of these things. I mean, Margaret Kelleher has done brilliant work on how interactions with the arms of the law have been understood in different ways based on the language of the sources that you're looking at. But I also think something that has come out is how important the translations of these activities are into the language of bureaucracy, either as kind of creating an instigator, or in how we actually look. I mean, this is perfect. In which box do you tick when it comes to agrarian agitation? Even the fact that I'm using agitation is, could be contentious. And I mean, this is something that has also came up in the first panel, where what is mentioned and what isn't. Elaine Farrell and various other people have talked about the silences in our archives and how, I mean, I'm thinking of Mary McAuliffe's work and Linda Connolly's work as well, on where do the gaps in the archives, especially related to gender-based violence, how does that fit in with a national or nation-based imagination? And an island, a place which has been constantly imagined and reimagined as inherently rural, these kind of the complexities and the tensions between the reality and the memory and also the construction, I think makes kind of the discussions that have been had today really, really important. For me, as a historian of migration, I think one of the most interesting things is how a lot of these activities are translated into new contexts. In my case, this connects to diaspora, but even the movement, the internal migration within Ireland. How do people move these connections, whether they be faction or community, or social regulation? How are those transferred into more urban spaces? And this is about the stories that we tell, but also the motivations ascribed. So James Finton Lawler has come up. His brother Peter went to Victoria, was very involved in the Eureka Stockade in the 1850s. This has been seen as a pledge, action for Irish people. The Eureka Stockade was hugely influenced by the amount of Chartists that were in Victoria at the time, the complete melding of a number of different politicised or political motivations. And a lot of contemporaries of the Eureka Stockade didn't see this as an Irish thing. The fact that the password for the stockade was known as Vinegar Hill afterwards, that is where people really kind of grasped onto it. But this ascription of diasporic activities as inherently kind of agrarian and political, we see this with Ned Kelly as well. That because Irish people or Irish descended people were involved, it had to be politicised in an agrarian way. And I think that has come out in a number of the papers as well. So this co-optioning as well of agrarian activities. So in Ireland, as we have has been talked about, but also ascribing activities within the diaspora to something inherently Irish. This also, to continue the translation theme, connects to the ways that these different secret societies or activities were translated by different agents. So if it was the navvies who understand things in slightly different ways, and the language of wage labour that is often coming from outside of Ireland but being brought back in, as was just discussed, how all of these different political motivations transfer across secret societies but also into different places. Which reminded me of when a lot of the Land League funding is coming from America. The Irish world, if you look at what's happening, even the Molly Maguire's movement into Pennsylvania and Kevin Kenny's work. So alongside all of this is the question of who is the enemy. And one of the key enemies that seems to have come up today is the blow-in, so I apologise. And there is an irony of me standing here. But is it the landlord? Is it the British? It's normally us, sorry. But is it the police, the novel kind of organisations of the law? Or as a number of kind of people showing, I say the blow-ins, the people from 10 miles away, or is it the factionalism within a lot of these things? And if we're thinking about who is the enemy, that also makes us ask, what do we expect agrarian agitation to look like? Because that changes the types of sources that we look at. And how does that, I think something that keeps coming up is how does that intersect with nationalism? Especially at times of national upheaval, does something stop being classed as agrarian if it is subsumed, or if the languages of nationalism / agrarianism can be utilised in different ways? I mean, if you think the way that the famine is utilised in so many different ways by so many different groups, because it's a useful rhetoric, it's a known story that you can tap into. And I think the way that agrarianism and nationalism kind of play together is an important thing. So finally, I think because of the work that I do, I think it's important to consider how the spatial elements of agrarian movements continue to exist and how they're remembered. Is it in family histories? Is it in oral histories or folk histories? Is it in the Bureau of Military History? Or is it, shout out to Peter, who just got a blue plaque put up in Crawfordsburn to talk about the Ulster tenants' rights. Like, yeah. You can everyone ask Peter about her this brilliant blue plaque, but how do we encourage people to think about these agrarian movements that are so complex, as all your papers have shown? So with that, I think I will finish off by saying that I really hope all of you can get home as we face our latest sending out of agrarian protest with the fuel protest, which is apparently crossing the border to Belfast tomorrow. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophie. I think it's supposed to be to thank you all for coming. Speakers and everyone who's come and participated, asked questions, and been present today. Thank our audience also online. We will be making a recording of today and making that available through our website, so we'll let people know when that's ready as well. So I might just finish by maybe asking, I mean, once we kind of broke up, asking speakers maybe to all to come to the front and we'll get a group photograph. If you don't mind taking that, Becca, that would be great. And then for the speakers who are staying for dinner, today's at 6 p.m. at Molly's Yard. It's just over on Botanic Avenue, just behind the university. So if we all meet there at 6, that would be fantastic. But great, thank you all.